Hello students, welcome to NEET Biology. This is Neelavati, your biology lecturer. Today I am going to teach you the fourth chapter of class 11 syllabus, that is the animal kingdom. Again, it's a one-shot video done for NEET. Just by looking at the time duration of this video, don't get panicked. Oh ma'am, do we need to learn this much in this chapter? Yes. Actually, whatever the concept that I am going to teach you here in this video, everything is very important for your NEET exam, trust me. Okay, it's a very beautiful and interesting chapter. You never get bored. Okay, once you watch the video and then you start reading your NCERT, you will understand each and every line and every concept, because I will teach you each and every word also. Don't worry, right? So like such, I have done the complete syllabus of class 11 as well as class 12. That means total 32 chapters, videos I have done. Okay. So to watch all those videos, you have to join the channel. You have to become a channel member. Okay. By paying rupees 199 per month. So total how many chapters I said? Total 32 chapters from both class 11 as well as class 12 syllabus, full syllabus I have covered. So all are one shot video. So therefore total there are 32 videos. So if you just pay rupees 199, trust me, you can score more than 350 for 360 in your NEET exam, because everything has been covered in such a way that you never skip, you can't skip any questions, because that much thorough you will be in the concept. Okay. So let's not waste the time. Let's get into the chapter. Yes. R.H. Whittaker's 5 kingdom classification. So already we have learnt in biological classification. So remember one more important thing before entering into R.H. Whittaker classification. The starting 1 hour part of this video, what I'm going to teach you here, it is very, very important. It is just like a foundation for a house. Okay, so how a foundation plays a very important role in constructing a home, in the same way, this first hour concept, what I'm going to teach you about the basis of classification, it is like a foundation of this chapter. If you are very thorough, if you understand these concepts, then the entire chapter becomes like this. What I said? Like this. Means the entire chapter becomes too easy. Okay, now let's start. R.H. Whittaker's 5 kingdom classification. So in biological classification chapter itself, we have understood about R.H. Whittaker. He said, whatever the organisms, whichever be the organism which are present in the earth, that have been placed under 5 kingdom. Correct. So according to him, he placed all unicellular. I won't repeat once again. In brief, I'm going to tell, because everything we have learned there only. All unicellular but prokaryotic. But all are what? Prokaryotic cells have been placed under the kingdom called Monera. So when you just put your step ahead, that is from Protista to Animalia, it consists all eukaryotic. So that is one thing, it is very clear for us. Correct. So as we are learning about kingdom Animalia consists all the animals which are eukaryotic. Right. That is a one point. That is very clear. Now, in kingdom Protista, he said he is going to place all unicellular eukaryotes. So here, once again, unicellular organism comes. Whereas in fungi, Plantae and Animalia, it consists only what? Multicellular. All organisms which are so there, they are nothing but multicellular only, except yeast, which comes under the kingdom fungi. Okay. So that's why one more thing is very clear, that kingdom Animalia consists all multicellular organism. Though these words seems to be very simple, but it is very, very important, trust me, because sometimes the examiner is going to play with these words only in your exam. So that's why your complete focus and concentration is very important. So this thing is also very clear. Now, let us enter into their mode of nutrition. Fungi, it is a heterotrophic because it cannot prepare its own food. Whereas Plantae is the only organism which is autotrophic here. And as we move into Animalia kingdom, again these animals says we also cannot prepare our food because We are also heterotrophic. So therefore, these are heterotrophic again. Heterotrophic. And up to the kingdom Plantae, all organisms, their body has been composed by a cell wall. If it is a Monera, it is a peptidoglycan cell wall. If it is a Protista, some may have, some may not have. Already we have learned that. In fungi, it is having chitinous cell wall. Plantae, cellulosic cell wall. Whereas Animalia, no cell wall. Let me write here only, no cell wall. So, whenever we just talk about the kingdom Animalia, these points should be get printed in our mind. What are those points? What are those points? All organisms here are multicellular, all are heterotrophic, that means they cannot prepare their own food. But what is their mode of nutrition? That is holozoic. Holozoic means what? We are not like fungus. Correct? So in fungus, what happened? Just recall what I said in biological classification. First, they are going to release their enzyme outside. So those enzymes, they are going to degrade the material outside the body only, that is on the food itself. So when the food get digested outside, then that will be sucked up by these fungus. But our case is totally different. We are not like fungus. What we are going to do? If any bread piece is there, if any rice or whatever, right? We are just going to take it as it is. That is the first step called ingestion. And after ingestion, the body is going to make it into small pieces with the help of enzyme. That is a digestion. And after getting digested into simple molecules, the blood is going to absorb it. That is assimilation. And finally, undigested food, it has to get ejected out. That is egestion. So all the 4 steps must be there in this type of nutrition. That is nothing but holozoic nutrition. That means as it is, we are going to engulf. Okay. First outside only we won't break. Understood? And then obviously there are eukaryotic. Correct. So these are the main things we have to remember. Now, then what are all the things we need to study here, ma'am? Are we going to study about amoeba? No, because amoeba is a unicellular. Should we study about paramecium? No, it is also unicellular. Remember, we are talking about only multicellular organism, because kingdom Animalia consists what? Only multicellular organism. So in this chapter, we need to learn about the characters, their certain features, about these phyla. Again, I told about the meaning of the phyla, phylum, in biological classification itself. Correct. That is in the first chapter itself, not in biological classification, in the first chapter, living world itself. So there are so many taxon are there. So in the taxa, there are class, there are division. If it is a case of plant, division is the word applies to that. If it is a case of animals, phylum is the word applies to that, right? So the kingdom is a broad taxon. So under kingdom, there are phyla consist. Under the phyla, there are class comes, right? So below the class, order. So like that, I have taught everything. So here, in this chapter, we need to talk about 11 phyla. What are those 11 phyla? You need to remember in this order only. Because all these phyla existed on the earth based on their evolutionary relationship. I mean, evolutionary way. It means the porifera evolved first. And after poriferans, Cnidaria evolved. Later, Ctenophora. Like that, as we just move ahead, Platyhelminthes, then Aschelminthes, Annelida. See, I will tell you, porifera. Why the name porifera comes? Because these organisms' body will be having small pores. So, hope you have a basic idea in your lower classes itself. You have learnt, I think. At least, even though you don't have detailed information regarding all these phyla, at least you heard the name of these organisms. I mean, name of these phyla, right? But it's okay, no problem. Even though you have forgot everything. Ma'am, we are newly coming to the class. We don't know anything. We have forgot everything. Then also, okay, no problem. If you just watch the video, you can understand each and everything about all these phyla. Okay? So, porifera means what? If it is an organism, if its body consists small holes, small pores, very primitive organism, we placed all these organisms under the under the phylum porifera. Okay? So, like that. Cnidaria means these are the organisms, they have a certain special cells on their body. We call them as cnidoblast. So, those cells are those organisms on their body, they have a special cells called cnidoblast. They are the poisonous things. We place them under the phylum Cnidaria. Okay, so like that, Ctenophora means, ctene means comb. So the organism which have comb on their surface, comb, you know that we are going to comb our hair. So like such a structure, they are going to bear on their body. So all those organisms, what we did, we just call them, you just come under and just sit in this phyla. We just place them to sit here in Ctenophora. So like that, we saw Platyhelminthes. Platyhelminthes means what? We saw organism. They are very flat. They are just like a leaf. Dorsal as well as ventral side, both are flat. Then we place them in where? Platyhelminthes. Just go and sit here in Platyhelminthes. So like that, when you saw round worm, round shaped worms, we place them in Aschelminthes. Then Annelida. So their body, if the organism's body, they have a ring-like structure, complete ring, annulus, annual exam, annual sports. That means it is a denotion of one complete circle, right? So annual means what? One complete year. So like that year, annual ring means a ring, complete circle. So like such ring, they are going to bear on their body. We place them in the phylum Annelida, right? Then Arthropoda, joint-legged animals. We saw the animal, oh, you have a joint legs. Just go and sit in this place called Arthropoda. Mollusca. If you see a soft-bodied organism, we just call them, your body is very soft, man. Just go and sit here, Mollusca. Echinodermata. Echino, that means a spine. Their body. For example, the starfish comes under here in this phylum. If you just observe the starfish, their body will be having small spines-like structure, just like a crocodile skin. Okay, we just place them in the phylum Echinodermata. Derma means skin. Then Hemichordata and Chordata. Hemi means half, chordata features. Chordata means they have a solid rod-like structure. I will tell you about all those things. So, like such, we made 11 phyla. Okay, singular is phylum, plural is phyla. 11 phyla we made. So, in all these 11 phyla, we placed all these organisms. But now the question is, on which basis you placed? Okay. For that, we need to study basis of classification. Imagine there is a big bag. Big bag is there. In that I have placed everything. As I said, no? Here is a starfish. Here is a soft-bodied animal. Here is a round worm. Here is a flat worm. So like that, there are so many organisms are present here. Now, if I want to study these organisms, or if I want to place this organism under a particular phyla, how I can do this? Is it possible me to just take out any one organism from this so that I can study, oh, you are having flat body. Okay, just go and sit there in Platyhelminthes. Okay, fine. In one way, it is fine. But apart from these external features, we need to study certain internal features also. Because, as I said, this Echinodermata, their body is having what? This is Echinodermata. That is a starfish. That we place them in a phylum called Echinodermata. So that their body is having a spine-like structure. But when you observe a crocodile, their body is also something like a spines. Is it possible for me to place this crocodile? Because crocodiles also comes under the kingdom Animalia only. If I place crocodile as well as the Echinodermata, lining, a starfish-like organism in the same phyla called Echinodermata, is it right? Definitely not. Because Echinodermata is having certain lowest feature compared to that crocodile. Starfish is not that much advanced compared to your crocodile. So therefore, I need to compare so many characters also, so many features also, on which basis we should make such classification like these 11 phyla, so that I can place all these organisms under particular phyla only. So that is what we are going to learn under the basis of classification. On which basis you kept man? Simply you are telling these are flat worms, these are round-like structure. No. Not only just morphological character, there are so many other things we need to consider. Other criteria also we need to consider. What are those? That is what we are going to learn in this first 1 hour. That's what I said. It is just like a foundation for constructing a house. Okay. If you understand these bases of classification clearly, so your entire chapter become too easy for you. Okay. So These basis of classification is also very simple. Trust me. Just focus and listen to me carefully. That's it. Okay? Just listen it like a story. Nothing to do. The first criteria is levels of classification or levels of organization. So under this, we need to study the 4 levels. What are those? One is cellular level. Another one is tissue level. You might be thinking, no, ma'am has just forgot mentioning about protoplasmic level, but actually it do not comes under the cellular level of classification for kingdom Animalia. I will tell you why. First, I will tell you the 4 levels. Then the third level is organ level. The fourth one is organ system level. Before reading this line, first let me explain. Levels of organization. If we just talk about the kingdom Animalia, it consists only 4 levels. What are those? One is cellular level. Second one is tissue level. Listen to me carefully. You will understand. Cellular level, tissue level, organ level, organ system level. And before this, I wrote even about what? Protoplasmic level. It won't come under the kingdom Animalia. Wait. Why I put this protoplasmic level purposely? Because first I need to make you understand the difference between the cellular and protoplasmic level. Because many students think that whenever we talk about cellular level, it is nothing but it applies to unicellular organism. Okay. So, first if you understand the difference, then easily we can understand rest of the thing. Right. Let me take an example of a human being. Look at this image. It's a human body, right? So in our body, there are so many systems present. Physiological system. For example, when you eat food, it is not a work done by only our mouth. Correct? You have to chew your food, of course, with the help of mouth. But after that, it has to enter into esophagus. It has to enter into the stomach, then intestine, large intestine. So all these organs comes under the same system called digestive system. Correct? So, if I say digestive system, it is not performed by only one organ. Remember, there are so many organs, they are interconnected, they are coordinating. So, mouth says, I am going to crush the food, I am going to grind the food and I will just give it to you, esophagus. Esophagus says, okay, no problem, I will just push it and I will just dump it down into the stomach. Stomach says, I will churn it and if possible, some of the food I am going to digest, then I will subject to small intestine. Like that, their work will be coordinated. Correct? Then together we can consider it as a digestive system. Like that, there are so many physiological systems present in our body. Okay? It carry out its function. For example, circulatory system, excretory system, reproductive system. See, remember, whenever I say the word system, it's not just by only one organ, it is a coordination of many organs. Here, I took the image of circulatory system. Look at this man. And if you observe carefully, in its body, which is showing the circulatory system, it is not just done by only one organ like heart. Heart is also a part of the circulatory system. But along with the heart, there are so many veins present, there are so many nerves present. Sorry, not nerves. Veins present, arteries present, capillaries present, blood present. So, blood is also a tissue. Correct? Heart is an organ. Arteries, vessels, all these things connect together, coordinating their function and forming a system called circulatory system. Like such example, we can take many in our body. Right? Now, so one thing is very clear that many organs included here. Many organs coordinate and form a system called circulatory system. So if I take only one organ from the system, then I can say heart. But do you think in a heart, that is nothing but an organ. So is it made up of only one kind of tissue? No. You take any organ in your body, any organ you take. Even you take a stomach, you take intestine, you take large intestine, heart, any organ you take. All these organs consist 4 types of tissue. What are 4 types of tissue? If I just draw a rough diagram of heart, okay, heart should be red in color, no? Okay, let me draw a red color heart. So this heart says, I need a covering. So that we are going to cover this heart with the epithelial tissue. This is epithelial tissue. This is one kind of tissue. Let me write fully. Then, heart has to pump the blood For pumping action, it should have muscles, correct? So the muscles are present here. So many, here the 4 chambers. These are the 4 chambers. 1, 2, 3, 4. And rest of the things, what you are seeing here, all these are muscles only. All these are muscles. That means it shows muscular tissue. Muscular tissue. All muscular tissue are adjusting their function. They are connecting each other. Then they are performing the function of contracting. Okay. Systole, diastole, the term we are going to use. Contraction, relaxation, contraction, relaxation. Then, if a person starts feeling a pain in heart, of course he will come to notice it, right? How it is possible? Because he is having nervous system also. So here nerves are present. Imagine there are nerves are present here only. That's why he could able to feel the pain. So it is a nervous tissue. So total 4 tissues are present in our body, throughout our body. Any organ you take, it is made up of 4 tissue. Epithelial tissue, muscular tissue, nervous tissue and connective tissue. Connective means what? Blood. Blood is a connective tissue. So here in this chamber, it is filled by blood only. Blood. So when heart pump through the vessel, it is going to transport this blood. So blood is present here. So it is a connective tissue. Connective tissue. That means a organ made up of 4 types of tissues. Correct. Now, if I take only one tissue, all the cells present in the tissue are adjusting. They are compactly arranging. They are doing a common function. Okay. Now, if you just take one cell, for example, within a blood, if you take a RBC, RBC is doing its function alone. They are not going to connect each other. They are not going to present together. They are not binding by any material. They are doing their function alone. That means in the body of a human being, we could be able to see all 4 levels of organization. Cellular level is there. Single cell are performing their work because RBC is going to carry oxygen. They just travel near to the tissue. They will donate oxygen. They will come back. Okay. So like that, they are going to carry carbon dioxide. They go towards the lungs. They will give it and come back. So it is a cellular level. So when cells combine together, let me go back here. If I say cell, each cells, they are loosely arranged. They do their function. Some organisms, if you take a porifera, in their body, the cells are present. These cells do their function independently. They are not depending on other. Just like our RBC, how it is going to do their work. So such a level of organization, we call it as what? Cellular level. I will come to the protoplasmic level. Wait. When we come to the tissue level, as we just move ahead in the phyla, after porifera, Ctenophora, Cnidaria, like such organism, these cells, they are combined together. For example, similar cell. Let me take certain cells are similar in nature. Their origin, their structure, their function, everything is similar. Now they are going to connect it by a kind of material, intercellular material. So that they perform a single work, single function. So such level is called the tissue level. Okay. And like such many tissue, epithelial tissue, connective tissue, muscular tissue, if I take the example of a stomach only, as I said, here all 4 types of tissue we could able to see. We could able to see epithelial tissue. We can see muscular tissue present, nervous tissue present, nervous tissue, inside connective tissue, everything is there, which together form an organ. So, in an organ system, so many organs combined, like a mouth, esophagus, everything, they form an organ system. Correct. Some organisms, if they are very primitive, like porifera, they show cellular level organization. Ma'am, then what is the meaning of protoplasmic level? It is not a cellular level. Won't you consider a protoplasmic level a cellular level? No. Imagine there is an amoeba. Amoeba is a unicellular organism. So here, their body organization, we won't call it as a cellular level because the protoplasm which is so present inside, it is going to perform all the work. If you want to show the process of excretion, it is done by only a single cell. If the process of digestion has to be done, it is done only by a single cell. Excretion, digestion, egestion. Egestion is also excretion only. Excretion is totally different. Okay. So respiration, everything, all body system done by a single cell. So such level of organization is called protoplasmic level. But why such level do not comes under kingdom Animalia? Because in kingdom Animalia, we are going to talk about multicellular organism, not unicellular. Correct? So that's why this system is excluded. It is not included in Animalia kingdom. Okay? But as we just move on, cellular level comes. For example, if I take a porifera, imagine this is a porifera. So porifera is having so many pores. That's why the name porifera. And here there are internally, if I just cut its body and if I just look inside, there are particular cells present. Imagine there are certain cells are present like this. We call them as collar cells. So we have allotted a work for this collar cell. Okay, what is that work? You have to manage the water flow. So how much water has to enter into the body of porifera? Because there are so many pores are there. Through these pores, the water enters. And finally, there is a big hole called osculum. Through this pore, the water goes out. So how much water has to enter, how much has to retain, and how much water should exist out. So everything that you have to manage, man, you are a collar cell. So like that, there are certain cells present. We call them as scleroblast. So the work of scleroblast is different. Though there are many scleroblasts, but their work is totally different. So their work is to formation of skeletal system. Like that, there are certain cells called thizocyte. They help in store the food, storage of food. Okay, so I'm just giving an example. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell is, in a cellular level organization, all cells do their work properly. Only single cell is not doing work. That's why the name multicellular. But it is a cell aggregate. The cells are just going to aggregate one above the other. It is not like a tissue. For example, 10 students are there. If I tell a 10 students to just move ahead, some may go in a higher speed, some may go very slowly, some may move fast, some may move slow. But for all them, I have given the same task. Let's imagine for running is a task or walking is a task. Some may walk slowly, some may walk fast. But in the case of tissue level organization, if a same work allotted to similar cells, all should do the work in the same way. It doesn't mean that, once again, let me take the same example, the 10 students. If I am allotting the same work of walking, then if one student go fast and one student goes slow, it shouldn't happen. All should go in the same speed. So that's what I should do. I will make them to gum together so that I will bind them together with the help of a gum. So if all 10 students are going to bind each other, or if I just tied them with a thread, then automatically if I just tell them to move in the same speed, walk or run, of course they have to walk in the same speed because everybody has been tied or everybody has been binded with a gum. Correct? So here also, in a tissue level organization, though there are many cells, but similar cells have been binded by intercellular material. Okay, so such level of organization is tissue level. I am stressing it particularly because many students, even in offline class also and in online classes also, many students ask the same doubt. Ma'am, why it is called tissue level? Why it is called cellular level? That's why. And obviously organ and organ system level, easily you can understand. Okay, now let's read the definition. Now you can understand easily. Protoplasmic level means what? In protozoans, that is amoeba and all, unicellular body performs all the biological activities. Hope you understood. Now in cellular level, in sponges, that is nothing but the porifera, cells are arranged as loose cell aggregates. Loose cell aggregates means the cells are there, they are doing their function independently. But if I say collar cell, listen here. If I say collar cell, there are many collar cells, but they do their work independently. They are not doing at the same speed. But scleroblast work is different, collar cell work is different, thizocyte work is different. So that is called division of labor. Every cell has their own function. We have allotted work for each and every cell. That is called division of labor, but they are arranged loosely. It is a loose cell aggregate. It is not binded by intracellular material like in tissue level. Okay. So it's seen in only primitive organism like poriferans. This is the only example comes under here, porifera. Division of labor occurs among the cells where tissue is absent. So that's why they are also called what? They are also called tarazoa. Tarazoa. Entire Animalia group is called metazoa. In that, particularly porifera is called tarazoa because the tissue level organization is absent. That's why. And after that, in tissue level, that means as we move ahead in the phyla, the Coelentrates and Ctenophora, these two are the examples. Coelentrates and Ctenophora cells performing the same function are arranged in a tissue. Okay, so we are going to say tissue level, and as we move ahead, that is in Platyhelminthes, tissues are grouped together and form organs. So their body consists only organs, one organ doing this function, other organ doing that function. So organs are there, not like stomach is an organ, but stomach is absent in Platyhelminthes. Just to make you understand, I gave the example like a stomach, but there are many organs present in their body. They do their own function. That is called organ level. But as we just go ahead again, that is from Aschelminthes to Chordata. Aschelminthes, Annelida, Arthropoda, Mollusca, Echinodermata. Here, these organisms show much advanced feature. That is organ system. Many organs combine and form a particular system called organ system. So that is nothing but in higher animals, organ further organized to form organ system. Okay, so based on this criteria also, we are going to divide the organism into different phyla. Okay, this is one feature. Hope I'm very clear about this. Very clear. Next organization is body plan. What is body plan? Look at here. So when you ingest the food, that is through mouth. So many processes takes place in your body, and finally undigested food has to ejected out through anus. Correct? So that is how your body has been planned. So ingestion is from one side, ejection is from other side. Correct? So these things happens in advanced animals. So that's why in advanced animal, the body plan we consist as, or we called as tube within tube body plan. Tube within tube body plan. Imagine here is a person. Okay. Now, it is the mouth. The food enters through the mouth and it is passing through the gut. Gut is nothing but the esophagus, stomach, intestine, everything. I am just showing it through a tube. That's it. And finally, the food will be ejected through the anus. Undigested food will be ejected through anus. That means he is having two openings. That is, entry of food is through one opening. Ejection of food is through another opening. So, mouth as well as anus are the two openings present in such organism. That means he is having a complete digestive system. Complete digestive system. So this is one category. So within 11 phyla, what we did, those organisms, if you have two openings, so that entry of food from one side, exit of undigested food from other side, then what we said, you guys are advanced animals. You just come and place here. So such body plan, which is having complete digestive system, is called what? Tube within tube body plan. But there are certain organisms, they have only one opening. Look at here. Let me take an example of sea anemone. Okay, let's imagine there is a sea anemone here which is having only one opening. Okay, so this is the gut of this animal, which is the gut system. So imagine if it is a mouth, the food has entered here. The food has entered here. Food has entered. And finally, the food has got digested, and all the undigested waste, which is to consider here, that is not required to the body, within this tube only, which is moving, and through this opening, which is going outside. It means what? The same opening is acting as a mouth, and even it acts as an anus. Correct? So it is having only one opening. So such body plan is called blind sac body plan. This is called blind sac body plan. So blind sac body plan is seen in only Ctenophora as well as Coelenterata. Wherever Coelenterata is there, Ctenophora says Coelenterata. Ctenophora says, I will always follow you, brother, because both are always having a similar feature. That's why wherever you find Coelenterata, Ctenophora always just go run behind this. Understood? So these are having blind sac body plan. But after that, the rest of the animals, okay, I forgot. Even Platyhelminthes also. shows such body plan. Okay, so that's why mainly two types of body plan we have seen. Here, Coelenterata to Platyhelminthes, and obviously Aschelminthes to Chordata, they are showing 2 within 2. Let's read it. One is blind sac, incomplete digestive system, because they are having only one opening, single opening, serve as both mouth and anus. Coelenterata to Platyhelminthes. Okay, so it is very important. You have to remember the example. From example part, you may get the question. Whereas 2 within 2, a complete digestive system is there. Mouth and anus are the 2 openings present separately. So Aschelminthes to Chordata. That means if you just keep check the phyla, we have started from Coelenterata and finally we have ended with Chordata. Where is porifera then? Then porifera comes. I am the only one not having all these features, but still I have placed in animal kingdom, but please study about me also. Then we said, okay, no problem, man, we'll study about your body plan also. What's your body plan? It says, I'm just cell aggregate. That's it. What is the meaning of cell aggregate body plan? Very simple. Very simple. If it is a porifera, which is having so many pores on its surface, let's take one knife and cut this porifera. Then you may take a section like this. You may get a section like this. Okay. So here what happens, I will teach you about this in detail. But here you just learn it roughly. So these are the small pores, small holes through which water enters. And here one strange thing is, as I said, there are collar cells, correct? So the collar cells are placing here. They are present here. So these collar cells, they will be having flagella. Okay. If I just enlarge the collar cell, they looks like this. They will be having flagella like this. So with the help of flagella, they will just bind the food and they will ingest it. So within the cell itself, the food get digested. And rest of the material, there is nothing but water only. The water moves up. There is no particular digestive system. Okay, as we have seen in the case of Coelenterata up to Chordata, what you are seeing, mouth and anus, no such body plan. Simply it is a cell aggregate. So many cells are present, they are doing their work. Okay, so such system or such a body plan is called what? Cell aggregate. Cell aggregate. So this is the second feature. Remember the examples. Then the third feature. Third basis is circulatory system. So circulatory system, you know, it consisting of heart, blood vessels. Within blood vessel, we are going to see arteries, veins, capillaries, all those things. Correct. But all these things are present in advanced animals. So such organisms are called closed circulatory type system. Whereas in such there are certain organisms, some may have heart, some may not have heart. But still, they show a kind of circulatory system. But let me tell you with the help of example only, through diagram only, so that you can understand easily. Let me write the circulatory system here. This is closed circulatory system. This is open circulatory system. Very simple. Imagine this is heart. Okay. So this is heart of an organism. So through this heart, the blood is going to pump, that will be carried through this artery. Okay. Imagine this is the blood. Let me write the blood in. So the blood is coming through this vessel. This is called artery. So this blood is carrying so many material. It is carrying oxygen in it. It is carrying glucose in it. Okay, but it has to provide to the cells. It has to provide to the tissue. So imagine here there are so many tissues, organs are there. These are the tissues. These are the organs. They are present here. So finally what it is going to do is, you need glucose. You need oxygen, right? So what I will do, I am just going to branch into small capillaries like this. Okay, it is going to branch into small capillaries. Now, in these capillaries, the blood is moving. The blood is circulating here. The blood is circulating. So imagine this is the blood which is circulating inside this capillary. So the capillary being very small, it can easily allow the material to get diffused. That means here if the glucose is present, the glucose can easily get diffused here. The glucose get diffused, the oxygen get diffused, everything that will be subjected to these tissue as well as the cells, along with certain fluid. Certain fluid is also get diffused. So this fluid itself we call it as interstitial fluid. Interstitial fluid, because the capillaries are very thin. It allows these material to get passed through easily. Okay, so what at last the cell needs, the tissue needs, glucose, oxygen, everything. So they got. And finally, they have released carbon dioxide. So that carbon dioxide is going to be released in this interstitial fluid only. So again, that will be absorbed back into this capillary. So finally, these capillaries combine to become a vein. And this is nothing but oxygenated blood converted into deoxygenated blood that goes back to the heart. So if you observe clearly, the blood is not touching the cells or the tissues. It is just moving through these capillaries. Correct? So they are moving in a closed pipe. So such system is called closed circulatory system. Whereas in open circulatory system, what happens? Open circulatory system, some organism may have or some may not. So let's imagine the organism what we are studying, it may have heart. Okay, let's assume like that. Let me take an example of a cockroach. So cockroach is having heart. So that heart is 13 chambered. Okay, so it is having a heart. Some may have artery, some may not. But here cockroach shows open circulatory system which comes under the phylum Arthropoda. Okay, so it is having aorta. That means artery is there. So now the blood which is so coming through this artery, that will be just spills out on the organs. Okay. Let me show like this. Here the blood is coming, right? It is just like a fountain. Imagine here these are the organs. So whatever the materials which are present, that is glucose, oxygen, everything, oxygen, glucose, everything that is directly supplying to these organs. These are the organs. Organ or a tissue, whatever. So all these are directly coming in contact with the blood. They are just bathing within this blood. And finally, they are going to release carbon dioxide. That carbon dioxide that will be carried back to this heart, and finally they will be goes out through the excretion of nostrils, the exhalation, or as you can take. So everything which is happening within a body cavity, imagine this entire thing is a body cavity. Within the body it is happening. All these organs are directly bathing, they are directly come in contact. There is no movement of blood in a particular pipe like this, as we have seen in the case of closed circulatory system. So that is called open circulatory system. Okay. So hope I am very clear about this. Now, in which phylum we are going to see? Only the 3 phylum. We are going to see this closed type of circulatory system. What are those? One is Annelida. Another one is Vertebrata. Only these are the main 2. Annelida and Vertebrata. First of all, listen to me carefully. Porifera, Coelenterata, Ctenophora, Platyhelminthes, Aschelminthes. Up to here, we have not seen any circulatory system at all. Now, circulatory system has begun, where from Annelida, from here itself, it starts showing the advanced circulatory system, that is closed type of circulatory system. After Annelida, Arthropoda, Mollusca, Echinodermata, Hemichordata, everybody is showing open circulatory system. What a strange thing. We need to remember like this because it is a fact. And here I put Mollusca as open circulatory system, but within Mollusca there are certain category. We call them as cephalopod. Cephalopod Mollusca, they show certain exception. They show we will show open, not open, closed type of circulatory system. Okay, and here in chordate, only few lower chordates they have like a tunicates. You will learn about tunicates and all. It seems to be quite difficult, these terms to remember. But once we finish this chapter, all these terms become so easy because we'll come across with these terms while pronouncing, you will understand. Tunicate is also a category, comes under chordata. Those organisms shows this open type of circulatory system. Okay, write down in your copy, make a notes. or else you will definitely get confused. If you just listen the class, while listening the class, you will understand everything. But if you won't copy or if you won't make a notes just by looking at the board what I am writing, then definitely at the end you will get confused everything. So that's why you better do for each and every topic now itself. Okay? Now, so the third basis of classification over, the fourth one is the symmetry. What is symmetry? I will tell you. Symmetry means geometrical arrangement of body parts. Okay? Imagine human being. Let's take an example of human being only. In our body, all our body parts has definitely arranged, right? In a proper proportion it has been arranged. In a definite configuration it has arranged. For example, see, the 2 ears has to come here only. The 2 eyes has to come here only. Mouth should be here, head should be here, leg should be like this. So this proper arrangement of these body parts, geometrical arrangement of these body parts is called what? Symmetry. Okay. Now, when you consider a symmetry of an organism, in that symmetry, you just recognize the long axis. Okay. Imagine it's an organism. This is an organism. This is the short axis. This is the long one. Correct. Now you identify the long axis. In this long axis, you just mark down a central axis. This is the longitudinal position. This is the long position. In that, if I just mark down the central axis, I can say this is the central axis of this organism. Correct? Now, by considering the central axis, if you cut an organism by passing through central axis, okay? If you cut an organism by passing through central axis, if you get an equal half, whether you get an equal half or you may not, you may get or you may not. So based on that, we have classified the organism into 3 groups. What are those? One is radial symmetrical organism. Another one is bilateral symmetrical organism. Another one is asymmetrical. Let us talk about radial symmetry. Okay, what is radial symmetry? Look at this. This is a sea anemone. Okay, which is having lot of tentacles. Tentacles in the sense, imagine I'm a sea anemone. If I am a sea anemone, on my head, first of all, they do not have head and all. On the surface of their body, they having a long thread-like structure. Can you see here? Okay, so with the help of these tentacles, they can catch their prey. If any prey comes here, they can just catch it, they can engulf it. So that is what the function. So that tentacles will be present throughout their body. That means all over their surfaces. Understood? Now, if you take this organism, if I ask you to mention the symmetry of this organism, whether it is a radial symmetry, bilateral or asymmetry, how we are going to do? You have to do one thing. You have to keep your organism on a plate, just like how we are going to place a cake at the time of birthday party. Okay, just look at from the top view. Here I have took the image. This is the top view of this organism. So now, if I mark this as a central axis, this is a central axis. Now we cut this organism. If you get equal half, if you cut this organism like this, do you get equal half? Yes, I am going to get equal half. Equal side I am going to get. How many tentacles are present here? The same amount of tentacles are, same parts I could get here also. Okay, so in one plane if I pass, I can get equal half. Now, I will do one thing. Instead of cutting here, I will cut from this side. I will pass from this side. Can you get equal half? Yes, I can get equal half. Okay, even if you cut like this, you can't see this, no? That's why I have taken the top view. I can get equal half. Equal axis. Now, instead of in these two planes, if I cut this organism in this plane, by passing through central axis, do you get equal half? Yes. In any plane, you can cut this organism by passing through central axis. This is the central axis. You will get equal plane. So, such a symmetry is known as what? Radial symmetry. Okay. When any plane passing through the central axis of the body divide animal into 2 identical halves. Okay. So, such a symmetry is called radial symmetry. In which organism you could be able to see radial symmetry? Almost in sessile organism. Sessile organism means if their body attached to the substratum, they cannot move, or even if they move, their body should move slowly, not fast. Okay. So, in such organism, you can see radial symmetry. Example, Coelenterata. In Coelenterata only, we could able to see the sea anemone and all. Then Ctenophora. I said no, wherever the Coelenterate goes, Ctenophora follows it. Then Echinodermata. Echinodermata, particularly adult Echinodermata, not in larva. Larva body shape is different. Echinodermata example, which one we took? Starfish. Starfish. Now you cut the starfish by passing through central axis, we can get equal plane. So that's why it is also radial symmetry. Okay. But as we move ahead in the sense, this is also advanced. Echinodermata evolved later after mollusca, but it is slow moving. But look at this. There are certain organisms from Platyhelminthes to Chordata, their body shows head formation. That is called cephalization. So when head formation occurs, so many sense organs concentrated here on the head. Okay. In such organisms, their body plan is different. Sense organ in the sense, we have two sense organ. I mean, 2 eyes, it is a sense organ. We have 2 ears, sense organ. We have a nose, sense organ. We have a tongue, sense organ. Almost everything has been concentrated here on this head. Correct? Because we need to catch the prey, we need to run behind the prey. If any predator attacks us, we have to escape from that. So for that, our sense organ help us a lot. Correct? In such organism, we cannot get radial symmetry. If you want to cut an animal by passing through central axis, only 2 equal half we get only in one plane, not in all plane. Okay, I will tell you. Look at this example. Look at this image. This is the sea turtle. Here head formation occur. Okay, here if you want to cut this organism, only in this plane you can mark. This is the long body. Here you cannot see. This is a sea turtle. It is not looking like a sea turtle, but it's okay. Now, if you consider this as a central axis, it's wrong because you need to identify the long one, the long body shape, not that is a transverse, which is having a short end. Okay, so that's why this is the long body. So if you make a central axis as this, so that if you cut this organism through the central axis, you can make the body into 2 equal half, right? But if you want to cut this organism just by passing through central axis only, imagine this one only. Let us consider this one as a central axis. Now I am passing through this. I can make into 2 equal half. One leg this side, one leg that side. One forelimb here, another forelimb here. Like that I can get 2 equal half. But if you pass like this, do you get equal half? No. 2 leg comes one side. 2 forelimbs goes other side. Each one should comes in a 2 equal half equally. Then only we can say it is a 2 equal symmetry. But it is not coming. Only in one plane you could able to get this. No. That's why in such organism, we can get only 2 equal half in only one plane. Correct? Such organisms are called bilateral symmetry. Here in butterfly also, you can get like this only. Correct? Not in any plane. If you cut, again, we won't get this. This is a Drosophila. We can get equal half only in one plane. The best example is human being. Look at here. Human being, when you just pass through a central axis, we should not cut the human being. It's actually illegal. But if you just think, if you just divide a human being, so one ear this side, other ear this side, one eye this side, other eye this side. So like that, it will become an equal half. Not in any plane. If you just make a cut of a human being like this, head comes back and the hair goes backside and our face will come forward. So it is not an equal half. Correct? So such organisms are called bilateral symmetry. Look at this lobster. Lobster here, this is the long axis. Here, this one is the central axis. If you pass through the central axis, again equal half. Shark, this is the long body. Central axis, if you mark down, equal half. Are you getting? So when the body can be divided into identical left and right half only in one plane, in all plane we cannot get man. So that's why it is called bilateral symmetry. And the third one, in bilateral symmetry, which organism comes under this category? Platyhelminthes to chordates. Whereas in asymmetry, most of the sponges, why most of the sponges? They have given some shows radial, some shows bilateral. But don't get confused. In your exam, if the question comes to mention the symmetry of sponges, just write down asymmetrical. Why asymmetrical? Because sponges are like a tree. If I ask you to cut the tree, imagine this is the tree. and mark down the central axis of this tree. How can you mark the central axis? This is the long posture of this body. This one is the long. So even if you consider this is the central axis, if you cut this tree through a central axis, one side may get more leaves or more branches, other side will be less. Like that only our porifera will be. So it will be branched like this. Some will be having more branches, some will be having very less branches. So if you make it as a central axis, if you cut this, here will be more, here will be less branches. So that's why such a symmetry is called asymmetry. There is no equal half when you pass through the central axis. Okay, that's it. Okay, radial symmetry over, bilateral symmetry over, asymmetry over. When any plane that passes through the center does not divide the body of an animal into two equal halves. Example is porifera. Porifera. Okay, important. Then the next feature is germinal layer. What is germinal layer? Let's learn it. First, let us understand what is the meaning of germ layer. In our NCERT, the term germ layer is not given as a basis of classification. They have mentioned as diploblastic and triploblastic animals. To understand the term triploblastic and diploblastic, we need to talk about germ layers. I will tell you very simple, very easy. So, a sperm is a gamete, comes from our dad. A egg is the gamete, comes from our mummy. Okay, so sperm and egg are the two gametes, comes through the parents at the time of formation or a birth of an individual. Okay, now when both combine together, which form a structure called zygote? Everybody know this. Zygote is a structure it will form. Now, this zygote, before attaining the shape of any organism, it will start divide first. Okay, so how it will divide? It will divide like this, so that it form a mass of cell, like a ball. Like a ball, it will form mass of cell. So this structure is called marula. Marula. Now, these mass of cells, which will rearrange, it will take up certain blastula and all that you will learn in class 12. That is in human reproduction chapter. Okay, but you just remember, even me, you, other organisms, everybody have gone through this process. Okay, so first we will like a mass of cell, and finally these cells rearrange and they are arranged in three layers like this. This is one layer. Just imagine if any three disc, have you seen the disc? How it has been placed one above the other, how it looks. Like that, these three layers of cells are going to look when they are arranged one below the other. Okay, something like this. This is one layer. This is one layer. And below that, one more layer is there, a disc-like structure. One more layer is present below this. One more layer is arranged. And below this one more layer. Have you seen puri? It is a kind of dish. Can you look at this diagram? It's an image of puri. It's a dish. Okay. So, like such a structure, we are going to see at the time of rearrangement of the cells. Rearrangement of the cells. These three layers are nothing but what? Germ layers. Germ layers. So, these three layers are the germ layers. They are responsible for the complete formation of an organism. Your eyes, ears, nervous system, circulatory system, reproductive system, every organ, every cells are formed from these three germ layers only. Okay. So, we have given a name for these three germ layers. What are those? The first one, the outermost layer is called ectoderm. Ectoderm. And the middle one, M for middle, M for meso. It is called mesoderm. And the inner one is called endoderm. Endoderm. Okay. So, those organisms, if their body made up of three germ layers together combined and made a complete organism, then such organisms are called what? Triploblastic. Triploblastic. That means three germ layers are involved in that process. But in certain organisms, that means in a primitive organism, they are not advanced. In their body or their body formation occur only by two germ layers, ectoderm and endoderm. There is no mesoderm at all. Okay, I will tell you. If it is ectoderm is there. This is in one disc or one layer. Below that, endoderm is there. Endoderm is there. But in middle layer, what you are seeing as a mesoderm, it has been accumulated by a jelly-like substance. There are no cells at all. Only jelly-like substance is there. So this gel-like substance is called mesoglia. Mesoglia. That means only ectoderm present and endoderm present. No mesoderm. Then how many germ layers you will count? Only 2 germ layers. Correct? If the organism body develop from only these 2 germ layers, because mesoglia we won't consider at all, then such organisms are called what? Diploblastic animals. Diploblastic animals. But these 3 layers present, then such animals are called triploblastic. Hope you are getting my point. Okay? Now, just imagine this ectoderm is elongating. It's elongating. So, this ectoderm layer is elongating. It is multiplying. It is become a big line. Mesoderm is also multiplying. It is becoming a big line. Then, this endoderm is also multiplying. It is becoming a big line. Then, how it looks? How it looks? This ectoderm, something looks like this, no? Ectoderm. This is ectoderm. Then. This entire outer layer is ectoderm. Imagine it's a very big pipe, a big pipe. So in the entire, this is a very big pipe. Here, you are seeing only ectoderm. Now, below this big pipe or inside this big pipe, there is one more pipe, one more elongated pipe. So that is mesoderm. Let's imagine like that. So here is a mesoderm. Here is a mesoderm. That pipe has been inserted inside. And inside that, there is one more pipe you have inserted. So this is known as endoderm. That pipe is also inserted. Now when you just take a cross section or only, if you just cut this part, if you just look at only the front view, we are going to see these 3 germ layers, correct? We are going to see these 3 germ layers. This is ectoderm. This is one layer we could able to see. And the middle one is mesoderm. Because only this portion you could able to see this. This is mesoderm. And inner one is endoderm. So this is called 3 germ layer. 3 germ layers you can see. The same image is given in NCERT also. I will read the text part. Look at here. So this B part, what you are saying? This is ectoderm, which is shown in one diagram. I mean one layer. And the middle one is mesoderm. Middle one, red color is shown by mesoderm. And the inner one is endoderm. Look at here. So the front view they have shown. Front view they have shown. So earlier they were like a disc only. Disc only. Now they are elongating. By multiplying they are making elongated structure. When you cut the section, you could able to see this. Behind this there is an elongated structure. Okay. And now this one is mesoglia. Why mesoglia? Because here the same thing I have to draw it again. This is the outer layer. Ectoderm present, and directly inner layer, that is the endoderm present, but in this position which has been accumulated by what? This is nothing but accumulated by mesoglia. This is ecto, this blue color is endo, whereas this one is mesoderm, whereas here the middle one is mesoglia. Understood, no? So these are the germ layers. Now let's read the text part. What is given? Yes. Based on the germinal layer, we can classify the entire organism into 2 categories. One is diploblastic, another one is triploblastic. So if there are 3 germ layers, that triploblastic. From Platyhelminthes to Chordata, we are going to see. These examples are very, very important. Very, very important. Mark down. Okay. And here, Coelenterata. Yes, Coelenterata and Ctenophora. Because always these 2 are like a brothers. They are very best friends. They just follow each other. Okay. They just made up of only 2 germ layers. Porifera do not have germ layers at all. Simply they are cell aggregate made up of cells. That's only. Let's read the text part. Diploblastic, the animals in which the cells are arranged in 2 embryonic layers. Embryonic layers means germ layers. Ectoderm and endoderm with an intervening undifferentiated mesoglea. Mesoglea means undifferentiated. It is just like a jelly-like substance. That's it. Whereas triploblastic means those animals in which the developing embryo has a third germinal layer. Mesoderm in between the ectoderm and endoderm. So they are called triploblastic. Very simple. Very simple. So diagram you have understood. Then the sixth one is body cavity and coelom. Many students make mistake in understanding this concept. First of all, they do not know what is body cavity means. They do not understand what is coelom means. Coelom means. Simply they will mug up the sentence of NCERT. They will write. If any question comes in an applied level, they will fail to understand the question. They will make mistake. So first let us understand the meaning of the term. Then it will become easy for us to learn. Okay. So what is coelom or what is body cavity? So let me draw human diagram here. Imagine this is a person. Okay. So as a person, it is his body wall, right? So this is the body wall of his guy. It is his body wall. This is the gut of the person. This is mouth and this is anus. So overall, I can say this is the gut. And here, this is the gut wall. On either side, the wall which is so present, this is the gut wall. Let me write the gut wall only. So now, if I just mark down only this area, only this area, the space which is so left behind. Let me fill this space. Okay, see. The space which is so present between the body wall and the gut wall, what you are seeing this space is called coelom. This is nothing but coelom or body cavity. Body cavity. Understood? Now, based on presence or absence of this body cavity, we have classified the organism into three groups. What are those? One is coelomate, another one is pseudocoelomate, the third category is acoelomate. So what are coelomate organisms? Let's read the definition. Animals possessing coelom, that is the body cavity which is lined by mesoderm on all sides. That is called coelom. See, listen here. Body cavity we have understood. But here one more line is given. It is lined by mesoderm. Okay. So whenever you say any organ which should be surrounded by epithelial cell. Okay. There is a common sense we all know. We are human being. So entire body is covered by epithelial cell, that is skin. Even if you take a stomach, the stomach is lined by epithelial cell like this, both inside and outside. So like that, you take any organ, so inside and outside, it is lined by epithelial cell. So this epithelial cell can be derived from any three germ layer. That is the only exception we have given to epithelial cell. Only speciality or provision we have given to epithelial cell. Because there are many organ systems. There is a mandatory mandatory rule that you have to form only from this germ layer. If I say nervous system, you have to form from ectoderm only. You are a circulatory, you are a muscle, you should form from only mesoderm. So like that, each organ specifically form from only particular germ layer. Okay, in general I am telling. But epithelial cell or epithelial tissue is the only tissue that can be formed from ectoderm. The epithelial tissue can be formed from mesoderm. The epithelial tissue which can be formed from endoderm. Okay. But now here, this epithelial tissue which is deriving from mesoderm. This is surrounding the whole body cavity. It means they are telling, look at here, this is your body cavity which should be surrounded by this epithelial cell. So this epithelial cell surrounded by what? Formed by what? Mesoderm. So which should be present on the body wall also. Now, the same mesodermal origin epithelial cell should be present on the gut wall also. Should be present in the gut wall. Then we say, yes, you are the true coelom. If your body cavity, there is a coelom, if it is surrounded by a mesoderm, if it is lined by mesoderm, then such body cavity are called true coelom. Okay, or eucoelom. Such animals are called coelomate animals. So that is what the definition given here. Animals possessing coelom, there is a body cavity which is lined by mesoderm in all sides. Then we say that you are a true coelom. So example comes under here, Annelida to Chordata. So remember, it is very, very important. Multiple times the same question has repeated. Which of the following is showing eucoelomate? Which of the following organism showing true coelomate, like that? Okay. Now, if you cut this organism, you cut this person like this, take a transfer section, don't cut him. It's illegal. Okay. Now, if you just cut him like this, how we are going to see? It is his body wall. Correct? This is his gut wall. This is the gut, which is surrounded by mesoderm like this. This is the mesoderm which is covering the body wall and which is even covering the gut wall. And here one line is given like this, which comes in your Ames exam. That is about the schizocoelomate, all those things. Nothing to worry about all those things. You just know only if the mesoderm is present, body wall as well as in the gut wall lining also, then it is a true coelomate. That's it. So here is the body cavity. The black color area what you are seeing, it is a body cavity. Okay. Now there are certain organisms. Here they have a body wall. They said we have a body wall like this. They have a body wall. And they have a gut wall also. And within that, the body cavity is there. This is the body cavity. Correct? This is the body cavity. Body cavity is there, but they do not have what? Mesoderm lining. Mesoderm lining is absent. Even if the mesoderm is present, they are present like a pouches. So such organisms are called pseudocoelomate, where the body cavity is not lined by mesoderm. Even if it is lined by even if the mesoderm is present, they are present like a pouches. Okay? So such cases seen only in the phylum called Aschelminthes. It's very, very important. Whereas in the case of acoelomate, what happens? Look at here. This is the body wall. And this is the gut wall. These organisms says, we do not require any mesodermal lining. We have completely covered by the cells only. Here, parenchymatous, that is mesoderm derived cells only, completely covered. No body cavity. Do you find any cavity here? No body cavity. If I want to show in a longitudinal sections or elongated sections, something like this. This is the body wall. This is the gut wall. In all these areas, the cells are occupied. No lining, no body cavity, nothing. Completely cavity has been filled. No body cavity. Then such organisms are called acoelomate. Again, porifera, Coelenterata, Ctenophora. Remember porifera? If you remember Coelenterata, obviously who is following him? Ctenophora. Then Platyhelminthes. These four phyla comes under this category. Aschelminthes, pseudocoelomate. And after that, Annelida to Chordata, eucoelomate. Remember, these examples are important. See, let's read the text part. Coelomate definition, what they are given? Pseudocoelomate. In some animals, body cavity is not lined by mesoderm. Instead, the mesoderm is present as scattered pouches in between the ectoderm and endoderm. Ectoderm and endoderm in the sense the body wall and the gut wall, okay, which has derived from these ectoderm and endoderm layer. That's why. Acoelomate means the animals in which the body cavity is absent. First of all, absent. So, where do you find body cavity? That's why acoelomate. So, that basis of classification also over. This is NCERT diagram. If you look at this image carefully, you will understand. So, the first A part, which is talking about the coelomate organism. So, this blue color part, what they are marking? This is the body wall, and inside this is the gut wall, and red color part, what they are showing, that is nothing but the mesoderm. Here in the pseudocoelomate, they are present like a pouches. Okay, body wall is there, gut wall is there. Here body wall and gut wall, between that completely filled by the cells, no body cavity. So this is the image. If such image comes in your exam to identify not triploblastic, coelomate, pseudocoelomate, acoelomate, don't get confused. Just mark it properly. Okay. Now the next one is segmentation and metamerism. What is the meaning of this? Let's learn. Okay, the next topic is segmentation or metamerism. Both are one and the same. Segmentation means parts, okay, or nothing but the division. Metamer means nothing but parts which are appear like a ring-like structure. I will tell you the meaning. Let us take the example of a earthworm. So you have seen the earthworm structure, right? It is something like this. Outside, that is externally, if you look at the earthworm's body carefully, we could able to see the ring-like structure outside. That means which completely surrounds the body. That entire ring completely surrounds the body. Correct? So these rings, what you are seeing, it is not only present outside, it is present even inside also. Let us recall our train. Okay, train, everybody have seen, everybody have traveled even that also, right? So if I just draw a rough sketch of a train image, how it looks, this is one compartment. So like that, the train will be having many compartments, correct? Many compartments are there in train, but these compartments are not restricted outside only. Even when you get inside the train also, we could able to see, oh yes, this is my compartment where I'm sitting. And somewhere else in the next compartment, somebody, your friend or your relative might be sitting. And of course, we could able to see this is one compartment, this is other compartment. So inside also, we could able to see the compartment. Though there is a way, there is a place to go inside, we can walk inside, but we could able to see the compartments, right? So let me draw inside here. The inside the train I am writing. So this is one compartment. This is another compartment. This is one more compartment. Correct? Which is present inside. So outside, which will be looks like this. Right? No? So same thing. If you just take the example of earthworm, the compartment can be seen inside also. Inside also, the compartments are present like this. So there are certain organs are going to get repeat. If I take an example of an intestine, so these intestine that will be run for many compartments or many segments. So such segments which are present both inside as well as the outside is known as metamers. Metameres or metamers. But overall, if I just talk about the word called segmentation or segments, it can be present even externally, or it can be present internally, or it can be present both externally or internally. So that's why we are going to give a term called segmentation. That is a true segmentation. If they show such a compartment both inside or outside, or only inside or only outside. Okay. So based on that category, once again, we can classify the organism into three groups. One is both external and internal segmentation, where we could able to see Annelida. Annelida phylum, which consists, the best example is earthworm. Just now I have shown. Correct? Look at the image of the earthworm. Here, if you are a very keen observer, even in our real life also we have seen earthworm, right? Outside many ring-like structures are there. Correct? These are nothing but segmentation or metameres, which are present even inside also. And another group of organisms are there, which show segmentation only outside. There is no segmentation inside. Okay. Example, arthropoda. Arthropoda means joint-legged animals. Example, your cockroach, spider, scorpion, everything comes under this category only. Look at here, this image. Lobster it is. Here, if you are observed clearly, we could able to see the lines. These are the segments. This is one segment head and this is the thorax. And sorry, thorax comes here only. This is the abdomen region. Or even if I draw a diagram of a cockroach, this is the head, this is the thorax. Thorax shows many segments like this. And this is the abdomen. Abdomen shows once again the segments. And why they are called arthropoda? Because the legs are consisting many joints. This is one bone, another bone. They are like this. They are connected by many joints. So we'll talk about all this phylum with the example in detail. But you just know this. These are the joints. The leg which consists many joints, therefore joint-legged animal. Right. So here only external segmentation we can able to see, not internally. So this is another category. Whereas there are certain organisms where the best example we can take the chordata, where we are also comes under this category, only internal segmentation. Here outside we do not have any segmentation. Inside we can see the segmentation in vertebral column as well as even in the ribs. Look at here. Look at here this image. This is the vertebral column. That is the backbone. So here the backbone can be seen or can be made into many segments. This is one piece. This is another piece. These are the segments. Right? Even when we are in embryonic condition, even our body was showing certain segmentation. Embryonic stage, not now in the adult stage. And even the rib cage also, see, these are the segments. Many pieces. Correct? But it is only internally, not externally. So therefore, these phyla which are showing the segmentation either internally or externally, we call them as segmented animals. These are the true segmented animals. But tapeworm is not like that. Let us not learn about the tapeworm also regarding segmentation. It is considered as a false segmentation, pseudo segments. That won't comes even in your exam also. Nothing to worry. Don't worry about that. Okay. So hope I am very clear about this. Now the last criteria of classification is nothing but the notochord. So notochord means a solid rod-like structure. So now as we are talking about the 11 phylum, so these 11 phylum can be broadly classified into two categories. If I have to classify on the basis of presence or absence of notochord, I will tell you what is notochord. Now, if I have to group the entire animals into different category based on the presence or absence of notochord, I can make two groups. What are those? One is non-chordata. Non-chordata. Another group of organisms are called chordata. Chordata. On which basis? Based on the presence or absence of notochord. Okay. So let me take an organism roughly. I don't know which organism it is. Let's take an organism roughly. Okay. So let's imagine this is one organism. Anything it could be. It could be any organism. Right? It could be a cockroach, it could be a human being, or it could be any fish, anything it can be. Now, this side will be considered as the dorsal side. And this side is ventral side. Now, in this ventral side, we can see the mouth. This is the gut. That is alimentary canal. This is the anus. This is the mouth and this is the anus. Okay, which is present on ventral side. Whereas in the dorsal side, there is a solid rod-like structure is present. A solid rod-like structure. This solid rod, what you are seeing, this is nothing but notochord. This is actually derived from a mesoderm, where it is present on the dorsal side. And above this notochord, there is a nerve cord. So we'll talk about all these features in detail. This is the nerve cord. So this is the main criteria that we are going to take the entire animals of the kingdom for the classification of two categories. One is non-chordata, another one is chordata. Okay. So if the question comes based on any four options, which one considered as the important criteria of classification, then you must go for this one only, notochord. Even though the segmentations are coelom, so many things, coelom, segmentation, symmetry, many criteria we have taken for the classification, but this is the most important criteria because see, the entire animal kingdom we have classified into two categories just only based on the solid rod. Okay, but now you may get a question, ma'am, do we have a solid rod-like structure if you just touch your backbone? I mean, on your back? No, we do not have. But how do you consider ourselves as a chordata? But remember, this notochord, it doesn't mean that it should be present at now. I mean, we should be there at present. Even if you take before birth, that is in the embryonic condition, till the death of an organism, if this solid rod-like structure is present in any of the stage of an organism, then all those organisms are comes under which category? Chordata. Okay. If I take example of a human being itself, when we are an embryo, that means when we are in our mother's womb, imagine it's a mother. This is the embryo, right? This is the embryo. Now this embryo which was having a rod-like structure here, this is the notochord. Understood? Or sometimes some organism in adult body, imagine this is one organism. We don't know which organism. Simply roughly I am trying. Now it is adult organism. We do not find any notochord here. But the same organism, when it is in a larva stage, I will tell you about all this larva, embryo, everything you will come to know. Imagine this is the larva of this organism. But here in the larva stage, if it is having a solid rod in any part of the body, either it doesn't mean that it should be present throughout the body. In any part, it can be restricted to the tail. It can be present from head to tail. Anywhere it is present, but it should be present. Then, in any of the stage of its life form, then such organisms are considered as what? Chordata. If you do not have notochord, then you belongs to which group? Non-chordata. Okay. So, that's why in non-chordata group, we are going to see from porifera to Echinodermata. From porifera to Echinodermata, all these organisms comes under the group of non-chordata based on presence or absence of notochord. Notochord means what? It is a solid rod-like structure. Understood? Very simple, clear. Okay. So now the basis of classification part of your NCERT has been cleared. Now I have taken the text part of NCERT also to clarify a few things. Why it required for clarification, I will tell you. See, many heading what I have put. There is a digestive system, nothing but a body plan, and many things which are not given in NCERT in the form of heading, but the informations are given. But what do you think when you just look at the questions or when you listen the class, you think that ma'am has gone out of the syllabus. It is not important. She has simply done more things. No, these are there in your NCERT, but if you are not well aware to analyze how the things are hidden and how the informations are given, then there you are going to fail to analyze the concept. Okay, I will tell you. Very simple. See, this is the first page. Here, the basis of classification is given in the level and the first criteria, levels of organization is given that I have done. So, here you won't get any doubt because we have gone through NCERT only. Now, when you come to the second page, here, Echinodermata and chordates, all these things. This pattern is called organ system of level of organization. Up to this, what they have given, this is fine. This is fine. Now, after this, organ system in different groups of animals exhibit various patterns of complexity. For example, when you just open your textbook along with me, take a pen or a pencil, mark down here itself. Now, from here to here, the digestive system in Platyhelminthes has only one opening to the outside of the body, serve as both mouth and anus, and hence called incomplete. A complete digestive system has two opening, mouth and anus. Okay, up to here, up to anus. What you are going to read here in this paragraph, this is actually related to another type of classification criteria. That is, they are talking here about the body plan. But instead of giving us a body plan, everything they have included here only in the levels of organization. We'll think that it is not at all given in NCERT, but it is given in NCERT. That's why I'm just opening NCERT page only to clarify. Okay. And now, after that, they have not put the heading of circulatory system, but they are given about circulatory system. Look at here, this paragraph, circulatory system, heading is not given, but information is given. This entire paragraph is about circulatory system. Okay, so now you can write here, this is about circulatory system. But we have discussed in the class as a separate heading, separate criteria. But here the examples are not given, right? Directly they have given the definitions of open circulation as well as the closed circulation, but examples are not given. Now you are getting question, ma'am, is it required to learn the example? Because you have given so many examples, you said it is important. Yes, it is important. But to make you get confused, in the phylum part. For example, in Mollusca part, in Arthropoda part, in Annelida part, or in Hemichordata part, there a single line has been installed. So that they are telling, oh, this is showing open circulatory system, this is closed circulatory system. So like that, certain lines have been inserted, but here they have not given example. So we should be smart enough to analyze, to identify, to recognize the questions. Okay. Now, and the symmetry part, as usual, it is also given and we have also done. Okay. So totally, we have done how many criteria of classification? Total 8 criteria. Correct. So this is the first one. This is the first one. And body plan second, circulatory system third, symmetry fourth, and here diploblastic, triploblastic is given, but they have not mentioned as germ layer, but it is related to germ layer. If the question asked in the form of germ layer, we should not get scary. Okay, we should not get panic because this is nothing but germ layer part only. So this is the 5th criteria, and here in this side, this is about radial symmetry, this is bilateral symmetry, this is about the diploblastic and triploblastic. Even have shown the image while doing class. Correct. This is the which one? 5th criteria one. Total 8 we have to. This is Coelom is 6th one, so which is given as usual. We have done also, and the 7th one segmentation, 8th one Notochord. So everything we have discussed. So now, no doubt, I think every concept is crystal clear about the basis of classification. Now, when we just enter into the phylum part, like a porifera, Coelenterata, except few special characters or special features of that particular phyla, the general characters need not to explain again. I won't explain once again because all these general characters we have learned in detail. If I say, oh, these organisms are bilaterally symmetrical, then you should know what is the meaning of bilateral symmetry. If I say these are coelomate, you should know why they are called coelomate, why these are pseudo-coelomate, because we have understood the terms, we have understood the concept. So only special features we start reading will learn the phylum. Okay. Now before entering into the phylum porifera, let us solve few questions based on this topic. So like that, after every topic, we'll solve few questions. Let us see how the questions will be framed in NEET. Yes, radial symmetry is seen in Ctenophora, Coelenterata, Echinodermata, all of this. Remember one thing. Radial symmetry is the characteristic feature of organisms where they do not show motility. That is sessile or slow moving. Ctenophora, sessile or slow moving. Here Coelenterata, Echinodermata, all these are head formation is not there. Even in Ctenophora also we are going to see some organisms are freely movable, free moving. But that is not a criteria. First of all, we should see that their head formation do not occur. So therefore, all of these is the answer. Correct. Next question. Which among the following do not show the presence of coelom? Okay. So coelom from porifera to, if you take up to chordata, Aschelminthes shows pseudo-coelomate. And after that, Annelida, from Annelida to Chordata, we are going to see the presence of coelom. And before that, whatever the organism, up to Platyhelminthes, what you are going to see, all are acoelomate only. Acoelomate. Correct? So let us see. Annelida comes under here. So it's not an answer. Because they do not show the presence of coelom means they are talking about acoelomate. Okay, so here directly the answer is given. Platyhelminthes, Arthropoda also comes under the Echinodermata also. Therefore, this is the answer. Next one. Dash a closed circulatory system is present. Once again, from porifera to chordata. Porifera, Coelenterata, Ctenophora, Platyhelminthes, Aschelminthes, Annelida. So, first of all, the circulatory system concept introduced in Annelida part only, from Annelida. And after that, we are going to see some may shows open circulation, some may shows closed circulation. But here, overall, they are talking about closed circulation. So, it begins from Annelida part itself. So, here, the Annelida itself is the answer. Arthropoda, open circulation. Mollusca, some are closed, some are open. For example, cephalopods are closed circulation. Hemichordata also open circulatory system. Next, during evolution, triploblastic organization and bilateral symmetry starts from which phylum? See, directly if the question is related to symmetry, then you should think that it is begin from the head formation phylum. So in which phylum we are going to see the head formation? That is from the Platyhelminthes. Platyhelminthes. Up to that, the porifera, Coelenterata, Ctenophora, up to here, up to these three phylum, the head formation do not occur. Therefore, all this category, except this one, we are going to see the radial symmetry. Radial symmetry. And from Platyhelminthes to Chordata, except Echinodermata. Except Echinodermata, because it is a sessile, this is the only one showing radial symmetry. But apart from that, everything was showing what? Bilateral symmetry. And even when you talk about the triploblastic, diploblastic, these are advanced animals. They show like this. So therefore, here porifera do not comes. Platyhelminthes, where we can see the head formation, therefore this could be the answer. Aschelminthes, Coelenterata do not shows. Aschelminthes comes after Platyhelminthes. Okay, but both are, this one showing the first, according to evolution they are telling. So the phylum has been placed in evolutionary order itself. Therefore, Platyhelminthes come first after Aschelminthes. Though Aschelminthes shows both the features, but evolutionary pattern from which phylum it begins? Platyhelminthes. Therefore, this is not our answer here. Hope you are getting my point. Next question. The basic fundamental feature that have enabled us broadly classify the animal kingdom is cell organization and symmetry, level of organization and coelom, segmentation and notochord, all of the above. See, I said, by giving all the options, if they said which one is the most important, then you must go to notochord. Okay. But here, all of the above option is also given. So all these criteria are also included in classification. Therefore, let us go with this option only. If all of this is not given, only 4 options given where notochord was there, then you should go to notochord option only. Okay. Next. Animals where the body cavity, which is animal where the body cavity, which is the cavity present between the body wall and gut wall. Simply they are talking about the coelom. Okay. Is not lined by mesoderm. Remember, is not lined by mesoderm. Then such animals are called what? Pseudocoelomate. But they have not mentioned that they are present in pouches. That's it. But if it is not lined, you are what? Pseudocoelomate, man. So you are a pseudocoelomate. If you should say that you are a true coelom, then it should be lined by mesoderm. Therefore, they are not acoelomate, hemocoelomate and coelomate. Next. What does true segmentation or metamerism means? I said no. Either the segmentation or the partition present outside or inside, or sometimes both inside and outside. There is no repetition of any organ in successive segment. Wrong. Some organ will be repeated. I said no, the intestine is an organ. It will be repeated. In arthwom, if you take a testis, okay, or spermatheca, there is a pouch-like structure. Thank God, so many part has got deleted in a revised syllabus. Or else you need to learn about arthwom in detail. You need to learn about, there are so many concepts. You need to learn detail. But now, there is no such thing. So many concepts has got deleted. Where when we were studying the arthworm, particularly that worm, so there are certain pouches called spermatheca, where the sperms were present, which will be repeated in many segments. Okay, like that there are so many organs that will be present in many segments. For example, if it is present in segment 2, it will be present in segment 3, segment 4, segment 5. Like that, many organs were repeated. Okay, so that is what they are telling. There is no repetition. Of course, the repetition occurred. This is a wrong statement. Body is externally and internally divided into segment, correct? Each segment of the body has a serial repetition at least some organs. At least some organs must be repeated. Yes. So therefore, both B and C is the right answer. Option D. Next one, statement-based question. Read the statement 1 and statement 2 carefully to mark the correct option. Okay, let us read. Statement 1 says, Annelida, Mollusca, Arthropoda, Echinodermata, Hemichordata and Chordata are coelomate. Yes, we do agree. These are coelomate because their body is lined by mesoderm. Second statement, the body cavity is lined by mesoderm is called coelom. Correct. They are given. See, even such question can becomes as a assertion and reason. Instead of statement 1, if the same line is given as assertion, and instead of marking as statement 2, if the same line is given as reason, then it is a right reason for assertion also. Okay. But here, both statement 1 and statement 2 are true. This is our answer. Here, statement 1 is false given. Here, statement 2 false is given. Here, both are false given. Therefore, this is wrong. Next question. Okay, that's it. Okay, that's it. Let us talk about the phylum porifera. Okay, the first phylum, that is phylum porifera. Yes, before going to this phylum, let us talk about a schematic representation which is given in our NCERT textbook. So whatever the things that we have discussed now about the basis of classification, so the same thing which has represented in the form of a table. So that is appearing on your screen. Let's have a glance over it. See, one side they are talking about kingdom, that is Animalia. That is what we are talking about this chapter, multicellular animals. And after that, they are talking about levels of organization. Here, cellular level as well as another group consists tissue, organ and organ system. So when it comes to cellular level, only porifera is the phylum which represent this type of organization. So that's why if you just look at the phylum at the end, which is so given, which is represented by porifera group only, right? And now if you come down, tissue, organ and organ system level, that has been comprised by the phylum Coelenterata, Ctenophora, okay, and Platyhelminthes, Aschelminthes up to Chordata. And after that, the second criteria is the symmetry. So mostly asymmetrical, once again only porifera, radial symmetry, Coelenterata, Ctenophora, and then the bilateral symmetry, which is represented by Platyhelminthes, Aschelminthes, and rest of these things. See, look at here carefully. In bilateral symmetry only, there is a group which is given from Annelida to Chordata, where Echinodermata also they have represented. But if you are a keen observer, you can easily notice that to this Echinodermata, they have put a star mark. Okay, so what does this star mark represent? Just look down below. Below this table, there is a line given. So this line is basically representing this Echinodermata. Once again, that also represented by star mark only. They are telling Echinodermata exhibit radial or bilateral symmetry depending on the stage. It means if the organism is adult, then it is represented by radial symmetry. Then it goes to radial symmetry part. If it is a larval stage, which is represented by bilateral symmetry. So therefore, it has been put a star mark so that it is nothing but an exception. Then come to the third criteria, body cavity or a coelom. So acoelomate is porifera. Then come to acoelomate once again, Ctenophora and Cnidaria. There is nothing but Coelenterata. And without body cavity, acoelomate Platyhelminthes also, but pseudocoelomate are Aschelminthes. Rest of the phylum are coelomates. That is from Annelida to Chordata. So this is what the schematical representation of these different criteria on which we have classified the organisms into different phyla. So apart from this, we have discussed so many other criteria also. Hope I am very clear about that. All these points are very, very clear, crystal clear. Now let's move on to the phylum part. Let us discuss one by one in detail. So the first thing is phylum porifera. Name itself is telling that these animals are having what? Pores on their surface. If I just draw a rough diagram like this to represent this organism is nothing but a porifera, then how can I represent or how can I able to know this is a porifera? Just by looking at the surface. The surface of these organisms having small holes. It is nothing but a pores. Hence the name, what? Porifera. Okay. And these organisms are the primitive one because the life exists in water itself. If you are a class 12 student, you are very well aware about the evolution chapter because we know that we have learned there that life begins in the water itself. That is a single cell. And after that, the evolution start taking place, multicellular organism arise, and after that, many different forms of life we started seeing on the earth. But whatever you take, if you take an example of a plant, the life of a plant begins from the water itself. That we learnt in plant kingdom chapter. So like that, if you take the example of Animalia or animals, the life of the animals once again started from the water itself. So that's why the most primitive organism prefer to stay in where? In which habitat? Of course in water, because that is what they home. Understood, no? So that's why being a primitive organism, porifera prefer to live in which environment? In aquatic environment. And after that, Porifera is a name, already we know why it is came like that. A commonly called name for these organisms are sponges, because earlier these organisms were used for bathing purpose. Nowadays we are using the plastic sponge, right? But earlier the real sponge were using, real porifera were using as a sponge. So that's why they are commonly called what? Sponges. Okay. Yes, here the same points are mentioned in general features of porifera. They are commonly called sponge, just now I said, and their habit is aquatic. So mostly they are marine. Majority of organisms are found in marine water, but there are a few organisms, as I said, no, sponge. Sponge is also one form which comes under the porifera only. But if I say porifera, it is a general group. So within porifera phylum, there are so many organisms comes which are having the similar characters. Okay. So in that, the sponge is also one among them. So there is an organism called Euspongia, so which is actually using for bathing purpose. That's why it is also called bath sponge. Okay. So like that, there are so many things like a spongilla. Spongilla is one more organism, comes under this phyla only, which lives in fresh water. So that's why we can say majority are found in marine water. There are few poriferans, they prefer to grow in fresh water. And the body is mostly asymmetrical. You know the meaning of asymmetry? That cannot be divided into two equal halves when we pass through a central axis. Okay. And they are primitive multicellular. Why it is called primitive? Because when you take the multicellular organisms evolution, then the evolution begins from the poriferans itself. And after that, gradually it started showing the evolution. It became Coelenterata. From Coelenterata, we start seeing the Ctenophora. Okay, like that, we started seeing the different phyla or different organisms which are having advanced character, therefore placed under different kingdom. Different phylum. Okay, so here this is the most ancient one. Therefore, it is a primitive multicellular. And obviously, there is no tissue level organization. Which level it is? Cellular level organization. Only the cell aggregates, loose cell aggregates. Okay. So these are certain general features. Now, let us enter inside the actual body plan, how the sponge looks, the general things, everything let us discuss in detail. Okay. So if I just write down the diagram of a sponge which is present in a water, how it looks, let's assume this is a water. Right? This is a water. And now let's imagine here is a sponge which is attached to the substratum, which do not move. It is a sessile. Now, this is a structure. Okay. Let me take only one part here, or else we'll get confused. Now, on the surface of this body, it is having so many pores, small pores. So, we have given a name to these pores. What is that name? Ostia. So, these are small pores. And if you just observe on the top, there is a very big pore or big hole, correct? So, this structure is called osculum. Now, you take a knife and just cut this sponge and take the lateral section. What is meaning of lateral section? If you cut like this in the straight way, it is a longitudinal. Okay. If you take a knife or if you cut like this, then it is a lateral section. If you just cut in this form, it is a transverse section. But now I am telling you to cut in the lateral way. That is a lateral section. Then how this sponge looks? I am rubbing this. You have to imagine this is a water body. Then it somehow looks like this. Okay, this is the lateral section. Here the pores, what are you seeing here? They are present here somewhere. These are the pores. Now, let me mention the same things. This is the ostia. And this is osculum. And inside there is a big cavity you can see. Just imagine a pot. Imagine a pot. So a big pot you have. So you have kept that pot in a water. And you had made even a small holes in that pot. Then what happens? Automatically water will enter into that pot. correct, through the small holes. And on the top of the pot, there is a big pore or a big opening. That big opening is nothing but what? Osculum. And obviously inside a pot, there is a cavity, correct? So that cavity is also present inside here, because we are referring this, we are comparing it to a pot itself, no? So that's why we could able to see a cavity inside also. This cavity is nothing but spongocele. Spongocele. Okay. Now, if I ask you a simple question, if you have kept that pot inside a water, then how water will enter? Then you say, yes ma'am, of course it is through ostia only. Once it enters through ostia, where it has to go? Directly to the osculum or inside the spongocele? Of course it is into the spongocele, because it has to enter into that cavity only. Correct. So that's why here also the same process is happening. The water also moving or flowing in this direction only. That is, first water enters through ostia. Then it enter into spongocele. And finally, which is going outside, the water is moving outside through this osculum. Let me write here, water enters inside. Okay, so this process or this water flow movement, what you are seeing now, this water transport system is nothing but, we call it as a water canal system. Water canal system. This is a very important feature of a poriferans. Water canal system. Very, very important. In your exam, the question may ask by your examiner to mention the direction of water flow. Then how we are going to write? The first is ostia, second is spongocele, the third is osculum. Sometimes the same terms can be interchanged, like ostia, osculum, then spongocele, or spongocele, ostia, osculum. Like that, they can interchange the terms, and they may ask you to mention the right direction. Then obviously you have to write in this way only. This is called water canal system. Okay. Now, is this body so simple like this? Do they have any other structures or any other cells? Of course they have. What are those cells? Let us have a glance over it. Okay. So hope I am very clear about this part. Now, if I just take only the wall, okay, imagine a pot again. So that pot, if I am saying the outer layer is nothing but a wall of that pot, then that wall must be made up of something, right? It must be made up of some clay or some sand or whatever. So it must be made up of some material. Like that, here being a multicellular organism, it must be made up of certain cells. That is nothing but we call it as a body wall. So what are those body wall? What are those cells present in that body wall? Let's see. Here it consists mainly two layers. One is pinacoderm, another one is cyanoderm. Here these informations are not mentioned in NCERT, but the chances of asking questions in your NEET exam may be high or may not be. Sometimes they may ask, they may not. But if you know the information regarding this, it will be better. Okay. So I won't give much information, a brief information I'm going to give. So what is pinacoderm and what is cyanoderm? Because cyanoderm word is not there, but they mentioned about collar cell in NCERT. So that's why to understand about collar cell, we should understand cyanoderm. Okay. And there is no term like mesenchyme or gelatinous layer, but there is something related to skeleton. So if the skeleton is there in the sponge, then where it is present? So in this structure it is present. Then how it looks? How the structure looks in a poriferans. So for that purpose, we need to understand this structure. Very simple, very simple. Let us take the same lateral section again. Okay. To understand the body wall. So now the outermost layer, what I said as a pinacoderm, this is the outermost layer. It consists two types of cell. One is pinacocyte, another one is porocyte. How it looks? Like this. These are the cells. These are the cells. They are called pinacocytes. Okay. And which also consists certain cells in this way. Okay. Actually, it looks like a two cell, but in fact, it is only one cell. It is only one cell. Right? Inside there is a opening through which the water enters. So these are nothing but the ostia. This entire cell is called porocyte. This is ostia through which water enters. This entire cell is porocyte. Then obviously this is what? Pinacocyte. correct? So then this layer is nothing but what? This layer is called pinacoderm. So it is not just made by only two cells. Two cells in the sense, it's not only a simple structure, it is continued form. Somewhere again there is a porocyte, again pinacocyte, again porocyte. So like that it is continued like this. Okay, hope I am clear about this layer. This is nothing but pinacoderm. Now, when you get inside the pinacoderm, there is one more layer called chyanoderm. So chyanoderm looks like this, made up of a cell called collar cells. A group of cells present in this way. Okay. What is the name given for this cell? These are nothing but collar cells. So the layer which consists these collar cells are called chyanoderm. Chyanoderm. Okay. So collar cell is also called chyanocytes. And this thread-like structure, what I have written, this is nothing but a flagella. Okay. So I will draw the detailed structure, not detail. A individual cell I will take out and I will show you how this collar cell looks. But you just know this is a chyanoderm, consists of collar cell which is having a flagella. Okay. Now two layers over. One is pinacoderm, another one is chyanoderm. Between these two layers, actually the length becomes so big here and here the length becomes so small. Let me rub this part. Now it is better, I think. Okay. Now, between these two layers, the space which is so present, which is filled by a jelly-like substance, a gelatinous material. Okay. So, that material we call it as a mesenchyme. Right. So, let me fill that area. Okay. So, this is a jelly-like substance. This is nothing but mesenchyme. Mesenchyme. Correct. So, three parts in a body wall we have represented. Let us go back. So, pinacoderm, I showed that it has pinacocyte and porocyte. Then chyanoderm consists collar cell. Then mesenchyme, it is made up of gelatinous layer. Okay. Now, what is the purpose of studying this structure? Because I said there are certain cells which are even present in a gel-like substance. What are those cells? Do you think the porifera which are so standing like these are erectly? Do you think it's because of certain magic? Definitely not. How? In our body, we have a skeletal system like that. Even the porifera, though they do not have a bone-like structure, but still they have certain hard structure which are present inside this gelatinous material, which make this poriferans to look erect in a proper shape. Okay. So that looks almost like a rice grain. Have you seen the rice grain? Okay. So in that way, in a different shape, it looks. Let me show here. Let me show in this color. Something like this. Something like a rice grain, they looks like this. Like this. Throughout this material, it will be present. Not only this one, there are so many other cells are also there. But the thing which is present in NCERT, I am just focusing on that. I am not telling anything extra. Even if I say extra information, that is relevant to NEET only. So don't worry, nothing to get worry here. Okay, just learn these things. So these structures, what you are seeing, like a rice grain, are called spicules. Now spicules is, we need certain mesh-like substance which should cover us. Okay, those mesh-like material is called spongin fiber. So let's imagine here is a spongin fibers which are covering like this, like a mesh, which is present throughout the surface of this poriferans. Okay, so spicule as well as the spongin fiber. So these two structures together form what? It acts like an internal skeleton of sponge. That's why the sponge have a proper shape. So it must be made up of certain hard material, right? So that hard substance is nothing but calcium carbonate, and some amount of silica is also present in this area. Okay, so that's it. And along with that, in this gel-like material or gelatinous substance, they even have amoebocytes, they even have thesiocytes, they even have certain scleroblasts. So like that, so many cells are there. So let us not worry about all those cells because the information regarding those cells are not given in NCERT. So let us focus on only this much. Okay, but along with that, just know this one because sometimes the question may comes in this paragraph. There are certain special cells present. Hope this color is not visible. Let me take something else. Which one shall I take? Okay, pink one only I will take. So there are special group of cells which are present like this, which are covered by the spicules and all. Within that, there are certain special cells are present. These cells, they have a capacity of regenerating, not regenerating. Regeneration is a wrong word. They have a capacity of give rise to a whole body of a sponge. So they are called totipotent cell. Totipotency means what? The capacity of a cell to give rise to a whole body. Okay. So if you take any cell, that is, as we are considering it as a totipotent cell, from that totipotent cell, you can create any organ of the body. Okay. So here, these totipotent cell, they are totipotent cell, which also present inside. They have this capacity to make the whole poriferans to reconstruct again. Okay. Now, as you get inside, this is a cavity, is nothing but a spongocoel. And this is nothing but the osculum through which the water moves outside. Okay. So here, as I said, these are the ostia. These are the small pores through which water enters. This is ostia. So water will enter through this ostia and enters into the spongocoel. Now, once it comes into the spongocoel, there are flagellated cells called collar cell that just pushes the water upside like this. Upside. So do you think why they are simply wasting their energy of moving this water upside? This is because they have certain benefit over here. Okay, so what are those benefits? Because through this movement of water, they are also gathering the food. They are capturing the food which is present inside the water. Okay, so that's why the process of digestion also occurs within this collar cell only. Then we must see the collar cell structure. Correct? Let's see the collar cell structure. Water canal system, I will tell. See, something like this, the collar cell looks. It's a very big cell. The cytoplasm of this cell will undergo projection like this and looks like a finger-like structure. This area is called microvilli. If you just take out only one part of the microvilli, on either side of the microvilli, it consists a mucilaginous substance. Again, a gum-like material is present here. A gel-like material, gum-like material, or any mucilage material is present. So this mucilage, being gummy in nature, whenever the water is passing through this collar cell, the food particle which are so present, that will be adhere on the surface. They will be attached onto the surface. So immediately what will happen? It will push us inside the cytoplasm of the cell. And even they will be having what? A big thread-like structure called flagella. This is flagella. Now, when the food particles enter inside, they start breaking inside the cell only. Inside the cell itself, the food molecules are going to get break. So this type of digestion is called what? Intracellular digestion. So within the cell, the digestion of food occurs. But in our case, ours is not intracellular, ours is extracellular digestion. It means, imagine this is our alimentary canal. So the food enters into alimentary canal, not outside. Okay. Imagine the food particles remains here only. Then the cells which are so present on either side, imagine these are the cells. They secrete certain enzymes. That enzymes will be released outside into this gut system. Okay, into this canal system, so that when the enzymes enter, they start breaking the food. They digest the food inside this tube only, inside this canal only, and after that, the digested food which become into a simple molecules now, then that will be absorbed by these blood vessels. If it become a glucose, it will be absorbed by the glucose. That means the digestion do not occur inside the cell. It will be occur outside the cell, within the canal. That is nothing but in a tube-like structure. So that's why such digestion is called extracellular. but here it is occurring inside only. Therefore, it is intercellular digestion. Okay, that means here when you just look at the structure of the spongocell, here the system, how the water is moving, that is through ostia, then it enters into the spongocell, then it goes through osculum outside. During this process, this entire process we call it as what? Water canal system. During this process, they can also satisfy their hunger. They can capture the food, they can gather the food. So that is the one function of water canal system here I have mentioned. Water canal system function is capturing the food. Then this system even helps in respiration, because whenever we thought about an animal, because it's a multicellular animal, we think that it might be having certain face, nose, ear, but it is not having any of these structure. Then how come respiration process occurred? How come exchange of gases takes place? Once again, it is through water canal system only. See, here the water which is so going outside, which will be carrying what? Dissolved oxygen. So that dissolved oxygen even enter inside of the spongocell through ostia only. And after getting absorbed this oxygen, the carbon dioxide which is so released, that will be comes out through osculum. So once again, exchange of gases also occur here. Okay, and even excretion process also, it can be occurred through body surface or once again through water canal system, because here the waste material which are so released in the form of ammonia, because the animals which are living in water body, they release ammonia as their excretory waste. In our case, we are excreting urea as a excretory waste, right? So that will be removed with the help of kidney. Kidney are the excretory structures. But here, they do not have such advanced organs, right? First of all, they do not have tissue only. How come you expect organ? So therefore, this ammonia, that is excretory material, that also removes out through osculum, that is through water canal system. Ostia, spongocell and osculum. Therefore, these three main function, capturing food, respiration, excretion, done by water canal system. And along with that, it also performs the function of reproduction. It helps even in reproduction. How it is possible? Let's see at the reproduction part. Okay. So if the question comes regarding the water canal system function, don't make mistake, because it's very important. Okay. Next. This one over, colors. Okay. Now let's talk about the reproduction. So how these organisms are going to reproduce? One is by asexual method, another is by sexual method. If it has to reproduce by asexual method, then no involvement of gamete required. Correct? So even if one organism is there, from that another organism can easily form. No gamete fusion required. So one such process is fragmentation. Fragmentation means what? Here it is your porifera. Okay. Imagine there is a small piece of this porifera gets cut from the main body. Then this small piece just fell down. And again it starts growing into a big porifera. Okay. So this is called fragmentation. And another one is internal bud formation. So it is also called gemule formation. Gemule is a term that we have seen even in plant kingdom. Correct? That is in bryophyte. Here also we are using the term gemule. It is also called internal bud. How it is formed? Just recall. Here I have shown like this, no? When you take a lateral section of porifera, it looks like this. So this is the collar cell present in this area. The collar, which cell line the spongocell? Which cell you are going to write? Collar cell only. They are going to line the spongocell. Okay. Here the pinacodum, these porocytes, like these things are present. Inside I have mentioned the mesenchyme. There is a gelatinous material. And inside I said there are spicules present. These spicules, along with the spongin fibers, they enclose certain cells also. I told like this. Correct. Imagine these are the cells. These are the cells. These are special cells. They are called totipotent cell. Just now I said totipotent cell. They have the capacity to give rise to a whole porifera. Entire porifera body can be formed from this totipotent cell. That's why it is called totipotent cell. Their special name is archaeocytes, but let us not get confused by reading those cells. Just remember as totipotent cell. Now, they form like a bud. They look like a bud. Imagine certain unfavorable condition occurred in this area where these poriferans are living. Imagine there is an area, there is an ocean. In that ocean, certain toxic material released. This is the ocean part. Certain toxic has entered here so that this sponge start thinking that yes, this is my last breath, now I am going to die. So by that time, even though the entire sponge or entire porifera may get die, but this internal bud, what you say, that which is having the totipotent cell inside, that will remain alive because which has been covered by a strong layer. So this is called internal bud or a gemule. Now there will be comes outside, which is having the cell inside, totipotent cell inside. When the condition become favorable, they start germinating and they become a new porifera, new sponge. Okay, so this is once again a kind of asexual reproduction. Now, another method is sexual reproduction. What is sexual reproduction? Let's see this. So porifera, in porifera, there is no special male porifera or female porifera. Both the sex organs, male sex organ as well as the female sex organ, present within the same individual. Such organisms are called what? Hermaphrodite. Correct? Now, let me draw one sponge here. Imagine this is one sponge. Okay. Here in this sponge, there is a female gamete. And within this sponge itself, we could able to see the male gamete also. Right? These are the male gametes. So both the sex organs are present within that. It is called what? Hermaphrodite. No separation of sexes. But nature do not allow the organism which are having the same organisms which are having both the gametes of male and female do not allow to fuse inside only because it required evolution. If the same genetic makeup continue throughout the generation, then how come you expect the evolution? So that's why for the evolution to occur, we need certain changes in the genes. So that's why how the nature encourages, suppose if the male gamete mature first, then the female gamete will be in an immature condition. So even though the male wants to combine with the female, it will not be get matured enough. Okay, so that's why it has to search for another female gamete which might be present in some other porifera. So that's why imagine there is one more porifera here. This is also having the same condition. That means the male gamete is here. Sorry, female gamete is here. The male gametes are here. And here in this case, the female gamete has matured first. The male gamete not yet matured. Now, along with the water canal system, in water canal system, what happened? What happened? The water enters through ostrea, then into the spongiocele, then it comes out through osculum. Now, through this osculum, these male gametes are also coming outside. Okay, so the male gametes are coming outside, and now again through this porifera, through ostrea, again now they are entering into this body and they are fusing with this another gamete, that is a female gamete of another porifera. So like that they form a zygote. So zygote formation taking place inside the body of an organism. Therefore, what type of fertilization it is? It is an internal fertilization. It is not external fertilization. So many students don't know the difference between internal and external fertilization. I will tell you. Wait. If I take the example of a human being itself, so she is a human female. Okay, so now she will be having female reproductive system. Now the sperms are entered. The sperm enter into her body, and here itself the egg will be there. In her body, egg will be present. The sperm from the male partner that will be enter into her body. Now it will fuse with this egg inside her body only. So such a fertilization is called internal fertilization. In any organism, if the fertilization occurs inside the body of an organism, then it is called what? Internal fertilization. But in external fertilization, the scenario is different. For example, let me talk about the frog. Okay, let's consider it's a female frog. Okay, let's consider this is a female frog. And the male frog is going to hold the female frog. Okay, it's going to just hold the female frog. This is the male one. This is the female. Now, at the time of fertilization, what happens? Which are present inside a water. Imagine this is the water body. water body. Now the female gamete is also going to lay the egg outside. So these are the female gamete, that is the egg. And the male gametes are also going to release outside. So they release the male gametes, the sperms. So both are fused within the water body, outside their body. Male gamete and female gamete are not going to fuse inside the body. This is the sperm. They are fusing outside the female body. Such type of fertilization is called what? External fertilization. So these are the basic knowledge. If you don't understand the difference between internal and external, many things you will get confused. Okay. So if the fertilization occur inside the body, it is called internal fertilization. If it occur outside the body, it is called external fertilization. But here, in the case of porifera, the fertilization is occurring inside the body. Now after that, the zygote has formed. Zygote has formed. Now the zygote, it is, when it starts growing, it won't look like a porifera. It looks like some other feature or some other organism. Say for example, something else it is looking. I don't know which organism shape it is, but it's not looking like a porifera. It is nothing but a larva stage. Then as it starts growing up, then it becomes like an adult porifera. So such type of development is called what? Indirect development. Indirect development. Okay, what I said in sexual reproduction, these are hermaphrodite. These are hermaphrodite, that means sexes are not separate. Hope you understood the meaning. And the fertilization is internal. I said what is the meaning of that? And indirect development. Indirect development means it is showing the larva stage. If you take a human being example, when we give birth to a child, it resembles like us only. Maybe in size it is small, but it looks like human being only. But if you take an example of a, what is that? Caterpillar or silkworm only, silkworm. Okay. So any butterfly you take, it will show a larval stage. It look like a worm. It's not look like a butterfly only in the beginning itself, right? It has to undergo so many different stages. So that larva stage, if it exhibits, then if it looks like an adult, then such development is called what? Indirect development. And though it is being hermaphrodite, direct internal fertilization though occur, but here the same gamete of the same organism, I mean the male and female gamete of the same organism do not fuse. They prefer another organism, male or female gamete, to fuse there. Correct? Then it is called what? Cross fertilization. Cross fertilization. So hope you have learned so many things in sponges. This is more than enough. If you just read NCERT, you will understand each and every word and every line. Okay. If any question comes, it will come from these lines only, from these information only. So sexual reproduction already we have learned. So this is the image given in our NCERT textbook. If the question comes, if the examiner asks you to identify the image of this porifera, then you should know what is this, what is this. So this is the cycon. This is nothing but cycon. Cycon. Okay. So this is the real image of cycon. Okay. It is also called cypha. Cypha. Right. And another one is this one. So this is nothing but euspongia. That is a bath sponge. Earlier, this is spongilla. This one, bath sponge. It is commonly called bath sponge. It is using for bathing purpose. Then this one, it is called spongilla. It is a freshwater sponge. If in your NEET exam, which among the following is a freshwater sponge? If such question comes, you should know it is spongilla. Okay. Sometimes the question may comes directly like this, or the question maybe comes in the form of a diagram like this, diagram based question. The image will be given and they may ask you to identify. Then you should know it is nothing but spongilla, C1. Okay. So like such question may comes. So whatever the points that you have learned till now, that is more than enough, more than enough. Okay. I'm 100% guarantee if any question comes from porifera, definitely you are going to solve. Now, let's move on to another phyla, that is Coelenterata, Phylum Coelenterata. After Coelenterata, then the third one is Ctenophora. After completion of Ctenophora, then we'll discuss few questions, MCQ. Okay. Yes. Coelenterata is the old name. Cnidaria is the new name. Cnidaria. Why they have kept Cnidaria? Because it is a suitable name. Coelenterata is a group where Ctenophora as well as the Cnidarians were kept together in this phyla earlier. But later scientists came to know that the Ctenophora is having certain special features compared to this Cnidaria. Then they made it separate. But before that, everything was kept under where? In Coelenterata. So the same name started continuing. But the right name is what? Cnidaria. Okay? Because the organisms here in this phyla, they have a special cell. Those special cells are called cnidoblast. I will tell you, we'll talk about that in detail. Now, if the term Coelenterata comes in front of you, then which are all the organisms you have to recall? This one, there is a jellyfish. This one, there is a hydra. So these are certain things you have to imagine. Okay. Now let's talk about this phylum in detail. First of all, in this group, the organisms which are so present, they will be having two basic body forms. Two types of body forms. Few organisms are there, they can easily swim like anything. Okay, they do not stay in one particular place. They freely swimming. So such organisms we called what? Medusa form. Okay, but there are few organisms, if they found any substratum, that is any rock or any surface, earth surface, they just go and sit over there. They do not move anywhere from that place. So just attached to the substratum. It is known as what? Sessile. Sessile means they do not show movement. So technical name for sessile organisms are what? Polyp. Where? In the case of Cnidaria, there is Coelenterata. Whereas the technical name for freely moving organism in Coelenterata is Medusa. Okay, so that is what I have written. It having two basic body form. One is a polyp, another one is Medusa. The polyp is a sessile and a cylindrical shape. Look at here, the example I said, Hydra and Adamsia. Look at this image. This is Hydra, which is attaching to a substratum. And this is Adamsia. Adamsia means sea anemone. Sea anemone is also called Adamsia. It is also attaching to a substratum. They are not moving. Whereas if you take Aurelia, that is a jellyfish, it will be freely moving anywhere it wants. Okay. So this is actually Medusa. Here, these are usually cylindrical in shape like this. They are cylindrical. This one also cylindrical. Elongated cylindrical. But this one which shows something like an umbrella. Correct? So this is umbrella shape. So these are the points I have written here. Free swimming, umbrella shaped, example, Aurelia and jellyfish. Write down in your copy. Just don't look at the image as well as the information or the teaching what I am doing. Just write down in your copy, or else you cannot learn. Okay, this is the way of learning. Even if I am coming here to teach you, before that, even I also write the points in my copy. I will also practice it and then I'll come. Or else there are few terms that do not retain in your mind. It will easily get collapsed. So that's why just make a practice of writing. Okay, write down in your copy. It is a free swimming and umbrella. This is a sessile and cylindrical example. Just now I said. Now let us talk about their body structure, how it looks. Okay, general structure we'll talk. Every organism here after this they might be having mouth. Okay, because the food has to enter inside the body through mouth only. So let me show mouth here also. This is the mouth part. So the mouth here is called by a term called stoma. Stoma means what? It's a mouth. So below the mouth, there is a structure like this. Below the mouth, the structure which is so present below the stoma is nothing but hypostoma. Hypo means below, stoma means below the mouth. Now it will be continued as when the food intake by these organisms that has to enter into the gastrointestinal cavity, right? Gastrovascular cavity, that is nothing but the gut system. So now let's assume this is the gut system of this organism. So to this gut we have given a special name. What is the special name? Gastrovascular cavity. So it is also called coelenteron. Okay, coelenteron is the term given to this. I won't write because it's not given in NCERT. Don't get confused. That's why the name Coelenterata. Okay, and if it is a gut wall, there is a body wall also present outside. This is the body wall. So between the gut wall and the body wall, if there are no cavity, if it is filled by cells, if it is completely filled by cells, then what do you call such structure? Coelomate or acoelomate? Yes, it is acoelomate only. Correct? Because it is filled by the cells. No cavity between this body wall and gut system. Correct? So this much is clear. Now when you come on the surface, that is on the stroma around the mouth, there are so many thread-like structures present. Okay, so here it looks, there are so many. So these are thread-like structures surrounding this mouth. Okay, so these threads are called what? Tentacles. Tentacles. So because of this tentacles only, they are so powerful. Why? What is there such a speciality, or what is such a speciality found in the tentacles? There are certain poisonous cells present inside. Okay, so those poisonous cells, something like this, which are present on these tentacles, they are called cnidoblast. So these are called cnidoblast. So that's why the name what? Cnidaria. Cnidoblast or cnidocyst. Cnidocyst. Okay. So now when the food enters inside, the food can be digested within the cell. That is, if the cell is present, the food may get digested within it. It is called intracellular. Or sometimes the food can be digested in the gut system, so that the cells which are so present here, they may release the fluid. They may release the enzyme, so that which will make the food to get digest within the cavity. Okay. So such a digestion is called extracellular. Extracellular digestion. So therefore, in these organisms, we can find both intracellular as well as extracellular digestion. But now, I said the tentacles are having the special power. So what is that special power? That is nothing but having cnidoblast. What are these cnidoblasts will do? First of all, how this cnidoblast look? Let us learn about this. So hope I am very clear about the structure. Okay. Now, yes, before going to this, let's learn the cnidoblast structure. So here, NCERT image it is cnidocyst or cnidoblast, but I will draw separately how it looks. Very simple structure, beautiful structure even. It looks something like this, okay? It's a cell. It will be having a trigger point on the surface, okay? And inside there will be a cone-like structure present. There is a cone-like structure present inside. And this cone is filled by poisonous material. Poisonous material. Okay. Now, there is a thread which is surrounding this. Which color shall I use? Okay. There is a thread which is surrounding these things. Correct. And this is an opening. This is an opening. This is an opening. And there is an operculum. Operculum means just like a cap. So this cap is going to close this opening. This cap is going to close this structure like this. Close this structure. So this is the structure of this cnidoblast. And inside, what you are going to see this thread now. This cone-shaped structure is called nematocyst. Nematocyst, and these threads are called sting. It is called sting. Therefore, they are also called stinging cell. So this is the whole structure of this cnidoblast. What is the power of this? What is the speciality of this? I said inside they are going to store a poisonous material. Okay. By using that poisonous material, it is going to attack its prey. For example, see, if any organism come and just sat over here. If any organism, some insect came, if it is get triggered by this insect, then immediately this operculum, this structure is called operculum. This operculum is just kept open. It will just open, and immediately this cone, which is so wrapped by this thread-like structure, no, this thread I said string, that will be gets opened up, and immediately, just like a syringe, how the injection syringe that you are going to fill the fluid, in the same way here also the sting, which is so poisonous, present inside the cone, that will be filled up. I will show you here. You will understand. Now it's a trigger point. Now this operculum has got opened. This is the cone inside present, which is having the sting, the poison inside. See, now this thread is just moving, going up. They are going up. They are going up. So, which is Piercing is a thread inside this insect body. The insect is also attaching to this thread. Now inside they are filled by this fluid. The fluid is just moving inside. That's what I said. It is just like a syringe. How we are going to give an injection? By filling the medicine in the same way here, by filling these material, they are going to inject these organisms. So by doing such thing, they make the organism to get numb. So or get paralyzed immediately. When it get paralyzed or it get numb, immediately that will capture and they will just put it inside the mouth. So this is how they are going to satisfy their hunger. Okay, so that's why the stinging cells are helping in capturing the prey. And even sometimes if they want to fix their body into a particular position, then with the help of these stinging cells, they are going to attach their body to the substratum. Okay, so that is also once again importance of the stinging cell or a cnidoblast. And even if they want to escape from themselves from the predator, again they will be used it as a defense mechanism. It will just numb that predator, immediately it will just run from that place. Okay, so that's why if anybody asks you to mention the function of these stinging cells are cnidoblast, you can write it is for anchorage, that is to fix it in a proper position, their body, then for defense mechanism and even for capturing the prey. Okay, so this is the most important feature that we are going to found in this case. Okay, definitely you are going to get a question from this part. And if this image comes to identify in your exam, then you should know it is what? It is a cnidoblast. Look at here, this is a thread. What you are seeing? This is a thread filled by these poisonous material. So here is the conical shape structure, what I have shown here. Understood? This is a cnidoblast. And this image, once again NCERT image, this is jellyfish. So the jellyfish which is showing this outline, the body outline. So these are the tentacles of that jellyfish. And this one is Adamsia. Adamsia means sea anemone. And these are the tentacles. This is the general body surface which is fixing to the substrata. And these are the tentacles. Simple. Very simple structure. Okay. Done. This one done. This one done. This one done. Functions also down. Now, after listening all these things, easily you can write the general features of this Cnidaria or Coelenterata. What are general things? General points. The first thing is it is aquatic because this is the advanced form from the primitive sponges. Correct. So the sponges are the poriferans prefer to live in water. So immediately after this, the evolution will not make the organisms to move into the terrestrial habitat. Therefore, even though some advanced feature that could be able to seen in other phylum, obviously they might be adjusted within the water body only. Therefore, they are also aquatic. Mostly marine. But I am not telling that entirely marine or exclusively marine. There are certain phyla, they are exclusively belong themselves to a marine body only. But here they found even in a fresh water, but majority are marine. Okay. And sessile are free swimming, just now I said. Sessile means like a hydra. Hydra, majority are sessile only. But sometimes, even if they show any movement, there is a slight movement we could found in hydra. Okay. And sea anemone, they are sessile. Fix their body to the substratum. And jellyfish and all, they easily swim. Okay. They are medusa. And they are radially symmetry. Already we have learnt in the basis of classification. They are diploblastic. 2 germ layers they have. Ectoderm as well as the endoderm. No mesoderm. Then tissue level organization. Just now I have shown. Between the body wall and the gut system, there is no cavity. Okay. Acoelomate. They are acoelomate. That is not tissue level. So that property we call what? Acoelomate. This is one more feature. And tissue level organization, because up to porifera only cellular, up to porifera not, only porifera is having cellular, and after that tissue level. Then blind sac body plan. Why blind sac body plan? Look at here. If you just look at this diagram, we can say easily it is having only one opening, that is mouth. There is no separate opening as anus. So even if the food enter here, it has to get digested here only. Either it is intracellular or extracellular, but the unwanted food stuff, whatever it found here undigested, it has to goes out through this mouth itself. So therefore it is having only one opening. Therefore, such a body plan is called what? Blind sac body plan. And digestion can be intercellular, not intracellular or extracellular. Okay. These are certain general properties or general features of this phylum. Okay. Now, let's enter into the reproduction part. Reproduction once again can be asexual or sexual. Asexual reproduction usually through budding. Take an example of a hydra only. If it is a hydra, okay, this is a hydra. It will be having tentacles, right? Now, at the time of reproduction, it says, I want to give one more hydra, baby hydra. But it is very small. It looks like a bud that should grow on my body only, it says. So that's why a small hydra, even though it forms, that will be attached to the main body only. Like this. This is the baby hydra. Now this baby hydra that will be get detached from the main body. Again, it will be attached to the substratum. Again, it start growing. Again, it become an adult. Okay. So like this, it show the asexual reproduction. And if it want to show the sexual reproduction, majority of these organisms are unisexual. Unisexual means what? Male organism is separate, female organism is separate. But once again, certain organisms, few organisms, they may be bisexual. That is hermaphrodite. Both male and female sex organs may found within the same individual, just like in poriferans. Okay. Suppose if I take the hermaphrodite example, then how it looks? Let me show here. This is one organism. Here, the male sex organs are present on the top. If it is a hermaphrodite. And obviously, the female sex organs are found here only because it's a hermaphrodite. So, in male sex organ, male gamete is going to form. Female sex organ, female gamete. That is nothing but egg is going to form. But nature prefer cross-fertilization. Nature prefer different genetic makeup. Therefore, though both the gametes are found in the same individual, it do not allow the fusion of these gametes here only. Therefore, it will prevent, it will allow some other organism of the same species for the process of fusion. So, therefore, let us write one more here. Either it is a polyp or medusa, anything. Here also, we could able to find the same thing. Male sex organ, female sex organ. Correct? Now, the male sex organ, which is so releasing the male gamete, that may enter inside, that may fuse here with the female gamete. Right? So, cross-fertilization. Or, if it is showing unisexuality, then what happens? Let me take the example of a hydra. Not hydra. This is jellyfish. Okay? Imagine this is the... So, in jellyfish, we could able to see the oral arms here. Their body is something like this. This is the oral arms. And the tentacles will be present on the surface. Something like this. Okay? It is a transparent material. Therefore, even we could able to see certain internal organs of this organism. Right? So, this is one more jellyfish. These are the oral arms. Right? Now, let's assume this is the male sex organ present and here the female sex organ present. So, that's why I can refer it as a male jellyfish and this one will be considered as a female jellyfish. So, when the sexes are separate, where the individual consists only male or female sex organ in there, then we call them as unisexual. Then obviously what happened? During the sexual reproduction, they are going to release the gamete. The gamete will be released. That will be enters here. That will be fused with the female gamete which is present in other organism. That means in other individual. Okay. So after fusion, what it will form? It will form the zygote. So here the zygote do not exactly resemble that of the adult. Again, it will show some other structure. That is a larva structure it shows. Here, this larva, we call it as a planula. So, this name of the larva is not given in NCERT. So, even if you don't learn, no problem. Okay. But you just know it is an indirect development because it has to undergo through larva stage. Understood, no? So, these are the main points we need to learn in sexual reproduction. That's it. Sexual reproduction is nothing but by a formation of indirect development. Organism can be unisexual or bisexual. Okay, very simple. Indirect development, unisexual, bisexual. And even it can show asexual reproduction as well as the sexual reproduction. That's it. Okay. Now, let us learn few examples here. Okay. The most important point, I forgot to inform. So, in your NCERT, a last line about metagenesis in Obelia has mentioned. Let us learn about this. If you take a polyp, they reproduce both asexually and sexually. If you take medusa, they reproduce always asexually. Remember, always a sexual reproduction that we are going to find in medusa, not in polyp. But here, there is an organism called Obelia, which shows both sexual reproduction as well as the asexual reproduction. That means which show both polyp stage or medusa stage. Remember, listen to me carefully. If you take any polyp, you take any hydra or sea anemone, when it gives rise to another hydra or sea anemone, that will also polyp only. Okay. So like that, when you take medusa, that is a jellyfish. Then if it gives birth to another jellyfish, that also medusa only, that also free swimming. This one is polyp attached to the substratum. Always the next generation organism are polyp only. Here, if it is a free living, free swimming, medusa form, then the upcoming generation are also medusa only. But here, this is a special, unique organism. They show polyp to medusa nature, medusa to polyp nature. So like that, they are showing their life cycle from polyp to medusa, medusa to polyp. So this is called metagenesis or alternation of generation. I will tell you how. You will understand. Yes. Imagine here it is an Obelia. Obelia is reproduced like this. It shows many bud. Like this it shows. Okay, like this it grow. Look at this diagram. This is Obelia diagram. It shows many branches, right? In one of the branches, it has been filled by many internal bud. These are internal bud. These are small buds. So when these bud comes out, they develop into medusa form. Okay. So that is what I am trying to write here. Imagine there are buds present. When these buds comes out, they develop into medusa form. This is a medusa. Medusa means what? Free swimming. So one can be male and another can be female. Okay. So this one is male, another one is female. Let me write. Imagine this is the male and this one is female. Now the question is, this is polyp. Because their body is attached to the substratum. Correct. So now from this polyp, if it give birth to the another one, even though through asexual method, but it has to give another polyp only. But here it is giving birth to medusa. These two are medusa. So therefore we says that the polyp give birth to medusa asexually. Correct. Now this is male and this is female. Of course they are going to release male and female gamete. Correct. Let me show here. Imagine. Here is the male sex organ. Here is the female sex organ. So both are releasing their gamete. Male sex organ releases the sperm. Female sex organ releases the ovum. Both are combined. They form the zygote. Now this zygote is developing. Developing further. And finally, they give rise to, when they become grown up as an adult, they become what? Polyp. So here the polyp stage is forming sexually. Through sexual reproduction only we got zygote. That zygote has developed into what? Polyp, right? So from polyp it become medusa. From medusa it become polyp. One is through asexual, another one is through sexual. This is called metagenesis. Which seen in certain coelentrates like Obelia. Okay, Obelia is one such example. Okay, hope you understood about this. Let me summarize here. Polyp give rise to medusa. Medusa give rise to polyp. This is asexual. This is through asexual method. This is through sexual method. This is called alternation of generation. That's it. Over. Finish. Okay. Now let us learn few examples. Look at here. Adamsia already have understood. Correct. Jellyfish, Obelia. So many things already we have learned. And Here, few more example already what they said, that also included, and few more extra information also given about it. Not information, few extra names are also given here. If such question comes to identify this example or this organism belongs to which phyla, you should know, you should learn. Okay, examples part is very important. Many students are failed to remember the example, but there is no other way. You need to practice. You just make a chart of every phyla and their example. Just keep glance every day. Definitely it will come. Okay. Though in the beginning it may seem difficult, but of course, as you keep practicing it every day, definitely you can learn it easily. Okay. So here one example is Physalia. Physalia is commonly called Portuguese man of war. Why it is called Portuguese man of war? Because in 15th and 16th century, at the time of these Portuguese, they were introduced the sail ship. Sail ship, that is for the discovery, invention of many parts of the country like South Coast Africa and all. So during that process, the sail ship, what they were used to travel, that means for their traveling purpose, it was looking like this. So that's why they are called Portuguese man of war. Okay, this is the common name. Once again, the question may comes in the form of common name of Physalia. You should know this is Portuguese man of war. Then Adamsia, it is called sea anemone. So you are very well aware about the sea anemone. Okay, just now we discussed about this. And another example is Pennatula. Common name of this Pennatula is sea pen. So it is not actually looking like a pen, it is looking like a feather, right? In ancient period, the people, before introduction of this ballpoint pen, they were using the quill pen. So the quill pen, the ink will be filled to this quill pen. With the help of that, they were writing on the paper. Now, that means those quill pen, they will be having feathers on their surface, right? So in the same way, this is also having feather like a quill pen. Therefore, it is called what? Sea pen only. The scientific name is Pennatula. It is also coelenterate. And this one is the sea fan. Look at here. It is looking like a fan only, because having a broader surface and all. Gorgonia, the scientific name is. And this one, Meandrina, the common name is brain coral. It is looking like it resembles like a brain only, correct? So that's why the common name, brain coral. So these are few examples you need to remember in this phyla. Yes. The next phyla is what? Phylum Ctenophora. Yes. Now, the next phylum is Ctenophora. Ctenophora has two words within the same term. Cteno means comb. Ctene means comb. Normal comb, what we are going to use to comb our hair, no, that is nothing but ctene only in Latin terms. And fora means bearing. So it means might be these organisms having comb on their body. So that's why the name Ctenophora, comb bearing animals. Correct? So earlier, both Cnidaria as well as this Ctenophora, both were kept under a same phylum called Coelenterata. Coelenterata. Now, we are reading Coelenterata as a separate phylum. Correct? But before this, both were having similar characters. Majority of the characters were similar. Therefore, they were kept under Coelenterata. But later, the scientists came to know that yes, the Ctenophora might be having some advanced character compared to Cnidaria. Therefore, you just come and decide. So let the Cnidaria to be in a separate phylum. So that's why Cnidaria become a separate phylum. But actually, Cnidaria itself is a phylum. But in our NCRT, Cnidaria itself has mentioned as what? Coelenterata. Don't get confused. Coelenterata, Cnidaria, both were same according to our NCRT. But actually earlier, both were kept under Coelenterata phylum. Okay. Now, if the question comes in your exam regarding coelentrates, okay, regarding Cnidarians, then without getting any confusion, just mark it as Coelenterata only. Because now they have kept this Ctenophora as a separate phylum, correct? So therefore there is no confusion. Okay. Now, look at this image. It's a beautiful organism, correct? It's not actually looking like an organism because it is not having any mouth, ear, tongue, anything, but still it is an organism. Okay. So why it is looking so beautiful? Because it says, I can play a dual role. It means during daytime, I looks like a transparent gel. But at the night time, I just show a stunning light like Diwali light. Okay. So that's why the entire body is bearing the lights on its surface. It is somewhat emitting the light. So this property is nothing but bioluminescence. Bioluminescence. What is the meaning of bioluminescence? The property of an organism to emit light. Okay, so they might be having certain special structures, special chemical. With the help of that, they could be able to emit light only during night, right? So this organism, this Ctenophora, they are exclusively marine. Exclusively marine. It means what? When we were studying sea trees, we learned that these organisms can be found both in marine water as well as in fresh water, but mostly marine. Mostly marine in the sense, majority are marine, but at least few were found in the fresh water. But here they are telling, we are purely exclusive, man. We won't touch even your fresh water also. So that's why, okay, fine, you are a unique feature. Let's go on one side, you are a Ctenophora. But for that reason, we are not given a name called Ctenophora. If you are a keen observer, if you observe carefully, we could able to see a combs on their surface like this. I will show you in detail. So this is the comb-bearing animal. Look at here. During daytime, a person is holding this same organism. It is actually a Ctenoplana. It is looking like a transparent gel, correct? So that's why we can also call it as a sea walnut. Okay, it is having a shape like a walnut, or comb jellies. Okay, they are having comb on their surface that looks like a jelly. Therefore, they are comb jellies, right? And they are exclusively marine. As I said, they are purely restricted to marine environment. Marine environment in the sense ocean, sea, like that. They won't found in the fresh water. Here, in examination point of view, you have to remember 3 phylum names which are exclusively marine. Right now in your copy, just take down. What are those phylum? Phyla which are exclusively marine. Here only it is. Let me write. 3 phylum name you have to remember. One is this Ctenophora. Second one, Echinodermata. Echinodermata also purely marine. And Hemichordata. One more phylum. So whenever we see the organisms which are exclusively marine, then one thing should come into our mind that they are showing external fertilization. Write down in your copy. Definitely it will come to your help during examination or while reading itself. Okay. Now let us see few characters. Before that, let us understand the body structure. Why they are called comb jellies or ctenophores. Okay. So this organism is somewhat spherical in shape. It is a spherical in shape. Spherical. So on their surface, they have 8 comb plates. 8 comb plates. Suppose if I just look at this organism in a 3D dimension, 3D view, if I show, it looks something like this. This is a 3D view. Let's imagine. Okay. So here is the mouth. Here is the mouth. And here on their surface, okay, let me not mark mouth. First, let me mark down those 8 comb plates. Then it is somehow look like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 plates, comb plates. Why they are called comb plates? I will show you in detail. Okay, and they will be having 2 thread-like structure which are arising from this end. So this is what is structure of an organism. Its name is pleurobrachia. Pleurobrachia, which is one of the member of this Ctenophora. So in a 3D version, it looks like this. Now the same diagram I will show you in a 2D version. 2D version means only one side I can show you. On the back side, the 4 comb plates, what it is there, that you cannot see because only one side you could be able to see, no, that's fine. Now here, if I just show the mouth, it will be present somewhere here. So here the mouth is at the center, right? Now the 4 comb plates, I will show something like this. See, this is one comb plate. Why it is called comb plate? Let me tell you. Let me color it first. Why I am coloring? Because I love to do coloring. That's why. Yes, now it is clear and it is very clearly visible. Now, on these comb plates, we could able to see a comb-like structure like this, like this, like this, like this. Okay, so it will be present throughout its body. Now, do you understand why they are called ctenophore? Because throughout their body, they are bearing the comb and they are just moving by having the comb. Okay, no need of combing their hair because throughout their body it is present. But actually, it is not a comb. It looks like a comb. Then what it is? It is nothing but cilia. These are cilia. Okay, so with the help of the cilia, these organisms can move in the water, that is in the ocean, right? And this is the mouth. And on either side of this surface, here a thread-like structure arises like this. Okay, it's a flagella. On either end, it is having the tentacles. So these are the tentacles. So once again, the tentacles are present, but in some organisms, tentacles may be absent. Okay, but in some, it may present. So let's imagine the tentacles are present in this organism. On the surface of tentacles, usually what we had seen in the case of Cnidaria, yes, of course, cnidocyte or cnidoblast. That's why the name Cnidaria. But here these organisms are telling, we do not come under your group now. Because we do not have Cnidaria at all. Then what do you have? How you are going to capture your food? I mean, how you are going to capture your prey? Or how you are going to defend yourself from the predator? Then these organisms is very simple. We have a gum bottle. We have a glue along with that. So with the help of that glue, first we will release that glue. Glue means gum. If any organism comes in contact with that, immediately it will get attached to them or adhere to that. Then we will easily ingest it. We are going to take it into our mouth. This is how we are going to satisfy our hunger. Okay. Then which structure? What are those glue then? Then these organisms said, these are the tentacles. No, on the surface of these tentacles, you could able to see these glue. That is nothing but a small cells are present. They act like a glue. They are nothing but coloblast. This word is not given in NCERT, but write down in your copy. Suppose if the question comes, it would be beneficial for you to answer it. So these are called coloblast. Coloblast. That's it. Very simple. And rest of the things almost are similar to that of the cnidarians. Now, these organisms are telling, we are also diploblastic. You are also diploblastic. That means to the cnidaria. And I am also tissue level organization. You are also tissue level organization. That means many characteristic features, many characters, they were in similar with that of the cnidarians. Let us see what are those characters. Because if such question comes, right, which among the following characters are similar with that of cnidarians, then you should know it, no? Hope you are writing all these points in your copy. Let me move on to the next slide. Here I have put some similarities with the cnidarians. So blind sac body plan. What is blind sac body plan? So here also they have only one opening, that is mouth. So through which the food enters, again that will act as an anus through which undigested food comes out. Okay. And here they have tissue level organization, no organ level, and radial symmetry. If you take this organism, cut into any piece, I mean through the central axis if you cut, it will give rise to two equal half in any plane, whenever it passes through the central axis. Then these are also acoelomate, no body cavity. Both are intracellular and extracellular digestion. They are also telling, I am also having intracellular and extracellular digestion. Then coelentrates said, cnidarian said, you are showing lot of characters, no? Just come to our group. Then these organisms said, that means the ctenophores. Do you have bioluminescence property that I have possessed so that I can illuminate brightly like a Diwali light, stunning damn Diwali light? Okay, do you have that property? You don't have. Then how dare you to call me into your group? Okay, just get lost. So bioluminescence property is one such property possessed by ctenophore. It is very important for your NEET point of view. Okay, then these organisms have comb plates. That's why they are called ctenophore. But cnidarians, they didn't have. Correct? Then here they are not having cnidoblast. Instead, they have a coloblast. Therefore, if they do not have cnidoblast, how can you consider them as a cnidaria? Correct? And no polyp, no colonial polyp, no colonial polyp, all are motile. It means what? In the case of coelentrates, we have seen the polyp like this. For example, hydra. So this hydra is a single one. It is a solitary polyp. Solitary polyp. Suppose if you take the example of Obelia, Obelia are present in a colony like this. Again it will branches. Again it make one more branch. So like that they were present. But still they are attached to the substrata. Therefore we can say this organism as colonial polyp. Colonial polyp. And even these organisms were found in a motile form also. For example, jellyfish. So this is a motile. So we could see all these forms in coelentrates. That is in Cnidarian. Whereas here these organisms said, we won't show any polyp stage. Not even colonial polyp. We are only motile structure. So therefore it is one of the unique features that we have. Then the reproduction. What we have seen in the case of this hydra, they were showing a bud-like structure so that this bud get detached. It is one of the asexual reproduction. And here also we could able to see from this polyp, it could able to give rise to medusa. But no such asexual reproduction occur in Ctenophora. Only sexual reproduction. Therefore, because of having all this characteristic feature, what the scientists did, okay, do one thing, you both don't get quarrel, just come into the separate phylum. So therefore, Ctenophora become a separate phylum. Okay. So remember these points are important. Now, let us talk about few things about reproduction. So this phylum is over. Very simple, very small. So what about reproduction? As I said, they show only sexual reproduction. Correct? So the sex organ should be present in their body. But here they are telling, we do not have a separate individual for bearing the separate sex organs. Male sex organ is also present in my body. Female sex organ is also present in the same body. Therefore, obviously, these are hermaphrodite. Correct? If I just draw one organism like this, here one more organism if I take, they are not unisexual. It is not a male ctenophore or female ctenophore. Suppose if it is a pleurobrachia only, it is not a male or it is a female. Both sex organ present within the same individual. That means if it is a egg and it could be the female sex organ, it could be the male sex organ. Correct? So here also, if it is a female sex organ, it could be the male sex organ. So male sex organ, of course, it will produce the male gamete. But nature do not entertain the fusion of the same gamete of the same individual. So that's why they are searching. They are searching of another gamete, the another partner of the another organisms, which is present in other organism to fuse with this gamete. So therefore, it is a cross-fertilization. Here I have not mentioned cross-fertilization. And always it is external fertilization. Okay. Let me not show like this. Suppose, if it is releasing the male gamete outside the body, that is in the water, the female also releases its egg, that is female gamete, into the water only. So both female gamete as well as the male gamete fuse in a water body, in this water body. Okay, then such fertilization is called what? Just now I have shown by taking the example of frog in porifera. Correct? So therefore it is an external fertilization. Remember, it is once again a characteristic feature and indirect development. So the zygote which is so formed here, the zygote produce a larva. It produces a larva, then it will become an adult like this. Such development is called indirect development. Here, only two examples we need to remember. What are those? One is pleurobrachia, which is given in NCERT only. Suppose if diagram-based question comes, you should know this is pleurobrachia. So this is a real image of pleurobrachia. Can you see how it is glowing in the night? So these are the two flagellated structures which bearing the tentacles. And one more example is Ctenoplana. This is just like a basket. Once again comes under this phylum Ctenophora. Okay, that's it. Over. Ctenophora also over. Now, regarding these three phylum, porifera, coelenterata, as well as the Ctenophora, let's solve few questions. Let us check our knowledge how much thorough we are in our concept. Okay, in sponges in the sense they are talking about porifera. Dash maintains the flow of water current in the spongocyll. Who is responsible for that? Amoeboid cell, collar cell, epithelial cell, or of the above? Amoeboid cell, epithelial cell, first of all, I didn't inform. Of course, they are also present, but they are present in the mesenchyme. I told where the mesenchyme is present, between the pinacoderm as well as the kyanoderm. But they are not playing any role here in water movement. Who is actually playing? There is a collar cell. Collar cells are just pushing the water, right? Excess of water will be pushed out with the help of their flagella, so that will be removed outside from osculum. So that work is done by collar cell. Kyanocyte is the answer. Next question. The grade of organization in sponges is which one? This is the only phylum which possesses cellular grade of organization. So don't get confused. It is not a cell tissue grade, protoplasmic grade, organ system grade. If you have understood the concept, within a fraction of a second you will answer without taking much time. Okay? I am very sure you are answering. Most of asymmetrical coelomate means they are talking about poriferans only. Belongs to the phylum porifera, because majority of the individuals which comes under porifera, they shows asymmetry only. Very few bilateral or radial. Therefore, we won't consider those exceptions. Okay? It's not Ctenophora, Cnidaria. Both are radial symmetry. Echinodermata also radial symmetry. Next one. Collar cells from the lining of spongocyll in which organism we are going to see collar cell? Of course, in porifera. Here, jellyfish is not a porifera. Cycon is a porifera. Correct? Cypha. Taenia, Pila, they belong to some other phylum. Taenia, that we'll learn shortly in Platyhelminthes group. Then, sponges capture food with the help of, again, collar cell only. Collar cell or kynocyte, both are same. Pinacocyte, trophocyte, thesiocyte. Don't worry about all these stuffs. It won't come in your exam because it is not given in NCERT only. Which one of the following animal is diploblastic? See, animal's name they have given. See, if we are talking about diploblastic means, obviously it relates to Ctenophora as well as the Cnidaria. Correct? From the Platyhelminthes, they start showing the different nature. Here, Pennatula is nothing but sea pen. It's a Coelenterata only. I can mark this. Paramecium, first of all, it is not an animal. It's a protozoa. Taenia is a flatworm. Platyhelminthes group. Triploblastic. Ascaris also do not comes under this category. They are all, these two are triploblastic. This one, first of all, not an animal only. Therefore, this is the right answer. Next question. The function of nematoblast. Nematoblast means a nematocyte. In the coelenterate is locomotion, offense and defense, reproduction, nutrition. See, many students, they will stuck here. When they see these options, they know easily that locomotion, it will not help. Reproduction, it won't help. But when they look at these options, offense and defense as well as the nutrition, they got confused. Because ma'am said, with the help of that nidoblast, they will capture the prey and they will engulf. It might be a mode of nutrition, right? But actually remember, while answering any question, we need to seek the best answer. Of course, the correct answer is also important, but if there are two similar answers, then we need to go for the best one. So that's why instead of going to the nutrition, the best answer, the most relevant answer is defense and offense. Because with the help of that sting means what? Okay, it's something which is having the poison inside. So with the help of that sting, the chemical which is present inside that core, with the help of that, it is going to attack its prey. If any predator comes, with the help of that only, it is going to attack. It is nothing but it is a kind of defense. Correct? So if we are having any gun, means what? Of course, we can use that gun for shooting purpose so that we can hunt it. I mean, we can hunt the animal, we can use that animal as a food. But suddenly, if a person is having gun, then what thought comes in your mind? Of course, it is for its defense only, no? Therefore, here also we should go for this option, offense and defense. Okay, it's not for a nutrition. Here, they're using that for this purpose mainly. Next question, corals. Okay, I forgot to inform this. Corals. Coral reef, you might have heard. So, in coelenterate, which are present at the depth of the ocean. Something like this, they will form coelenterate only. On their surface of their body, polyp, okay, they attach to the substratum. On their surface, they are going to bear a thin layer of this calcium carbonate. Very thin layer. Okay, let me mark it as calcium carbonate. So these are called corals or coral reef. It is one of the property that you can see in coelentrates. Corals belongs to the phylum. It's not a property. Corals are actually organisms. They are polyp only. They have calcium carbonate on their surface. That's it. So they are coelenterate. It's not found in porifera. Porifera calcium carbonate is there, but in silica. Sorry, what is that? In endoskeleton. Spicules. Okay. Mollusca, Echinodermata, we have not yet learned, but these two things do not come under here. Radial symmetrical diploblastic animal, radial symmetry. Ascaris, earthworm, liver fluke, hydra. Hydra is a radial symmetry. Correct? Of course, it is a coelenterate. These Ascaris, earthworm and liver fluke, they are not showing radial symmetry. They have head. Okay? Even though I have not done this phylum in detail, but in the introduction part, in the basis of classification, I told about the Annelida, Arthropoda, Aschelminthes, and even Platyhelminthes, the cephalization process, head formation process begin. So therefore, they started showing bilateral symmetry. Therefore, this is the right answer, Hydra, which showing radial symmetry. Medusa stage is not found in sea. It is not found in which organism it is not found? Hydra, it is attached to the substratum. Correct? It attaches to the substratum. So it is not a medusa. This is our answer. Aurelia, it's a medusa. That means it easily can move. Obelia also move. Physalia also move. Portuguese man of war. So all these are medusa except this hydra. Next one. Comb jellies or sea walnut belongs to which category? Not coelenterate. It is Ctenophora. Then, which of the following is a coelenterate? Sea cow, sea cucumber, sea fan, sea horse. Sea fan. Okay? Sea fan. I have shown even the image also. Okay, next one. Platyhelminthes. Look at this image. It looks like a dry leaf, right? And if you just look at the shape of this organism, it seems as if somebody has put their foot on this organism so that it has been pressed over the rock. Correct? So, like that, it is flat. So, that's why the name flatworms. They are commonly called as what? Flatworms. Okay? So, all the organisms which comes under this phyla are dorso-ventrally flat. Dorso-ventrally flat means dorsal side is also flat, ventral side is also flat. Just like a leaf. If you imagine a leaf, how a leaf looks, flat leaf, in the same way these organisms look. Even though their shape, their length, their width maybe varies, but when you just look at their structure, they are flat only. That is the best thing you have to remember. Flatworms. Okay, look at here. Yes, these are dorso-ventrally flattened. Just now I said the meaning of dorso-ventral flattened, and mostly endoparasite. It means majority of the organism comes under this phylum are endoparasite. Of course, there are certain organisms, they are free living. They do not want anybody's help. First of all, you should know the meaning of endoparasite, no? Then you will understand the meaning of free living. Those students who have watched the video of biological classification that I have done, they can understand the difference between parasite, saprophyte, free living, everything. But even though if you are new, no problem to this channel. Okay, I will tell you. Parasite means what? Any organism which is depending on other organism for their food and shelter. For example, a worm. Okay, we have come across with the roundworm. We have seen there are so many worms which are present in the small children's stomach. Don't eat too much of sweets because your body will prone to a lot of worms. See, general talks that we are going to see from the parents' mouth. Okay, don't addict it for the sweets and all. Why they are telling? Because though they do not know the scientific reason, but they know that the body is going to give a place for certain worms. inside their intestine or inside their stomach. Usually it is not a stomach, inside the intestine. Then we become a host for those worms because we are giving shelter inside our body, inside our intestine, and we are giving food to those worms. Then obviously we are a host. And those worms, which are actually depending on us for the food as well as the shelter, they are nothing but a parasite. If the parasite is present inside the body, they are endoparasite. If the parasite present outside the body, for example, the lice which are present in the air, they are ectoparasite. Lice and ticks you might have seen on the surface of the dog body, the ticks are present. So they are sucking the blood from the dog's body, but they are present outside only. They are ectoparasite. But here, majority of the organisms are endoparasite, present inside the body of other organisms. Okay, and they have bilateral symmetry. See, till now, till Ctenophora, we were studying that the organisms were having radial symmetry. Why? Because they were not having the head. When the head formation occurred in the evolution process, majority of the sense organ accumulating the head, that process is called cephalization, then the organisms start running from their predator, or they start running, or they start moving in search of organism. Then, in those organisms, we couldn't expect the radial symmetry. Correct? So, therefore, in such organism, we can see only bilateral symmetry. Here, the bilateral symmetry for the first time seen in animal kingdom in these Platyhelminthes. And that triploblastic even. And organ level of organization. Okay? So, in our NCRT, on one side it is given organ level, but on other side it is given organ system level. But remember, it is organ level of organization. Okay? So, these three are the unique in the sense, the characteristic feature for the first time seen in animal kingdom. And of course, the later on, the which organism or which phylum comes, they started showing these characters. But for the first time, we started seeing here. And of course, they are aceromate. Okay? Now, look at here. One such example of flatworm is tapeworm. Okay? So, this is the intestine of a person. There's a human being. Inside, can you see here? It's a tapeworm, a long thread-like structure. It's a tape-like structure which is present in the intestine, which is attaches to the intestine. Okay? And, okay, if I just remove this organism outside, they looks like tape only. They looks like a flat tape, like this. As if somebody has put their foot on this organism, so that like that it is going to be oppressed on the bottom. Okay, that's why it is called dorsoventrally flattened. Right? And these organisms, they are depending on the host, means they are endoparasite. So only one tapeworm is going to present in human being. We are not going to expect many tapeworm. If a person is affected, listen to me carefully. I am not telling everybody is having one tapeworm in our body. If a person is affected, imagine if I am affected. No, I am not affected. Let me take somebody's example. Okay. So, if this person is affected, then, okay, if I say this person is affected, then in his intestine, only one tapeworm is going to present, not more than one. Okay. So, I will tell you why I am stressing this particularly. So, these organisms, they are going to attach to the intestine with the help of certain structure called hooks and sucker. Okay. Because we know that our body keep on doing the peristaltic activity. The food will be keep moving. We have learned in our lower classes itself, no? From the esophagus, the food will be pushes like this. Then in the stomach also it starts showing the churning movement. When it comes to the intestine, then also it starts showing the movement. There is a peristaltic movement. So during this movement, if the intestine is showing like this, the worm may get detached from the body. It may go out from the human body in the fecal matter. But these worms are very smart. They are telling whether you do any type of movement, whether it is a peristaltic movement or whichever way it is, I am going to hold on your intestine like this. Okay, with the help of certain structure. Those structures are called hooks and sucker. Okay. So, let me show that. They do not have alimentary canal first of all. Okay. I will tell you why. And they absorb nutrients from the host through the body surface and they have hooks and suckers. Let me show here. Okay. Imagine this is a tapeworm. A long tapeworm. Very, very long it is. Very, very long. Okay, so this is the head part. Actually, we won't call it as a head. And here, the rest of the things, they start showing the segments like this. Actually, it is not a true segment. I will tell you. I will tell you why it is not a true segment. When you take the example of Annelida, that is an earthworm, there we could able to see the segment inside as well as the outside. But here, they looks like a segment, but they are not actually the segment. Each part acts like one individual organism, because as these organisms keep growing, the lower base start bulging out and it will be get detached from the body outside through the fecal matter. Okay, and I said if a person is affected from a tapeworm, he will be having only one tapeworm myself. Okay, so why? Because its nature is like that only. In such cases, if this organism, if it has to show sexual reproduction, because in sexual reproduction we are going to learn that. I will tell you about Phylum cell. Planaria. Let me show here only. If they want to talk about the sexual reproduction, these organisms are hermaphrodite, and they show internal fertilization. Now just think. If this person affected from only one tapeworm, then how can he show sexual reproduction? Because the tapeworm, if it is a male, then it has to go from its body, out of his body in search of female. Do this organism is going to take a permission from this guy, time please, so that I will go out from your body, I will mate with a female and again I will come back? No, it cannot do like that. So that's why these organisms, in each of these segments, they are going to bear the sex organs. Okay, so every segment they have male sex organ, female sex organ, male sex organ, female sex organ. So like that every segment will be having. So at the time of maturity, these sex organs release the gametes, and these gametes fuse and they produce the zygote. That's why the fertilization occurs internally only. Okay, as these segments become older, they start getting detached. Imagine this segment become detached from this main worm body. Okay, it got detached. This becomes separate. Now this detached segment going to be get released from the fecal matter of this person. It is going to get released out. Again, it will be just enter into the somebody's body. Again, it start growing into a new worm. Okay, so that's why we can say that even though they present only one inside, they are hermaphrodite and they show internal fertilization as well as the self-fertilization. Remember, till now, the organism, though they bear both sex organs, male and female sex organ, but they prefer to mate with some other organism. Why? Because the nature wants evolution. It wants different genetic makeup. But here, cross-fertilization do not occur, only internal fertilization, because there is no other option. No, that's why. Okay, so this is about fertilization. That's it. And here I said the body absorbs the nutrient from the host surface through their body surface only. They do not have alimentary canal at all, because these organisms says, anyhow I am present inside a body of a human. I am present inside the body of a mammal. It could be a pig, it could be a dog, it could be any other organism. Why should I bother? Because anyhow I am retaining in the intestine. In the intestine, the digested food only comes. If I just absorb the digested food like a blood vessel, then why should I need alimentary canal? Why I have to digest it again? So therefore, all the digested food which are so present in the intestine, that will be absorbed through their body surface only. Therefore, no alimentary canal. And even they do not have any sense organ. They do not have any eyes. They do not have any ears. Why should they have? Because they are present inside. They are very safe. Okay? So, no alimentary canal. They absorb nutrients from host through body surface. Hooks and suckers present. Then how these hooks and suckers look? Let me show this. Let me enlarge only this head part. Actually, it is not head. But let us call in general as head. How hooks and suckers look. Okay. Suppose, imagine, so this is the body of this worm. That is the upper portion of this worm. So here on its surface, it starts showing the segments like this. And here, These are the structures present like this. Okay, look at these structures. These are hooks and these are suckers, right? So these are the segments, but actually it is not a true segment. They are called pseudo segment. That's why I won't name it. So with the help of this, they are going to attest onto the substratum. Substratum in a sense, our body surface only. Understood? So this much is enough about the tapeworm. Now, you take any organism of this phylum, there is nothing but a flatworm. Of course, they are going to excrete the waste substance. Okay, they want to balance their body water. That is nothing but osmoregulation. That function we call it as osmoregulation and excretion. So that is done by a special cell. So these special cells are called flame cells. This is the structure of flame cell. Can you see here? So here the waste material that will be in the form of fluid enters from one side and they will be having a cilia, and that will be with the help of a tubule. They will be removed outside. So this is very important question for your NEET point of view. In which organism we are going to see the flame cell? Then you should know it is a flatworm. So flatworm helps in excretion and in osmoregulation. Osmoregulation, very important, very, very important. Okay. And now one more example is given in this phylum only, that is Planaria. Can you see this organism? Just see, it is staring at you. It is just watching whether you guys are preparing rightly for NEET or not. Okay, just kidding. Actually, it's looking like eyes. It is not eyes. These are eye spots. Eye spots. They actually can sense the light and the dark. Okay, so it is a very small microscopic organism, not microscopic, we can able to see, but it is a very small organism. But these organisms says, don't worry bro, I am not present in anybody's body because I'm a free living. I'm a free living. So if question comes, which among the following flatworms act as a free living worm, then it is a Planaria. Okay, so it is usually found in fresh water, or even marine water, and even it is found in the terrestrial habitat. So in any of these area, we could able to see this Planaria. Okay, so these are carnivorous. Carnivorous. If you want to catch this Planaria, very simple. If you just go towards a pond, just put some meat piece. Then after few hours, if you just take out that meat piece and if you bring it to the lab, you could able to see the Planaria are going to attest there because they are carnivorous in nature. Okay, and this Planaria, they have a very special property. What is that? Regeneration, high regeneration capacity. High regeneration capacity. It is very important as well as a favorite line for examiners. Which of the organism having high regeneration capacity? There is Planaria. What is the meaning of regeneration? Regeneration means growing the last body parts. I will show you how. So let me draw one Planaria here. So imagine it is like this. Oh, oh. Okay. So they are actually not eye spot. I mean eyes, but looks like eye spot. Right. So this is our Planaria. Now you just cut this Planaria into 1,000 pieces. 1,000 pieces. Then 1,000 Planaria you could able to get. But now I am cutting only 2 parts. I will make cut here. I will make cut here. And I will, okay. 2 cuts I made, no? 2 cuts I made. Now this Planaria says, no problem, man. Even from each cut piece, I could able to generate my whole body part. Okay. Now, only this is the head part, no? This is only head part. And let me show the trunk part here. Let me write the tail part here. Now what happens? Look at here. So from here, it can able to grow the rest of the body parts like this. It become a new body part. It looks a real Planaria only. Just to make you understand, I am using a different color. Okay. And here also, it will regain the tail. It will regain this head. Again, it could able to regain the whole body parts like this. Even though you made a cut here, we could able to get the planaria, mini planaria. So this property is called regeneration. Understood? So that's it. That's it about flatworm. Two examples are given in our NCERT. One is Taenia. Taenia is nothing but tapeworm. Can you see? Look at the image carefully. If the diagram based question, you should able to identify. And the second one is Fasciola. Fasciola, common name is liver fluke. Why it is called liver fluke? Can you guess? Yes, your guess is right. It's an endoparasite. Usually, it wants to retain in the liver of the mammals. It could be any mammal. It could be a human being. It could be a sheep. It could be any other mammal. So usually, it will attack the liver, gallbladder, like such happen. That's why the name liver fluke. Okay, so this is the liver fluke image. Now, so this phylum over. Now let's move on to the another phylum, that is Aschelminthes. Whenever you just heard the term helminth, remember majority are bad only. They are not a good helminth. Almost are bad helminth, bad organism. Therefore, the term helminth comes. Okay, let's learn about this Aschelminthes. Yes. The next phylum is Phylum Aschelminthes. So these organisms are the organisms of this phylum are commonly called as what? Roundworms. So just by looking at this word, you can guess why they are called as roundworm. Because it is not because they look round in shape. Okay. If you cut a transverse section or if you take a cross section of this organism, they look spherical. That is, they look round. That's why the name roundworms, right? So here, look at this image. Can you see? This is the intestine of human being, our intestine. So in this intestine, can you see the white color worms? These worms belongs to this category called Aschelminthes. So these are roundworms only, but here a specific name is given for this worm, that is nothing but Ascaris. So this Ascaris says, I won't go or I won't depend on any other host except human being. So human is my target. I will just stick on to his intestine. That means through contaminated water, that is their egg will be present in the soil as well as in the leaf or the fruit. If you won't wash the vegetables or leafy vegetables, fruits, if you eat as it is, the eggs of these worms may be present on that. So when they enter into your body, they start multiplying. So how they multiply means, look at here. So they are looking like a noodles. So that can be easily seen in this image. Okay. So I shouldn't mention the word noodles, no, or else that means henceforth you won't eat noodles. But it's okay. Even if you leave it also, no problem. It's very good for your health. See, in this image, the doctor is removing all these worms from the intestine of a person, infected person. So that much large quantity of worms can be found. It will block the intestine sometimes. So when it is get blocked, what happens? Imagine this is the intestine. Here, all the worms are present like this. If it is multiplied so fast and it will block the intestine, let me show here it is a cutted part. Then, do you find the movement of the food occurs easily? Definitely not. So the person may suffer from anemia. Sometimes in a very severe cases, he may get die because of excess of these worms. Okay. So that's why it is insisted that every 6 months, without fail, we need to take worm tablet. Even if eggs are present, that will be get killed there itself. Okay. Yes, fine. You are going to study about these diseases, symptoms, everything in your class 12. Suppose if you are class 12 student, already you have learned the chapter Human Health and Disease. They have taught very well about these diseases. Okay. Yes, come back. So this is Ascaris, which belongs to Aschelminthes, but commonly called as what? Roundworms. Not only this worm, all the organism of this member. Right. Here, when we just look at that image, a thing comes to our mind that, oh, this might be parasitic. That means which is depending on the host body only, that is a human being. Fine. But it is not only one member. It consists a lot of organisms in this group. So those organisms, some may be live in the terrestrial environment, some may live in the water, some may act as a parasite. Okay. So that is nothing but a habitat. So it could be free living, that means in the terrestrial habitat or in the aquatic habitat, or it could be parasitic. It could be a plant parasitic or it could be animal parasitic. Animal parasitic, just now I took the example of what? Ascaris. Ascaris full name is Ascaris lumbricoides. Lumbricoides. So the full name of this organism is not given in our NCERT, but where it is given in our lab manual. So that's why if the full name is asked in our examination, don't get panic because it is there in your NCERT only, but it is in a lab manual. Okay. So this is animal parasite. So like that we can take many. We can take filarial worm. Filarial worm. So its scientific name is Uchraria. Uchraria bancrofti. So it is going to cause a serious disease called elephantiasis. If a person gets infected from such organism, his leg will be get swollen like elephant leg. So that's why the name elephantiasis. Okay. So like that we can make a list of many organisms which could be act as a parasitic in animals. Okay. So this is one thing. Like that, if you take an example of a plants are also easy target for these organisms. For example, there is an organism called Melodigone incognitia. Melodigone incognitia. So why I'm underlining separately? Because it's a binomial nomenclature rule. We shouldn't forget it. Okay. So this organism, it is a microscopic, very, very minute. You cannot see through our naked eyes. So easily it will affect the root of the tobacco plant. Imagine it is a tobacco plant. Okay. So let's consider these are the roots of this plant. Then these worms will get inside of the root and it will start forming a knot like. Okay. It is called root knot. Affect tobacco root. That means which is residing inside the root of the tobacco means obviously it is a parasitic. Okay. So once again, you are going to study about this organism in your class 12. There is a chapter called Biotechnology and its application. So there is a particular topic called RNA interference. There we are going to study about this. Okay. So Aschelminthes are also called nematode. Nematodes. Right. Yes. So we understood about their habitat. Now, if you just look at the general features like triploblastic, diploblastic, coelomate, acoelomate, then we are going to see quite advanced feature compared to Platyhelminthes. Because look at here, in Platyhelminthes, we studied organ system level of organization. Organ level of organization. But here, these organisms is we are quite advanced. In an evolutionary basis, we are putting one step ahead. Okay. So that's why we possess organ system. There are so many organs combined to form an organ system to carry out a particular function in the body. So this is the first time in the animal kingdom such characteristic feature we are going to see in Aschelminthes. So once again, this could be a neat line. Okay. Then it is pseudocoelomate. Till now, all the phylum what we have studied from porifera to Platyhelminthes, all are acoelomate. But now it is telling at least even though I am not having a true coelom, but at least I have a body cavity. But it will be not lined by the mesoderm. That means what? Suppose if it is an organism, correct? Imagine this is an organism. And here this is the elementary canal. This is the elementary canal. When you take a cross section, obviously this is what the front view we could able to see. And the portion, what you are seeing, this area, it will be completely filled by cells in the case of acoelomate. But here, the cavity is present. So, this is the cavity. We are going to see the presence of cavity between the body wall as well as the gut wall. Correct. But here, it is not lined by mesoderm. But instead, the mesoderms are present like a patches, like a pouch. So that's why we call them as what? It is a pseudocoelomate. So once again, it is a favorite line for examiner. Every line is favorite. Every line is a NEET based lines only. But these lines are very, very specific that will be targeted by these examiners. Okay. Pseudocoelomate for the first time is seen in Aschelminthes. So I have mentioned this also. It's the first time in animal kingdom. Then triploblastic, that nature already we have seen in Platyhelminthes and even bilateral symmetry because the head formation already started there. sense organs are accumulated there. Okay. So these two are general things, and rest of the things also, once again, the features of these organisms. Now, when you look at the body plan of these organisms, they said we have advanced now. We have a complete alimentary canal, man. We have a complete digestive system. Okay. Imagine if I draw a worm like this. Imagine this is one worm. Oh, it looks like a man's leg. One second. Okay. Imagine this is an organism. And these organisms says we have a mouth, there is an opening. That will be continuous like this in the form of a gut. That will be ends in anus. So, if an organism having two openings called mouth and the anus, then we call it as what? It is a complete digestive system. Complete digestive system, that is nothing but tube within tube. So, if you just look at this image, it looks as it is. So, within one tube, there is one more tube looks. Okay. So, that type of body plan is called tube within tube body plan. So, these organisms possess that. Okay. We do give respect for that. But here, they are telling we have a complete body plan. I mean, complete digestive system. And in that digestive system, we are not that much advanced like you people, human beings. For example, in our case, what happened? If I say this is the esophagus, this is the stomach, this is the intestine, this is our alimentary canal, and then large intestine. The same tube, it starts showing the shape and position in different way. But of course, it is a single tube only. Though the shape or size may varies, if I just draw a tube, it will be continuous like this. Okay. And when you just ingest a food, what happened? Just recall. When you have taken a food and you have ingested, that will enters into your mouth and then into our gut system, right? So once you swallow the food, and after that, it will not return here only, it will be just pushed down. How it will be pushed down? In the form of a movement called peristaltic movement. Like that, it will be just push us down to the alimentary canal. So if it has to do such a movement, okay, just imagine if you are passing a marble into a rubber tube. Imagine there is a marble in your hand. So that marble you are pushing inside a rubber tube, then how you could able to see the swollen end, there is a swollen part, and again that part will be comes to a normal size, again it will be get swollen as this ball keep moving further. Okay, so this type of movement what you are going to see in your gut system is called peristaltic movement. So that is happened only because of the muscles. Remember, throughout our gut system, we have a muscles. There is a layer of muscle present that make these food particles to move down with a peristaltic movement. But here these organisms saying, we have gut system, we have alimentary canal, but like such muscles, we do not have throughout our alimentary canal. Only to a particular part the muscle is there. Okay. Imagine here in this place, only muscles are restricted to this particular area. So that's why this area is nothing but a pharynx. As it is consists of muscle, we call it as muscular pharynx. Muscular pharynx. We should not underestimate this character. Though it is not well developed, but at least the muscles are formed here in the gut system. But rest of the organism do not have that thing also. Correct. So once again, it is a unique feature of these organisms. Well developed muscular pharynx. Again, it is a neat line. So all unique characters that you are going to see in a phylum, they are all nothing but a neat line. It is a common sense. You can just fix it. Okay. So understood? This is about the digestive system. Now, these organisms are saying, we are advanced now. We should have certain unique characters, even in our look-wise also. How you people, human beings, you look different. The male are different, female are different. Like that, we also shows differences in male and female organism. That is nothing but sexual dimorphism. When you able to distinguish male and female just by looking at their morphology, such character or such property, we call it as what? Sexual dimorphism. Okay, remember these terms are important. These organisms possess sexual dimorphism. Morphism means morphology. Dimorphism means dual, different. Okay. And here the sexes are separate. Obviously, sexes must be separate if they look different. Correct. Let me draw those organisms here. Can you see? This is a very small organism. This is a male worm. Okay, it looks smaller. And if you look at the female, their length is very large. Look at here. They are very large. So, this is once again important characteristic feature we need to understand here. The females are very long compared to male. Long compared to male. Okay, and obviously they have mouth and anus. And here these organisms says we have a particular pore. There is an opening to excrete the waste. Okay, so here we could able to see such pores. Here. So these are called, on one side I am going to mention, they are called excretory pore. All nitrogenous waste, unwanted things will be excreted from here, but not undigested food. As mouth is present at the top, let's imagine there is a opening here. There is an opening. So this opening is called cloaca. This opening is called cloaca. So cloaca is a common opening for undigested food as well as the sperms. Here the testes are present. So let me consider these are the testes. If it is a male organism, obviously male sex organ must be their testes. So through these testes, the sperms, nothing but the gametes, male gametes, they are going to release, no? That will be passed through these system only, alimentary canal only. That will be ejected out through this cloaca. Even undigested food also ejected through this cloaca, and sperms also ejected through this cloaca. And where they are going to eject? Where they are going to replace those sperms? Into the female body. In the female body, there is an opening. This is called gonophore. Nothing but female genital system. So here, with the help of a structure like this. So these two structures are called pineal setae. Sometimes if the question comes, these information not given in NCERT, but sometimes if the question comes in your exam, it would become helpful for you at that moment. That's what I'm telling you. Okay. So these two pin-like structures, they act like a penis of a male organism. So they are going to open this gonophore, they are going to deposit sperm inside. Therefore, obviously, the fertilization must be where? In the inside the body itself. That means internal fertilization. Understood? So this is about the body structure. Don't worry if any extra information that you are going to see in other modules or in other publications. Don't get panic and don't even get scared by looking at all those things, because the questions will not be asked out of the NCERT. Even if it is asked also, I have covered everything which are so needed. Right? Now, let's move on to where the reproduction part. As I have said that sexual reproduction is the only mode of reproduction takes place here. There is no asexual reproduction. So this is one thing. And sexual dimorphism, I said male and female look different. So this is one more character. Internal fertilization. If the sperms are going to deposit inside the body, there only the fertilization takes place. No. What is meant by fertilization? Fusion of male and female gamete. Male gamete, that is the sperm. Female gamete, that is nothing but the ovum. So if both get fused, the resultant product is nothing but the zygote. So that fusion, if it occurs inside the body, that is internal fertilization. Correct? Internal fertilization. And the zygote sometimes, which may develop and look like adult only, then it is called direct development. Sometimes it may show larva, that is called indirect development. So these are few points you have to remember. That is more than enough in this time. Okay? And here, look at these examples. Ascaris, it is also called common roundworm. Just now, I have shown in the image, that is in the intestine of a person. Not in all human beings. In my stomach is a wrong word, intestine. In my body and your body may not be affected by this worm. Okay? So, that's why we are not affected. We are healthy only. In affected individuals, they start multiplying like anything. Because the egg is going to hatch and they become a big worm. Obviously, their multiplication rate will be more. They will be occupied. So, they are commonly called common roundworm. Okay? And another example already I took, there is Ucheraria. It is also called filarial worm. So, if it is infected to a person, it does not directly go and infect a person. It is spread through a mosquito, Culex mosquito. Again, you are going to study about this in your class 12. Don't worry. So, mosquito acts like a vector. Vector means what, student? Like a vehicle. How we are going to sit inside a vehicle? to reach our destination from one place to another place. Like that, the mosquito acts like a vehicle. Mosquito will ask, a filarial worm, will you come? I will drop you to the human blood. Then it will go and sit in their body. Again, it will travel. When that mosquito bite a human being, it is going to drop that. It is going to dump that filarial worm inside the body of a person. Then it starts multiplying. It starts showing such symptoms. How it is going to happen? Have some curiosity if you are a class 11 student that we are going to study in human health. Already if you are a class 12 student, you know the story. Okay. So it is called elephantiasis. This disease is elephantiasis. Okay. So they are going to connect the things from one chapter to another chapter. We should be thorough in all the chapters and all the concept of NCERT. Then only we can answer any level questions. Either it is a level 1, level 2, level 3, any type. Okay. And the last one is Cyclostoma. It is commonly called hookworm. Sometimes such examples will become in the form of match the following. For example, see Ascaris. In front of them, they may give filarial worm. Hookworm is nothing but Cyclostoma. You should know which one is actually pairs to the right term. Then you can easily match it. Okay. So this is enough about the Aschelminthes. Now let's move on to, okay, this is the NCERT text part I have put here. Suppose if I have left any line, let us solve here itself. Okay. The body of these Aschelminthes is circular in cross section, hence the name roundworms. I said just now. They may be free living, aquatic, terrestrial, parasitic in plants and animals. We learnt even the example also. Roundworms have organ system level of organization. Okay, this is important. They are bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic and pseudo-coelomate animals. Important. Alimentary canal is complete with well-developed muscular pharynx. Important. Okay, so NCERT line only. If you have NCERT textbook along with you, you can see there also. An excretory tube removes the body waste from the body cavity through excretory pore. Important. Sexes are separate. Okay, look at this. When the sexes are separate, we call it as dioecious. Usually, hermaphrodite is the term we use for when both the sexes present in an individual. Correct? But here, when the sexes are separate, we call them as what? Dioecious. If sexes are present together, it is also called monoecious along with hermaphrodite term. Remember, that is, male and females are distinct in the sense separate. Often females are longer than males. It's a statement-based question. It can come. Fertilization is internal, again important. Development may be direct. Young ones resemble the adult, or it can be indirect. That's it. Over. Now we are in the next phylum, that is Annelida. Look at these worms structure. This is earthworm. If you are a very keen observer, if you observe this earthworm, you could able to see a ring-like structure present on their body surface. Correct? A small rings present. Right? And this is the leech. It is going to suck the blood of a person, blood of a human. Therefore, it is also called blood-sucking leech. Okay? Here also, if you observe their body, round structure we could able to see. That is a ring format. Right? And this one is nearest. Usually, this organism is going to found near the marine environment. That is in the seashore, beach side. We are going to see this organism. Here also, their body shows many lines. That is a ring-like structure. Correct. So, one thing is very common in all these organisms. Though their structure look different, their size, their shape, everything may look different, but they have a common thing. What is that common thing? The presence of ring on their surface. Okay. In a Latin word, the ring is also called annulus. Annulus means ring. That means the organisms which have a ring-like structures on their body, they are all nothing but what? Annelida. Okay. Ring-bearing organism. Just like how the organisms are going to bear the comb on their surface, like that. And here the speciality of these organisms that the rings are nothing but segmentation only. Already we have learned in the basis of classification. So this segmentation, or we also call it as a metamere. It is not only restricted to outside. It is just like a train. There is a compartment in the train. How we are going to see the compartment outside? Even inside also we are going to see. right? So like that here also, in these organisms, outside also these compartment present, there is a ring-like structure, and inside also we are going to see the compartment, right? So that's why they have this segmentation both internally and externally. So it is not only seen in adult case. From the embryonic stage itself, this segmentation phenomena started seeing. That's why they are called true segmented animals. Remember, true segmentation. But when I took the example of a Platyhelminthes, there also I could able to see in the sense we could able to see the segments like this. But why didn't we call it as a true segmentation? Because such a segments are not seen from the embryo stage. If it is seen in the embryo condition itself, then it is called true segmentation. But here in later stages, they started developing. That's why it is a pseudo segmentation. Okay. So that's why we didn't talk about this organism in segmentation criteria. Right? Now, by taking any one example, let's talk about the body structure as well as the certain features. Okay. Let me take Nereis first. Yeah. Before going to Nereis, let's talk about the general thing. Once again, the habitat could be terrestrial or it could be aquatic. Terrestrial means it can be free living, that is present on the land. Sometimes it is a parasitic. For example, there is a leech. So leech is going to suck the blood. Obviously, it is depending on organism, right, for its blood. Therefore, it is a parasitic also. As it is present outside the body, I mean, taking the food from outside, it is called ectoparasite. Ectoparasite, endoparasite. Whereas in previous cases, we learned about Ascaris. That is an endoparasite. Tapeworm, endoparasite. This is ectoparasite. Here itself, we came to know the differences as well as the example also. Correct? Next is they are triploblastic. It's not a special feature already we have seen. Organ system level of organization. From previous phylum itself, we started seeing. Complete digestive system. This is also already seen in the animal kingdom. But eucoelomate, once again a favorite question. For whom? Not for me. For the examiner. From which kingdom we started seeing the true coelom? That is from the Annelida group. So till now we have seen the acoelomate and in the Aschelminthes the pseudocoelomate. From now onwards, that is from Annelida onwards till Chordata, we are going to see all organisms possess true coelom, true body cavity. That is a coelomate organism. Okay. So very important, mark down in your book. Bilateral symmetrical. Obviously they have a head. Okay. Now let's talk about this Nereis. Okay. So these Nereis, they have a eyes. They have a paired eyes. Let us not talk about much about their eyes and all. They have even some, not appendages, pulp-like structure, so that in a cockroach, have you seen a big hair-like structures in a cockroach body? Antenna we call them as. So these antenna, they are sensory. If you just touch the antenna of the cockroach, they will just run from that place. And even that antenna could be able to sense the touch as well as the smell as well as the taste of the food. It seems to be surprised, but it is true. Okay. So like that, here also, there are certain appendages present. Can you see here? They act like a sensory structure. Okay. Let's not talk about that because it's not our main part of NEET. Now, if you look at these organisms, let us come to the main part. If you just look at this organism, can you see here? Leg-like structure present on either side. A small leg-like structure. Can you see? Outgrowth, leg-like. So these are called parapodia. This is the main characteristic feature that we are going to focus in this organism. Parapodia. Parapodia, they act like a lateral appendages. These are lateral appendages. Why lateral appendages? Because they are present on the lateral side. If it is an organism, they are present like this. Present on either side. It's the lateral side. So why they are present? Obviously for locomotion, for these organisms to move. So of course it is right. It helps in locomotion. And even as these organisms are present in the marine environment, in the beginning itself I said, so they help in swimming also. Okay, let me write here. They are present in marine environment or marine habitat. I will tell you one interesting story about this, interesting fact about this organism. I said they are present near the marine habitat, right? So look at here. Look at here. This is the seashore. Especially not inside, that is in depth of the ocean. No, it's not present there. Near the seashore means in the intertidal region. Suppose if it is a sea, there is an ocean, and near the tides which are so coming, in this area, these organisms are going to present. Here, of course, the sand will be there. The sand, everything will be there. Correct? So the tides, the water tides will be keep coming. And in this area, they prefer to grow. They prefer to live. Intertidal region. So they are very smart. What they are going to do is, they just make a tunnel-like structure. Okay, let me rub this part and I will show you. So let's assume this is the seashore. Okay, here. And these organisms are going to create a tunnel like this. Tunnel from here to here. Here to here. In deep, they are going to create this tunnel. Right? Now, the organism will come here. This is the organism, will reside here. And once again, if they want to come out, again it will come and just comes out through this tunnel. It will just stood their head up. And when the tide comes, when they just move over their head, so if any small insects present in the water, they will just catch it and they will just eat it. So like that, they are going to eat their food. Okay. And even at the time of reproduction also, they are very advanced. They are also telling, just like Aschelminthes, we also shows different sexes. That means male and female are separate. That means especially I am talking about the Nereis. In the case of Nereis, the sexes are separate. That is a dioecious. Male and female are separate here. So these Nereis at the time of breeding, they start developing sex organs at the lower part of their body. It seems to be strange, but it is actually the fact. Okay. So if it is a Nereis, their lower part of the body start developing the sex organs. Okay, it totally look different from upper part to lower part. So when they become mature, both male as well as the female Nereis. So this is female Nereis. It is its lower part. So there it develop the sex organ. So when they become mature, when they become well developed enough, then the organism will get burst out, so that the gametes will be released into the water. Okay. So male sex organ releases the male gamete, the organism will get died. Okay. Just for mating purpose, they will sacrifice their life. And this female organism, it also releases its gamete into the water itself, and there itself they are going to fuse. Then obviously which type of fertilization it is? External fertilization. Here, all the things what I said regarding their sexes, the body look different. Even if you won't remember also, no problem in that. But just remember, the Nereis are dioecious, that means sexes are separate, and the gametes are going to fuse outside the body. That means they show external fertilization. And the zygote which are so developed from here, they directly do not look like the adult. They show a larval stage. So if the larval stage is present, obviously it is an indirect development. So these are few things regarding Nereis you have to remember. So parapodia is a very important term. Okay. Now, when you take another example of this phylum, there is a earthworm. Once again, we have seen that earthworm is having a ring-like structure. Thank God actually that earthworm part has got deleted from your syllabus. Otherwise, you need to study in detail about earthworm circulatory system, earthworm reproductive system, earthworm digestive system. Everything you have to study in detail. We people not even remember our own system organs as well as the names. But look at the NCERT, how it is torturing to remember the names as well as certain terms of this earthworm. But thank God it has got deleted, nothing to worry in that. Okay. But few things we have to remember here. So earthworm, obviously it belongs to Annelida group. Okay. And here, once again, sexes are not separate. Sexes are not separate means these organisms are hermaphrodite. Hermaphrodite. What is the meaning of hermaphrodite? There is a monoecious. Monoecious. That means both the sexes are present together in an organism. But here one strange thing is, as the nature do not allow the gametes of same individual to fuse within their body, how it encourages to pass into the another organism, here also it will do the same. Okay. That means during the time of reproduction, what happens here? This is one earthworm, imagine. This is one earthworm. Let me write its face and mouth. Earthworm actually do not look like this, but for our convenience, let me show like this, okay? And let me draw one more earthworm. Here, it will comes in this way. It will make its face on that side. So here is its mouth as well as the face. Okay? So imagine here the sperms are there in these one. In these segments, let me show. These are the testes. These are the testes. And here in these earthworm, there are certain bag-like structure. So that the testes which are so releasing the sperms that will be get deposited inside the bag. They are called spermatheca. So inside organism 1, this is, let's consider this is organism 2, earthworm only. So here the sperm of organism 1 will be get deposited here. So now it will become a different genetic makeup. Now here in the worm 2, let's assume here is the female gamete, that is the ovary. So within the ovary, let's imagine the egg are present. Now these sperms are going to fuse with the egg of this worm, but it is not belonging to the same genetic makeup because this sperm, these are the sperm of organism 1. This is the egg of organism 2. Now they will be having different genetic makeup, correct? So such fertilization is known as cross-fertilization, which is done through different organisms fusion, okay, though they are hermaphrodite. If the sperm of this organism fuse with the ovum of this organism only, organism 1 only, then it is a self-fertilization. But here they are exchanging. Therefore, it is a cross-fertilization, okay. And obviously, internal fertilization within their body itself, the fusion occur. Even in the case of leech also hermaphrodite. So, leech as well as the earthworm. In both the cases, we are not going to see the sexes separate. Both male and female both male and female gametes are going to produce within the same individual. It's not like Nereis. Okay? In the Nereis case, the fertilization was external. But here the fertilization is internal. Right? Got the difference? Now, general characters already we have learned. Let's learn few bodies function. Because as we keep moving into the higher level of phylum, so we started seeing certain advanced system. Because organ system started forming there in the body. Obviously, they have to show certain mechanism in their body, right? We need to study that. No other way. So here the digestive system is complete digestive system in the sense we have understood mouth as well as the anus. Both are present. So that's why it is a complete digestive system. Okay. And next, closed circulatory system. Remember, once again, it is a neat line. Because till now, in any other phylum, we have not learnt about the circulatory system. Circulatory system begin from Annelida part itself. Even though it is the first time in the animal kingdom, they are saying that we have a closed circulatory system. We won't show that entire blood should be fall on all the organ system. Okay, that is in the open circulatory system. Already we know the differences in the basis of classification. Here, they are showing the closed circulatory system. Remember, it's very important. Then, the excretion is done through a special structure called nephridia. In the case of Platyhelminthes, we studied flame cells. Here, nephridia. Whereas in Aschelminthes, just excretory pore, that's it. Nephridia is something like this. It's a funnel-like structure. It will be opens out like this. Okay. If it is a earthworm, this funnel will be present. They will be excreted out through this. Okay. And here, one more important thing I forgot to mention. In the case of leech, the parapodia was there. Parapodia means they are the lateral appendages for their movement. But when it comes to the, not leech, Nereis, when it comes to the earthworm body, have you seen the earthworm movements? They are not going to do like this. They won't run like this in the form of a snake. They are going to pull their body first. Then again they move. They just bend their body up. Again they move. Like this they are going to show the movement. Correct? So this is because with the help of certain muscles it happened. Okay? So imagine this is the earthworm. In this earthworm, there are certain longitudinal muscles present. These are the longitudinal muscles. Okay? Let me write. This is important thing. I forgot. How can I forget this? I shouldn't do this, no? Longitudinal muscles. And here, over these longitudinal muscles, there are certain circular muscles present. These are called circular muscles. So these two muscles together help in locomotion. Locomotion. Okay. And along with that, these organisms, we cannot see in this image, they will be having small structure. Yes, a shape structure like this. Like this, they are present. They are called setae. Even setae is present in Nereis also. And here they are very prominent. Setae as well as the longitudinal and circular muscles responsible for what? Responsible for locomotion in this organism. Even in the case of leech also, muscle only. They helps in the movement. Okay? Yes. So locomotion part we have understood. Then respiration. Respiration is just through body surface. They will be having opening. Through that the exchange of gases takes place. Nephridia have shown, no? So here the extra waste will be just excreted out. That means the ammonia as well as the nothing but nitrogenous waste that will be excreted out through this nephridia. Important feature. Then nervous system, paired ganglia connected by lateral nerves to a double ventral nerve cord. So here you are going to get struck out. Many students, they will just mug up this line. Paired ganglia or gangliated nervous system, double ventral solid nerve cord. What is the meaning? If I ask the question in offline, for the offline student, they will just get numb. They won't answer. Just they will mug up. But if you do like this, no, in your exam, for time being you can remember. But if the question comes in an applied level, or if the question twisted and if they ask the question, definitely are not going to answer it. Because first of all, you didn't understand the concept only. How you can answer? So very simple. First, let us understand the meaning of this thing. Okay. Nervous system means what? Let me talk in simple way, in a simple language. What is the meaning of nervous system? Or neuron. Okay. Very simple. Let me talk very simple. Neuron is nothing but a nerve. Everybody knows the structure of neuron. Already we have learnt in our lower classes also. What is that? It will be having a cell body. Over this, it will be having the dendrites like this. Correct? It's look like a star, but it's okay, no problem. And it will be having a long thread-like structure called axon, and this is the nerve ending. Correct? So let me write this part is a cell body. And this is the axon. Now, I will take only cell body. This is one cell body with dendrites. This is another cell body with the dendrites. This is another cell body with the dendrites. So like that, I will group many cell bodies. Many cell bodies I will group, man. Then, such a group of cell body is called what? Ganglion. Ganglion is actually singular. It is a singular. So like such many ganglions are present, we call it as a ganglia. Okay. Now, imagine if the cell bodies are grouped, obviously their axons also in a bundle, right? Correct? So their axons, which are so running like this from each neuron, they are also like in a bundle. It is nothing but a nerve cord. It is a nerve cord. Okay. Now, what they are telling, in these organisms, there is a paired ganglia connected by lateral nerves to a double ventral nerve cord. What is the meaning that? Let us understand. Let me write a ganglion here. This is a ganglion. So you should understand that here so many cell bodies are present. So many cell bodies. Correct? Here also so many cell bodies are there. So many cell bodies. And if the cell bodies are grouped together, obviously I can call it as what? I can call it as a ganglia. Now it is a ganglia because I have written two bundles of cell bodies. Now, in this group, the axons are running like this. And from this group also, the axons are running like this. Right? Now it become a two. It become a double. So we have understood the ganglia, we have understood why and how it has become a double. And now, paired ganglia in the sense, now such a group, what we have seen in the beginning, we could able to see here also. Let me take one more color, yellow color I will take. Here also we could able to see the group of cell body. That is one ganglion. Here also group of cell body. That is another ganglion. So like that, there are so many group of cell bodies are there. Nothing but a ganglia. Ganglia are present. If these are cell bodies, then obviously their axon must be there. Their axon must be emerged, no? So here the axons of this and here the axons of this will connect together. Here also axons of this neuron, axons of these cell body connecting. So like that, each ganglion axons are connecting like this. Can you see they are looking like a ladder? Looking like a ladder. So that's why we could able to see that it's a paired ganglionated. Okay, it's a paired ganglionated solid nerve cord. Double solid nerve cord. Paired ganglionated we have understood because the ganglions are present in pair. Why they are solid? Because in our cases, our neuron is a halo. But here the axons are completely running without any gap. Therefore, it is a solid. Okay, paired, ganglionated, double. They are in double. Solid because there is no gap inside. There is no halo. Nerve cord. And here, in the case of Annelida, especially these things. Let me show here. These neurons. One second. So axons of these neuron. And axons of these neuron, they are connecting like this. They looks like a ring even. So if the ring-like structure are present, then also, okay, you can take it. But especially in the case of invertebrates, I will tell you, invertebrates word is new for you. Till now I have not taken that word, but at the end of this class we will understand. We have to understand that it is a paired ganglionated double solid nerve cord. Where it is present, they are present in the ventral side, not on the dorsal side. If I draw arthworm here, here I could able to see the ganglion. Like this, no? And this is the double. These are paired ganglionated. This is paired ganglionated. They are interconnected like this. Sometimes it could able to form a ring like this by interconnecting. So this is nothing but a nervous system. Paired ganglionated double solid ventral side. This is the dorsal side of an organism. This is the ventral side. Okay. So in our cases, this is the ventral side and the back side is the dorsal side. So here the ventral side of an organism, this nervous system is present. That's it. Over. See, nervous system is paired ganglia connected by lateral nerves. Why lateral nerves? Because on either side they are connecting. Double ventral nerve cord. Over. That's it. What is there in that? Okay. Yes, this one we have understood. This one over. Yes. So this is NCERT part. NCERT text I have taken directly. So let's read it. If any doubts, if I have not explained any line, let me explain here itself. They may be aquatic, marine, freshwater or terrestrial, free living, sometimes parasitic. This we have understood. Organ system level organization, bilateral symmetry, triploblastic, metamerically segmented, important. Coelomate animals, important. Their body surface is distinctly marked out into segments, that is metameres, hence the name Annelida, important. Latin annulus, that is the little ring. They possess longitudinal and circular muscles which helps in locomotion, where if it is a case of not Aves, if it is a case of earthworm. Specifically I have explained earthworm as well as the leech, but it is given in general here. We should be specific. Okay? Yes, aquatic animals like Nereis. See, here they are mentioning specifically. Nereis possesses lateral appendages, that is parapodia. This is important, which helps in swimming. A closed circulatory system is present. Important, I said. Nephridia, that is nephridium, osmoregulation and excretion. So, excretion meaning you have understood. Osmoregulation means water balance. Okay. So, how in our body the water is going to balance? Suppose if you drink less water, no, we will urinate less amount. Why? Because our body should manage the water amount. That means water content inside. So, that's why we will less urinate. If you drink more water, obviously urine output will be more. So, that kind of mechanism, there is water how much should be there inside and how much it has to get excrete out. Along with the water, certain ions are also going to get excrete. So that is nothing but osmoregulation. Okay. So that thing is performed here in nephridia. How it is done in case of a human being by a kidney, like that here by nephridia. Okay. Neural system consists of paired ganglia connected by lateral nerves to a double ventral nerve part. Okay. Over. Nereis, aquatic form, is dioecious. Important, I said. But earthworms and leeches are monoecious. Important. Okay. Reproduction is obviously sexual. Here, Nereis, ferritima. Once again, you should know earthworm is also called ferritima. It's a scientific name. And Hydrodinaria. So these examples are very important, students. Simply, many students, what we will do know, okay, even when I was a student, if I just remember the name of earthworm, I think that was enough. But actually, along with the earthworm, I should know the name, that is a scientific name as what is that? Ferritima. So like that, along with the leech, there is a blood-sucking leech, I should know it's also called Hydrodinaria. Because sometimes the questions will come in the form of match the following. Then there itself, we are going to get disturbed and we won't answer further. Okay. Yes, that's it. Let's solve few questions. 3 phylum over, another 3 phylum, correct? Very simple questions. If you have understood the concept, easily you will answer. Ascaris is characterized by. So Ascaris belongs to which phylum? First we should know the phylum name, Aschelminthes. Aschelminthes, they are also called roundworms. Roundworm. So in roundworm case, Aschelminthes, here the word is coming, coelom. So we should know Aschelminthes possess pseudocoelomate. So in the first sentence they are telling absence of true coelom. Correct. This is correct. True coelom is absent. Presence of metamerism. First of all, ring-like structures started seeing in Annelida. So therefore this is wrong. Presence of neither true coelom. Correct. We do agree. Presence of neither true coelom, but here absence was given. Okay. Nor metamerism. Correct. Both are absent. You do not have segments also, and even you do not have the coelom also. So this is the right word, man. This is the right word. This is the correct answer. Here the presence of true coelom, wrong. Here itself wrong. Presence of true coelom and metamerism, wrong. Next question. Which of the following is not a platyhelminthes? Platyhelminthes means flatworm. Ucheraria, it's a Aschelminthes. Aschelminthes, no, it's a filarial worm. Taenia, flatworm. Faxiola, it's a new example, but it is a flatworm. Planaria, so all belongs to flatworm. This is not a flatworm, therefore this is our answer even. Okay, next question. Phylum Platyhelminthes members are, see here, Platyhelminthes question how put, it's okay, no problem. They're dorsoventrally flattened, thus called flatworms. I will tell you why I have put this question. This line is right. Bilaterally symmetrical triploblastic and acoelomate. This is also right. With organ system level of organization. Yeah. Now many students will ask the doubt in the comment section. I know it. But before getting the doubt, I will only solve here. In your NCERT, when you just open the text part of Platyhelminthes, there they have given it's a organ level of organization. But when you open a table, I will show you once again. Yes, see here. Page number 51. If you have NCERT with you, you can open that. In page number 51, there is a table. So in this table, there are columns given regarding phylum, levels of organization, symmetry, so many things. That is different criteria. In the beginning itself I said, but here I am showing with a proof. Okay. When you just come down here to the Platyhelminthes part and the level of organization which is given beside to that, what they are telling, organ and organ system. Then what you have to write during examination? Because in the text part they have mentioned organ system and here they are telling both organ and organ system level. Then you need to stick on to both the words. Why? Because some of the member may possess organ system and majority, mostly they are organ level. Okay. So that's why many times we are going to take only the majority, not the exception. But here the exceptions also included. But if it is given in such a way, then all of the above could be the right answer. That's what I said just few minutes before. We need to mention the best answer sometime. We need to look at the best answer instead of moving to the correct one. Because here, if we just put into a debate, of course, organ level of organ system itself is going to get win. But here, the best answer is with all the above feature because this line is given in the table. That's why. Okay. Just to avoid that confusion, I put this question. Now, hope it's very crystal clear. Next question. Assertion. Taenia solium. It is nothing but they are talking about the Platyhelminthes only. And Dugacia. It is also Platyhelminthes. Both are Platyhelminthes. Belong to Platyhelminthes. Okay. Reason. What they are telling? Platyhelminthes are coelomate. Do you think Platyhelminthes are coelomate? First of all, coelom is the term introduced from Annelida part. Platyhelminthes are acoelomate. Then which option we should go? Here both assertion reasons are not true. Here also both are not true. Assertion is true, but reason is false. Correct? Reason is false. This is our answer. Here assertion itself false is given. This is wrong. Next question. Pick out the incorrect statement about the phylum Aschelminthes. Aschelminthes means what? We have seen our worms, no? Often females are longer than male. Correct. Sexes are separate dashes. Correct. Alimentary canal is complete with well-developed muscular pharynx. Correct. Fertilization is external. Incorrect, because they are going to put their sperm inside the body of a female. So it is an internal fertilization. This is incorrect. And this is our answer here. Okay, we need to mark the incorrect one. Which member of Aschelminthes is parasitic to animals? Look at the question. Parasitic to animals. Ascaris, it is a parasitic to animals which is present inside the human intestine. Melodica incognitia, it is also Aschelminthes, but it is a parasitic to plants. Correct? Tobacco plant. Therefore, this is not our answer. Uchraria, that is elephantiasis, this is caused by it. So, it is also parasitic to animals only. So, option both A and C. Next question. Roundworms are different from Platyhelminthes. Which of the following feature? Okay. Roundworms are triploblastic. Platyhelminthes are also triploblastic, man. Roundworms have complete digestive system, but Platyhelminthes are incomplete. Only one opening it was having. Okay. Roundworms have flame cells. Roundworms, do they have flame cells? Roundworms have nephridia. Platyhelminthes have flame cells. All of the above cannot be the answer. So, therefore, option B is the right one. Okay. Next one. Which belongs to phylum Annelida? Leech, Nereis, earthworm, all of the above. Leech. Leech is also Annelida because ring is there. Nereis also Annelida, ring, earthworm. So, all of the above is the answer. Next. Dash. In dash, true segmentation of body first observed. See, first time the ring-like structure, that is a segmentation, started seeing in Annelida group. So, therefore, Annelida is the answer. Okay. Next question. Animals with metameric segmentation, bilateral symmetry and closed circulatory system. See, metamerism, first of all, started seeing in Annelida and closed circulatory system started seeing from Annelida. But bilateral symmetry triploblastic, that is already introduced from Platyhelminthes. So, therefore, Annelida is the right answer. Okay. Next question. Which of the following is a pseudo-coelomate? Aschelminthes, direct answer. Where it is? Aschelminthes is not given. Examples are given. Aschelminthes, Ascaris and Uchraria comes under this group. Whereas Cyclostoma is also there in Aschelminthes, but Pila belongs to Mollusca. We have not yet gone there. This is the answer. Dranculungus and Leech. So, this is Annelida. Okay, this is Annelida. It's a Aschelminthes. Therefore, this is also not an answer. The right one is option A. Next question. Okay. Phylum Arthropoda. Let's talk about this. Phylum Arthropoda. So here, in the word Arthropoda, we could able to see, once again, if we split that word, two subwords we can see. One is arthro, another one is poda. So arthro in the sense joints. Poda means appendages. So here it means these organisms, in their appendages, they have many joints. That's why the name Arthropoda. I will make you understand the meaning of this term Arthropoda through an example, that is through cockroach. Okay. But before that, one more important thing we need to know that. So this is the largest phylum in the Animalia kingdom. Because whatever the organism that you have identified, that you have discovered, say around 1.7 to 1.8 million species we have discovered on the earth. Of course, there are still so many are there, we are not yet discovered. But out of discovered species itself, the two-third of all named species are nothing but Arthropoda only. Say for example, imagine you have named or you have discovered 10 organisms or 10 species. In that, 2/3 belongs to Arthropoda itself means what? That much abundant they are. That much large amount they are present on the earth. Okay. So these are the most abundant non-chordates because they comes under the group of non-chordata. They land on the, that means they started increasing their population on the land. Okay. So it's a NEET question, which is the largest phylum in the kingdom Animalia, as well as this 2/3 word is also NEET question. Okay. Now, here, I said I will make you understand by taking the example of a cockroach, right? So this is the leg piece of cockroach. Simply I was kidding. This is the leg of the cockroach. Okay, not a leg piece, leg of cockroach. So here I have mentioned the parts also. One is called coxa, another one is trochanter, femur, tibia, tarsus. So these are the different bones which are attached onto the leg. Okay. Why I have took this image? Because even though it seems to be only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bones, but still there are so many pieces are there, small bones, they are going to be attached with the help of certain joints. So that's why the name joint appendages. Okay, imagine here in this tibia, okay, let me draw this tibia first. Okay, small, these pieces are going to be get joined by this joint. Or else if I take here only coxa and femur, joined by this appendage, joint, here also joints, here also. So many joints you are going to see here. That's why the name jointed appendages are the organism bearing so many joints in their appendages are nothing but Arthropoda. Even the joints can be seen in the antenna also. Look at this image of cockroach. This is cockroach, right? Everybody knows it. So this cockroach, they have a long thread-like structure. See, these threads are nothing but the sensory structure called antenna. So even in this antenna also, if you observe carefully through microscope, this antenna consists small pieces like this. Again, they are going to be get joined together with the help of these joints. That's why the name Arthropoda. Arthro means joints, poda means appendages. Okay. Now let's study about certain features as well as the body structure of this organism. Let's be taking the example of cockroach itself, because it is very familiar in everybody's house. Of course, we are going to see the cockroach. Correct? Yes. Now, let me draw a rough diagram of a cockroach here. So first of all, within Arthropoda, we are going to see so many subclasses, so many classes. Okay. But here, for our reference, let us study by taking 3 classes. Okay. But before entering into that 3 classes, let me talk about the body structure by taking the example of whom? Yes, cockroach. Okay. Now, the body of this organism is divided into head, thorax. Body has 3 parts. One is head, second one is thorax, third one is abdomen. In few organisms, this thorax part cannot be visible. It will be fused with the head part itself. Okay. So that's why they are called cephalothorax. For example, if you look at the octopus do not come under this category. I'm very sorry. It comes under mollusca. We'll talk about that later. But here in some organism, that head part as well as the thorax part can be fused sometime. But generally, head, thorax and abdomen is the 3 parts that they are going to divide in its body. Okay. Now, let me consider this is the head part of the cockroach. Okay. And here, the neck is there, but we cannot see the neck. And this is the thorax region. And this is the abdominal region. So, of course, it is a segmented, right? Because externally, it shows the segments like this. 3 segments are present in the thorax region. 10 segments are present in the abdominal region. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now, this is the head part. So, within the head, what are the structures you could expect? Of course, we are going to expect the eye. Correct. Imagine these are the eyes. So, eyes in some arthropod, they are very simple, just like human eyes. We have a simple eyes. One simple eye here, another simple eye here. But in some organism, say for example in cockroach, within the eye, we are going to see many simple eyes. Okay, I will tell you what is the meaning of that. Imagine this is one eye. I am just telling this is one eye. Now to this eye, just imagine you are going to insert so many pin. Okay, so many pointed pin, needles, okay. If you just insert the needle here, how it is going to look like this, no? Imagine this is the needle structure. So this needle, if you insert, it looks something like this, no? Something like this. Actually, what you are inserting here as a needle, these are the simple eyes. These are the simple eyes we are going to call by a term called ommatidia. Singular is ommatidium, plural is ommatidia. Okay, there are so many ommatidia are present here. Around 2000 ommatidia present. That means what it becomes? It's not a simple eye right now, right? It is having many simple eyes together. Then of course it is what? Many simple eyes. Let me take some other color. Look at here, how it is staring at you. Correct? So, this is nothing but a compound eye. So, what did you understand? Some arthropod may have a simple eyes. Some may have compound eyes. Correct? Now, in the case of cockroach, it is having compound eye. And after that, it has to make sense, right? Oh, somebody is standing. Oh, some food is there. How it could be able to sense it? With the help of a sensory structure. That sensory structure is something like here, like this. So what are these? Yes, your guess is right. These are called antenna. Plural is antennae, singular is antenna. Now this is the abdomen part, this is the thorax part, this is the abdomen part. Now the entire body of this cockroach will be covered by an exoskeleton. What is the meaning of exoskeleton? Skeleton means, it is nothing but a structure, or it is something made up of certain chemicals that could be able to give a proper shape to an organism. If I take an example of human being, we have a skeleton but which is present internally. That's why we have a proper shape, we have a proper size. Correct. But here in these organisms, there is no internal skeleton. There is an outer skeleton that we call it as an exoskeleton. Okay. So that exoskeleton is rough in nature. So that will be covered throughout the body. That is in all the segment. So let me talk about by taking any one of the segment. Say for example, let me take this part only. That is, let me take this part that is from the thorax and let me show how these exoskeleton looks. Okay. So it is something like this, no? This is the thorax region. So I just took out one part from this. Now on either side, here also, on dorsal side, our exoskeleton is present. On ventral side also exoskeleton is present. Lateral side also exoskeleton present. This side. In all the four corners, this exoskeleton is present. Let me take an analogy to make you understand. Just imagine the soldiers in earlier time, in ancient period. You might have seen the movies of the kings, right? King who are doing war with their enemies. So while doing war, the soldiers or even a king, they are going to wear the armor, which is made up of some kind of steel jacket, right? So how hard it is a kind of protection for them during the war period. So like that, they are also wearing certain armor so that they need certain shield-like structure for their protection. So this is nothing but the exoskeleton that will be present throughout their body. Okay, so this exoskeleton, it is not completely covered. If they are completely covered, then just imagine how this cockroach could be able to walk. If you just run behind the cockroach, you will get failed, but cockroach will win. Why? Because of having the jointed appendages, they can run very fast like anything. You cannot easily catch the cockroach. Correct? So how it could be able to run? Suppose if it has been completely tied by this armor-like structure, there is an exoskeleton. So that's why for its flexibility, there is a membrane present here. There is a membranous structure present here. It is called arthrodial membrane. No need of learning the name of this membrane, but you just know it. This is a membrane. But this structure, what you are seeing, this is the exoskeleton made up of a material called chitin. So again, it's a neat line. Exoskeleton. So don't worry. We are going to learn in detail about this cockroach only, particularly in our structural organization in animals chapter, because In a revised syllabus, that part has got deleted. But according to NTA, that is a NEET pattern, what they are telling in the NEET syllabus, they have just mentioned the word insect. Study the digestive, circulatory, all the systems of insect. So, insect means who is here? Of course, it is cockroach only. So, that's why we need to understand about cockroach, but we'll study in detail in that chapter. Okay, let us not waste time here by learning in detail. Okay, but these words are there in our NCERT. So, here we need to focus. Right? So, chitin is made up of exoskeleton. Very simple. And now, while flying, while running, it has to balance its body. How our ear is balancing us? Because ear is going to balance the air inside as well as the outside. Okay? So, like that, here there is a balancing organ. It is called statocyst. Okay? So, statocyst is a balancing organ present inside. So, many things we have learned. Let us learn certain basic features of this organism, and at the same time we need to learn its body's function also, because as we keep moving in an advanced level, of course there is a respiratory system, circulatory system, nervous system, everything started forming because it is an organ system level of organization. Okay, let us learn that also. So hope you have understood this much. Next, okay, basic body features. One is tube within tube, that is a complete digestive system. Again, I won't explain everything because you have seen, you have understood the concept what I have taught in the beginning itself, correct? And organ system level of organization, it has 3 germ layer, therefore triploblastic. Of course, the head formation is there, therefore we can cut this organism. I mean, cut in the sense, if you pass through a central axis, we could able to get a 2 equal half. So that's why it is called bilateral symmetry, and of course, it is a coelomate animal. Now, as I said in the beginning itself, there are many classes in Arthropoda, but we can classify into 3 major groups for our study purpose. What are those? It is even important for your examination point of view. Remember, don't neglect all those things. One is we can group into insecta. So insecta means all your cockroach, mosquito, everything comes under here. Cockroach, mosquito, butterfly, everything comes under the group of insecta. Okay. So look at here. These insecta, I mean organisms of group insecta, they have a compound eye. Remember, important. Another group is called crustacean. These organisms are present in water. Okay. See, Arthropoda, they are a diverse organism. You can find this even in a terrestrial environment, in the marine environment, even in the fresh water, and everywhere you could able to get this. Because just imagine, man, 2/3 of these organisms are Arthropoda only on this earth. Correct? So, crab, prawn, all this comes under crustaceans because they are aquatic. Let me write here on the, they are aquatic. So these are terrestrial. And now one more group we can make. So another group is called arachnida. In this group, we are going to see the spider, scorpion, all those things. Okay. Now, if you observe clearly, it has been clearly said that this group is having compound eye. This group is also having compound eye. Whereas arachnida is having simple eyes. That's why I said in the beginning, some are having compound, some are having simple eyes. Now, when you enter into the respiratory system, respiration of these organisms, the insecta group shows tracheal system. Tracheal system of respiration. What is the meaning of tracheal system? Once again, insecta group is nothing but cockroach only. Let me take the cockroach body. So this is the head, this is the thorax, this is the abdomen. Okay, let me take like this only. Just like, okay, let it watch us. What you are watching? We are reading. Don't stare us. Okay. This organism in their abdomen, they have small holes in the lateral side. So these holes, they act like a nostril. How the nostrils are present in our body, like that they are present in their body. Okay. So these holes are called spiracles. Now, through these spiracles, oxygen will enter in their body. Just like through nostril, how oxygen enter into our body, like that here also. Okay. So let's imagine the oxygen is entering. Oxygen is entering. So now, when it enters, where it goes? So that is what we are going to study in tracheal system. Let me take out only one part here. So let's consider this is a tracheal system. Okay, tracheal system. Now let's imagine oxygen is moving inside. Oxygen is moving inside. Soon after its movement, it entered into a tube-like structure. Into a tube-like structure like this. Okay, so this tube is called trachea. This tube is called trachea. Now this tube further branches like this, further show many branches like this. And every branch is going towards a organ or a tissue. So directly they are dumping their oxygen. So imagine here is the oxygen, it is just moving through the trachea, and these are the tracheoles. Tracheoles. So this entire system we call it as a tracheary system. So the moved oxygen will directly dump into the tissue part. Okay. So here we can imagine like this. Here they are branching. They are branching directly whatever the cells are present. Because why these things are happening? Why it is present like this? Because they do not have a closed circulatory system. It's an open circulatory system. There is no particular respiratory pigment to carry this oxygen. In our cases, we have RBC. Correct? So we have given that responsibility to RBC. So we are just going to inhale oxygen, right? So that oxygen will be dumped, in the blood, that will be carried by RBC. So RBC will just take this, which is so having hemoglobin in that, and giving near to the tissue. But here no such respiratory pigment. So that's why this work is done by this tracheals or tracheoles. That is nothing but tracheary system. Okay. So that case happen in insecta. Whereas when you come to the crustaceans, which are living in where? Which are living in water, aquatic environment, of course they need water, gills as well as the book gills. So again important, which is given in NCERT only, though they have not specified particularly as in crustaceans, but gills and book gills are there. Okay. So gills you can understand. In fishes we have observed the gills. Then what is book gills? Very simple. Have you seen the books? Pages of the books, right? In the same way, the gills looks like the pages of a book. Correct. Okay. So that's why it is called book gills. And even in Arachnida, we are going to see book lungs. Book lungs in the sense lungs which are present like a pages of a book in a shape and size. Therefore, they are called book lungs. Okay. And the next thing is we need to talk about excretory system. That is excretion. In case of insecta, Malpighian tubules are present. Whereas in the case of these crustaceans, green gland, antennary gland, we'll talk about this. Let us talk about by taking the example of insecta once again. That is cockroach. What are Malpighian tubules? If I just draw a cockroach body, the gut has divided into three parts. One is the foregut. This is the foregut. And after that comes the midgut. Okay. And ultimately it shows the hindgut that opens into anus. Let me write all these parts. This is the foregut, midgut, and this is the hindgut. See here. Between the midgut and hindgut, there are so many thread-like structure present. Like this. Like this. These threads are called what? These threads are nothing but Malpighian tubules. Malpighian tubules. I won't enlarge these tubules to show because as I said, again we are going to discuss in the structural and organization chapter. Okay. So here these Malpighian tubules, they are going to absorb the uric acid. There is a nitrogenous waste which are so present inside the body of this organism. They are going to just absorb all those things. And finally, after absorption, that will dump into this hindgut that will be excreted through anus. So this is the anus which opens into the anus part. So that's why the Malpighian tubules are called what? Excretory structure. Whereas in the case of crustaceans, these are green glands. They are also called antennary glands. Why? Because they are present in the antenna of the organism. So that's why the excretion, see, look, through antenna the excretion occurs. That's why it is called antennary gland or green gland. And this is called coxal gland. Coxa means the part of the leg I have shown in the beginning itself here. This is a coxa. Here somewhere this gland opens. That's why it is called coxal gland. So based on their location, we have given the different name. That's it. So respiration, excretion, we have understood. So if you learn this much about these three classes, that is more than enough. Because particularly they won't ask whether it present in crustaceans, arachnida, because it is not given in NCERT. But if you know this, you are not going to lose anything, right? Okay. Next, we have understood this. Now let's talk about the circulatory system. We know that it is having an open circulatory system. Open circulatory system means the movement of blood do not occur into a closed vessel. But here what happens? If it is a cockroach, how many chambers heart we have? 4 chambers. But in cockroach, though organism is small, but it says, I am having 13 chambered heart, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. 13 chambers are there. So, here the blood enters into these chambers and finally that comes out through a aorta. This is called aorta. So, this blood finally that will be comes out through aorta, that will be spills over here throughout this body cavity, So, just imagine, suppose if the gut system is present, what happened? What happened to this gut system? They are going to bathe within this blood, right? They are bathing within the blood. So, that's why such system of blood is called open circulatory system. That's it. If you know this much, that is more than enough. Now come to the nervous system. Nervous system I won't explain because just now in the previous phylum I have told about in the Annelida, they have a the same thing here also, double solid ventral ganglionated nerve cord. Okay. See, Annelida, in the Nereis case, they were dioecious. Correct? Annelida, in the Nereis case, I said dioecious. Dioecious means sexes are separate. Whereas in Arthworm as well as in the leech, they are monoecious. Both sex organs are present in the same individual. But here, these organisms are telling. So, in many phyla, we are just compromised ourselves by having both the sex organs within us. But now, I can't bear it anymore. So, male sex organ will be in separate individual, female sex organ will be in separate individual. All of us will be in a dioecious condition only. So, if they are dioecious, obviously sexual reproduction has to occur. So, such sexual reproduction where the gamete, the male gamete will be entered into the female body and there it is going to get fused. Okay. Then it is obviously called what? Internal fertilization. While telling about Nereis story, I told that the gametes will be released outside. Correct? And after releasing their gamete, the organism in itself will get burst out so that they will just sacrifice their life just for mating purpose. But such thing do not happen in all Nereis. Remember, some Nereis follow such method. But certain Nereis, certain group of Nereis, they are just going to release their gametes outside. And after that, the gamete will be fused outside only. That is called external fertilization. And then the embryo, zygote will be formed and that will be developed. So, do not get confused. In every case, the organism do not going to get die. In few cases, it will die, but in few cases, it will be survive. Okay? But that is the external fertilization. Whereas in Arthworm and leech, internal fertilization only. Okay? But cross-fertilization. They are going to deposit in other organisms, their sperms. Here, the fertilization which occurs inside the body of the organism. If it is one cockroach and if it is another cockroach, so if it is a male, if it is a female, the male is going to deposit their sperms into the female body and there only the fertilization occurs. So it is called internal fertilization. And mostly they are oviparous. Oviparous means what? Egg-laying organism. If they give birth to the young ones, they are viviparous. We people, human being, we are viviparous. We are going to give birth to the young ones. We won't lay egg, correct? So that's why it is called oviparous, these organisms. So that's it. Hope I have covered almost all part. Let's read NCERT. Here example part is also important. This is the largest phylum of Animalia which include insecta. So this line is important. Already I told. Over 2/3 important. All named species on earth are arthropods. They have organ system level organization, bilateral symmetrical, triploblastic, segmented and cenotopic. Segmentation present only outside, that is externally. The body of arthropods are covered by chitinous exoskeleton. Important. The body consists head, thorax and abdomen. Okay. So let us forget that sometimes in very few organisms, this head as well as the abdomen part will be just fused. Just forget that. Because it is very, very rare case. Let us not get confused by learning that. Okay. So the body is divided into, our body consists head, thorax and abdomen. They have jointed appendages. Correct? That's why arthropoda. Respiratory organs are gill, book gills, book lungs. Important. NEET question. Or tracheal system. Okay. Then, circulatory system is open type. Sensory organs like antenna, eyes are compound or simple, I have covered. Statocysts are balancing organs. A-R-E-R, it is not O-R-E. Statocysts are balancing organ are present. Okay. Statocyst itself means balancing organ. That's why OR is given. Fine. Excretion takes place through Malpighian tubules, mostly dioecious. Fertilization usually internal. Why they are telling that usually? Because in some cases, external fertilization may occur, that's why. But that is very rare case. Let us learn what is given in NCERT. Let us not get confused. Mostly viviparous. Development may be direct or indirect. Some may show larva, some may directly resemble their parent. That's why direct development. Now, we need to understand the most important thing here, that is example. Okay, let's learn example. Look at here. 3 group they have given in example. One is they are talking about, not 3 group, more than 3 group I think. One is they are talking about economically important group. Second one they are talking about the vectors. Okay, and after that the general information they are given. Okay, so questions will be framed in such a way only. For example, which among the following arthropods are economically important? Then you should know it is Apis. Apis means what? Honeybee. Of course, everybody knows. Through honey, how many benefits we are getting, right? So in a market, how much demand it is having because of nutritional value, as well as it will be used even in a medicinal purpose also, correct? So that's why it is a economic importance, which will be studied under economic importance. That is obtained from whom? Honeybee. Look at here, honeybee. It is actually storing honey here. And the second example is bombyx. Bombyx means silkworm. So through silkworm itself, we are going to get a beautiful silk product, silk saree, silk material, correct? So that is through silkworm. It is also arthropoda. And lacifer, it is called lac insect. It is quite rare, but if you just look at here, it looks like a gum. So it acts like glue only. From this, we are going to extract the lac and we are using it in the paints as well as in certain cosmetics, making bangles, so many things. That's why these are all comes under economically important insect. And the next group is nothing but vectors. Vector means, I said in the beginning itself, they act like a vehicle. Okay, they are going to drop certain organisms from one side in the sense through their body to the human being. Okay, so that's why they act like a vector. For example, if it target to cause disease in human being, that is a malaria disease, what it will do? This Anopheles mosquito, it says to the plasmodium, a plasmodium, you just come into my blood, not blood, come into my body. Then that plasmodium will enter into the body of this mosquito. There, especially in the salivary gland, it started multiplying. Then this Anopheles, it will just fly towards the human being and it will bite the human. Then it will take the revenge because to that person, the malaria will start happen. I mean, he starts suffering from malaria because of plasmodium. That means this is a vector which cause what? Malaria. So like that, this fellow also come, Culex. Culex says, you filarial worm, you just sit inside my body and I will go towards the human being. If I bite him, he will get what? Elephantiasis. So Culex mosquito cause elephantiasis. So like that, there is a Aedes. Aedes says, I will cause dengue. I will carry virus and I will cause dengue, chikungunya. So these are the vectors. Next is gregarious thrust. Gregarious means they occur in a group. Okay. So this name is Locusta. But look at this image. So all these insects are coming, they are binding in a group only. That means they are attacking this plant in a group only. So that group is called as a gregarious in a group. Okay. So one such organism which comes in a group is nothing but locust. That's why it is called gregarious pest. It is going to harm the crop. And another one example which is given in NCERT is Limulus. It is called king crab. It is the best example for living fossil. Look at this image. It's a king crab. Why it is called living fossil? Because if you take this organism and if you observe the other organism, we are not going, that means the organism of 50 years back or 100 years back organism also, ancient organism also, you won't see any differences because it is not showing any changes in the evolutionary pattern. That's why Not just 100 or 200 years. It shows many character which resembles to the ancient one. That's why it is called living fossil. Many scientists, they are going to compare the new one or the old one with the living fossil like a king crab. They are going to compare, how it was, how the characteristic feature was, how it is going to evolve, what are all the characteristic is going to change during evolution. So that's why it is called living fossil. Okay, so that's it. If you learn this much, this is more than enough in arthropod. Okay, now let's move on to another phylum. What is that? Mollusca. Mollusca. Look at all these examples of mollusca. You have seen this image, right? You have seen this organism, snail, that will be present in your garden as well as even in the wet soil region. Of course, it is present. So this snail is a very soft body, correct? And you have seen this one also, octopus. Octopus, though it looks dangerous, it looks very devilish. That's why it is called devilfish only. Okay, but it is also soft body. And Unio, it is present in a fresh water. It is having two shells. It present within the two shells. Imagine my two hands are two shells. Within that gap, the organism is present. But it is present in a fresh water. This one is in marine water. This one is terrestrial environment. See, what is it? I gave the example of organism which comes under the group of mollusca in all habitat. That means what? Maybe they are also in large number. Correct? Of course, your guess is right. So, they are the second largest phylum. They are soft-bodied. These are the soft-bodied and they are unsegmented. These are certain keywords, students. You have to remember. Unsegmented. So, hope you are feeling this animal kingdom chapter easy. Okay? If you are feeling it easy, if you are feeling it interesting, then just give a thumbs up. Just hit the like button. Okay? And do share it with your friends also. Right? And one more thing, I don't know from which state, that is from which part of the country you are watching the video. Some are watching from South India, some are watching from North India. I don't know exactly from which part you are watching. Just put in the comment box. Let me feel happy. Oh, here my students are there. They are watching my videos. Okay, it feel happy, right? Yes. Let us study about habitat. As I said just now, they are terrestrial. They can be aquatic. Okay, it can be present in a fresh water. Even it can be present in marine water. For example, octopus. They are the second largest phylum. That means after arthropoda, if you find any organism which are present in bulk or in abundant, obviously they are whom? That is nothing but mollusca only. Correct? So they are soft-bodied, unsegmented organism. From this line, the question can be framed by examiner. Imagine, remember. Basic body features. We have done a lot about this. Okay, now it is just like a typical line. In every phylum, we just keep reading that organ system level organization, coelom, triploblastic, because almost all, after Annelida, almost every characters, every basic features are same in all phylum. Okay, but only thing is you have to remember from where in the animal kingdom these new features begins, right? So here, tube within tube means complete body plan, complete digestive system. Organ system level organization, triploblastic, coelomate, bilateral symmetry. That's it. Okay. Now, I will explain majority of the concept of mollusca within a single diagram. If you just watch clearly, if you just listen the class clearly, then you will understand almost all the concept of NCERT which comes under mollusca. Okay. Yes. In the case of arthropoda, the body has divided into how many parts? 3 parts. What are those? Head, thorax, abdomen. And here also, the body is divided into 3 parts. Okay. So, what are those 3 parts? The 3 parts of the body are, one is, of course, head. Without head, we cannot expect bilateral symmetry. That's why. And the second one, we call it as a visceral hump. Visceral hump. And the third one is foot. Head, foot, visceral hump are the 3 parts. So let me draw a rough diagram of these organisms. Imagine this is the head part. This is the head part. And this is the foot. This is the muscular foot, which is made up of muscles only. That's why muscular foot. And after that, it is having a big hump-like structure. This is visceral hump. Shall I mark it? So this is the foot region, this is the head region, and this is the visceral hump. Okay. something like this, as if an organism is walking by having some heavy things on its back. Okay, like that it is visible. And here is the head. Sorry, here is the eye. Here is the eye. This is the eye of an organism. Look at this image. In octopus, we can easily see this. In octopus, the eye of the octopus, it looks like as if it's a human eye. In evolution chapter, if you're a class 12 student, we can compare certain sentence which is given in evolution chapter. There they are talking about analogous organ. In analogous organ, they have talked about the eye of mammals as well as the octopus. Correct? So both are doing the same function. That is nothing but vision only. But if you look at their ancestor, molluscans' ancestors are different, humans' ancestors are different. But still they are doing the same function. That is nothing but analogous organ. If you are a class 11 student who are watching this video, definitely you don't know about analogous organ. Of course, you might have studied basic things in your previous classes, that is in lower classes, but okay, fine. But you will learn in detail in class 12, evolution chapter. Okay, this is an example for analogous. Now, so this eye is present in where? In which part? Of course, in the head part. In head part, if it is a case of, what is that? Snail, a small tentacles are present. These are sensory structure. Here it is, tentacles. These are the tentacles. Okay, and here one interesting thing is this hump, there is visceral hump, right? Which is having a big gown. As if we are going to see in English movies or in certain movies, right? A person is going to wear a big gown, correct, to cover his body. Like that, this organism is also going to cover his body with a very big gown like this, very big gown. So this structure is called mantle. Mantle. Now, between the visceral hump and the mantle, the cavity which is so present, that will be considered as mantle cavity. So here, this cavity. Okay, let me write this. This is called mantle cavity. So the question may comes, where the mantle cavity is present? Of course, between the visceral hump and the mantle. Now, the water will enter through this mantle cavity. That will be comes out from this end. From one end it will enter, from other end it will come. Okay. So now in this region, there is a feather-like structure present. Something like this. Something like this. It looks like feather only, right? No? So this feather-like structure, what you are saying, is called gills or feather gills. It is also called by a name called ctenidium. Ctenidium. So this ctenidium, it says, oh, water is coming here. So I will capture almost all oxygen which is present in water. Then I will give the carbon dioxide, let it go out. That means which type of function it is performing here? That is through gills. Of course, your guess is right, respiration. And any excretory product, that is the nitrogenous waste, that also will be excreted through the gills only. So, respiration as well as the excretion are the two functions performed by the ctenidium or feather gills. Okay, and some organism you might have seen, for example, the snail itself. Look at here. The snail is having shell. Where it went? The snail is having shell on its body, whereas octopus do not have. Whereas this unio is having, because it is once again bivalve. It is called bivalve because two shells are present. So, if the shells are present in these organisms, then where it is present? If shell is absent, then okay, no problem. If it is present, where exactly it is present? Here is the structure. Here is the structure. Let me show the shell in which color. Okay, I will show in this color. It will be present above the mantle. It will be attached to the mantle itself. This is called shell. Okay, and now here within the head itself, the mouth will be present. Imagine here is the mouth and it will be continuous like this. It will be continuous and it will be opens through anus. So this would be the anus. This would be the mouth. And here in this mouth region, in this mouth region, that is in the buccal cavity, almost all in the buccal cavity, there is a structure present. There is a structure present like this. This structure is called radula. I will write inside itself. So radula, it's a rasping organ. So have you seen seesaw? How the edges will be very sharp. It will be something like this, no? Seesaw edges. Like that, this radula edges will be there, which is present in the buccal cavity, just like our tongue. Okay. So whenever it goes near to the substratum, imagine I am a molluscan. Okay. I will go near to the substratum. For example, any rock. There some algae are attested, or some species, plant species, or anything which is present there. Then I will give out my tongue outside. Okay. I will release my tongue outside. That is nothing but radula only. So this radula comes out from its mouth. That will be scratch that rock part where the algae or anything which is so present, which will be act as a food for it, which will be food for this organism. Then it will make a sound. Okay, uncomfortable sound, chur sound it will make. Then it will take out. That food will be engulfed with the help of this radula. So that something like chur sound which comes, no, that sound we call it as a rasping sound. So that's why it is called what? Rasping organ. That is radula. Once again, it is a NEET question. NEET question. Okay, so that's it. Almost everything I have covered. Okay, now if you learn the example, then over only reproduction part left. In reproduction, of course, these organisms also shows dioecious and so many advanced character. Let us read NCERT part. This is the second largest phylum. Molluscs are terrestrial aquatic. That means marine, freshwater organ, system level organization, bilateral symmetry, diploblastic, coelom animal. It is common. Body is covered by calcareous shell. Okay, I said here is the shell present, right? So if the shell present, from which material it would be made up of? Of course, calcium carbonate. So that's why it is called what? Calcareous shell. Okay. And these are unsegmented with a distinct head, muscular foot and visceral hump. These are the three parts. A soft and spongy layer of skin forms a mantle. So mantle over the visceral hump. Again, it's a statement-based question. The space between the hump and the mantle is called mantle cavity, in which feather-like gills are present. They have respiratory and excretory function. NEET question. The anterior head region has sensory tentacles. The mouth contains a file-like rasping organ for feeding called radula. NEET question. Okay, they are usually, so this is about reproduction. Usually dioecious, as I said, advanced character. Dioecious means sexes are separate. Oviparous, they are also saying we are also going to lay egg. We won't give birth to young ones. So oviparous, dioecious, arthropoda nature only with indirect development. See here, they are not telling that direct development. Indirect larva is present. That's it. Mollusca over. If you learn the example, finish. So pila, apple snail. Just now we have seen this. Can you see here the two thread-like structure, horn-like structure which is so present? No, these are tentacles. Remember the example. Very important. If possible, I will make a separate video as a trick to remember these example. Okay, but I am not getting enough time. But if I get, definitely I am going to make it. Okay. Then pinctada, pearl lister. So inside this organism, we could able to see a pearl. This organism, whenever, if it catch any foreign particle, then it will just close its shell, undergo reaction within that. That means within the body, there is a membrane present. It start undergoing reaction so that finally it will be converted into pearl. That's why it is called pearl lister. Okay. And this is called cuttlefish, sepia, scientific name sepia, common name cuttlefish, this one. There is a cuttle bone present inside. Because of that reason, it is called cuttlefish. Next one, can you see? This is called loligo. Loligo means squid. This is the devilfish, octopus only. Okay, octopus. Applies here. See here, this one. This is called tusk shell. Dentalium. Dental. It is usually refers to teeth, right? Tusk. It is nothing but the long teeth of elephant, tusk of elephant. It looks almost like that only. That's why it is called tusk shell. And this is called Chetoplera. Chiton, chiton, anything you can pronounce. So this is the organism. Okay, that's it. Oh, yes. Now we are in the last phylum of non-chordata. What is that? Echinodermata. Can you see here? This is the starfish. correct? Let us learn this whole Echinodermata phylum with the help of this starfish only. Starfish, name itself is telling, they are telling I am a star shaped. Okay, that's why the name starfish. But, okay man, we do agree why you are called starfish, but why your name as Echinodermata? Tell me. Then it says, look at my body feature, look at my body surface. So on the surface of my body, can you see a small spines? Can you see a small spines like structure comes? That's why it says, my name is Echinodermata. Echino means spiny. Derma means what? Skin. Derma means skin. So, spiny skinned animals are called Echinodermata. Then you may get it out. Ma'am, what about crocodile? Their skin is also spine-like, but that is not a skin. Of course, even though it is a skin, that is a separate category. I will tell you in the chordata part. Okay, but these organisms are spiny-skinned organisms, and these organisms are telling we are maintaining our own status, ma'am. We are going to live only in marine water, not in fresh water. Okay, so all organisms of this phylum are marine only. So how many we have learned? Ctenophora is exclusively marine. Echinodermata is exclusively marine, and in the next phylum we are going to learn about Hemichordata, that's also exclusively marine. So you have to remember, it's a NEET question. Which among the following are exclusively marine phylum? Ctenophora, Echinodermata, Hemichordata. Okay. Now, here when you just look at the starfish, once again let me go back. Starfish, what you are saying, if you touch this organism on its surface, imagine if you touch here, then what you are touching? You are touching the anus of this organism. Remember, you are not touching the beautiful part of this organism, you are touching the anus. Then where is the mouth, which is present inside? Okay, if my hand is the starfish, on the dorsal surface, the anus is present, on the ventral surface, mouth is present. Okay, let me show here. Why I am putting dot now? Because to show that it is a dorsal surface. On the ventral surface, we can't see. So here, what you are seeing in the center, this is the anus. Then it is the dorsal surface. Dorsal surface is also called aboral surface. Anus is present, but here excretory system itself is absent. That is a speciality of this phylum. We don't know. Okay, why it is like that. Excretion is absent. Write down in your copy. It is very important feature. NEET question. Anus just remove the undigested waste. Then as if it is crawling on the sand, right? Or within the ocean itself, in the water body, which is going to move like this. I will show a small video at the end of this phylum. It will move in such a way that they are not moving so fast. They are not even present on the soil only, that is attested to the soil. First, it will just remove its one arm. Okay, it will just raise its one arm, and the rest of the arm will be attested to the sand or the substratum only, that is in the earth only. And after that, it will just move here. Then it will raise another arms. So like that, it slowly, it will just by raising their arms, they are going to crawl on the sand or crawl on the ground. Okay, that is done with the help of certain special structure that we will discuss. And as they are crawling in that area, that is in the ventral surface here, they are going to bear the mouth. So mouth is present ventrally. Then obviously, I can call ventral surface as what? Oral surface. So this is the difference between the dorsal and ventral surface. Now, I got getting exhausted since a long period. Now I said, when you just look at the starfish on the surface, their body looks as if they are having spines on their body. Correct? That's why the name spiny skin. How come such structure came to their body? That is because of the skeleton. Okay, so that skeleton is made up of calcium carbonate again. It is a bony in nature. Okay, let's imagine I have removed all the skin of this starfish. I have removed all the muscles of this starfish. Then what left? Only bones, right? Only internal bones. Now if I just draw the internal bones, how it looks? Let me show that. Here it is. Okay, something what you are going to see, these are nothing but bony ossicles. Bony ossicles, nothing but a skeleton on the surface of this bony ossicle. And of course, these bones are not simply present like that. They will be interconnected by a muscles. Imagine these are the muscles which are interconnected to this. You can imagine, I can't write for the entire thing. You have to imagine, students. You have to imagine it will be interconnected like this. So this makes the entire Echinodermata become so flexible. It can move so flexibly. This is because of this interconnected muscles. Okay. Now on the surface of this bone, they have a raised structure like this. Above the bony structure itself, they have a raised structure. Here on both the sides. Now, this is also bony part only. Now, just put skin over it. Just put muscles, skin over it. Then how it looks? It looks like this only, right? It looks like this spiny skin only. So that's why we are going to see the spiny skin. Okay, the skin shows as if the spines are arising. That is not a spines. That is because of this bony skeleton called calcareous ossicle. That is an endoskeleton. Okay. Now, this is having a beautiful mechanism. This starfish or overall this Echinodermata. That beautiful system is nothing but water vascular system. We have learned water canal system. Don't get confused with water canal and water vascular. Totally they are different. Water canal system was present in primitive phyla. What is that? Porifera. Here we are talking about water vascular system. What is water vascular system? Let's read. Let me draw porifera first. Sorry. What is that? Starfish first. Imagine it's a starfish. Trying to draw 3D version, but I don't know how it is looking in the camera. But okay, let me consider myself as I have drawn some 3D diagram for my satisfaction. Okay. Now, here on the surface of this, there is a sieve-like structure present. A sieve. Sieve means small pores are present. These sieves are called madreporite. Madreporite. Now the water enter through these sieves. Imagine the water is entering here. Water is entering. Now the water which is leading to one more canal. This is the stony canal. Water is entering here. Water entered here. Okay. This is called stone canal. Stone canal. And from this, there is a ring-like structure comes. It is called ring canal. That means the water will start moving in this ring canal. You can see it, no? You can see it like this. Okay, so this is ring canal. Ring canal. Finally, from this ring canal, so many structures, that is an arm-like structure, it is passing. Which is passing here. Okay, which is passing here also. You can imagine, which is passing here also. That means the water which is so entered through the ring canal, that will be entered even into this radiating arm also. They are entering into this radiating arm. Okay, are you getting? So these are radiating arm. And finally, the water will comes out. It will be releases through a tube-like structure. Outside it will be releases through a tube-like structure. They act like a section. These tube-like structure will be present throughout the body. Below their arm, it will be present. And finally, the water will be releases out. So such a system, we call it as a water vascular system. Now you are getting shocked. Now you are getting confused. Why it has to do all such drama? Why it has to take the water inside? And why it has to leave water outside? Are they playing like seesaw? Of course they are playing. But during this play, they are actually doing their work also. That means when water enters, the oxygen which is so present inside the water, that will be captured by this organism. That means this water vascular system, of course, it is helping this organism for which function? In the respiration. Correct? So then Echinodermata says, I am not that much full, man. While coming, the water, what I am taking now inside my body, while doing this process itself, I can capture my food also. Whatever the food I require to satisfy my hunger, I will capture those. That means it will even helps in capturing the food. Capturing the food, that is the second function. And these 2 feet, so these structure, what you are saying, they are called 2 feet. With the help of these structure, they could able to get support on the ground. They act like a section force. They are going to attach to the ground. Then, with the help of this, slowly it will raise other arms. Imagine these 2 are the arms of this starfish. I am a starfish. These are my 2 arms. So now, with the help of this arm, I am going to get a support on the ground. Okay, because the 2 feet are there. It acts like a section. It will be just make this my body to attach on the ground. Now, slowly I am going to raise my another arm. Then I will just move here, crawl slowly. Then I'm going to hold this arm onto the ground. And then I'm going to remove this one. Again, I'm going to hold this. So like that, I could, in the sense, the starfish could able to move with the help of this 2 feet. So the 2 feet, obviously, how it is working with the help of this whole system, water vascular system, which is entering through madreporite, stone canal, ring canal, radiating arm. Finally, that is coming through 2 feet, right? So that's mean even this will help in locomotion also. So this is very, very important, students. Very, very important. What is the function of water vascular system? That question may come in your exam. Okay, that's it. Almost all everything we have covered. Okay, now we are left with only the reproduction. Only the reproduction. Reproduction, it is advanced. Why advanced? Okay. These things, basic features, again, organ system level organization, complete digestive system, because mouth and anus we have seen, triploblastic. And here, the adult body, what we have seen, no, this is the adult body. If you make a central axis, if you just cut it into a equal half, we could get equal half in any pattern. That's why it is called radial symmetry, but only adult. But its larva. Larva is freely swimming. It is not going to move slowly lethargic like this. It freely swim like anything, like a fish. That's why it is a radial, not radial symmetry, bilateral symmetry. It is a very important thing. In the beginning of the table itself, by explaining itself, I said, NCERT has put star mark over it. Why? Because adult are showing radial, whereas larva are showing bilateral symmetry. Now you may get question. Ma'am, suppose if such question comes in our exam, what is the symmetry of Echinodermata? Then what we have to write? Whether it is a radial or bilateral. Look at me. Whenever the question is asking about the symmetry, means always the examiners are going to target the adult organism. That's why if the symmetry of Echinodermata is asked by giving option like bilateral, radial, asymmetry like that, just stick on to radial symmetry. Don't get confused in that. But if the question asks particularly about the larva of Echinodermata, then you can go to this bilateral symmetry option. Okay? Or else, just don't get confused, just stick on to radial symmetry. Okay? Next, coelomate organism, because it's advanced. Now the last part is reproduction. Of course, the sexes are separate. Dioecious, because from Arthropoda itself we have started seeing this feature. Therefore, they show sexual reproduction. Fertilization is external. Remember, I said, those organisms which are exclusively marine, we have to remember one more point along with that. They are all showing external fertilization. Gametes are going to be released outside and those gametes are going to fuse outside only. Correct? So, it is external fertilization. As if we are talking about larva, obviously it is an indirect development and it is a free swimming larva. Correct? That's it. Now, example part. I know you are not going to search the Google. That's why I have put the image also. These two examples which given in NCERT along with the image, you have to remember, because some diagram based question comes, you should know how to recall it and how to identify. So this one is Astrias, that is nothing but starfish. And the second one, it looks like star only, Ophiora, brittle star. It is also called brittle star. Okay. Look at here. This is Asterias, starfish, this one. This one, sea urchin. It is also called Echinus. It said, anyhow you have given a title, Echinodermata, spiny skin. Why should I simply show a drama like showing the spines or not? let me bear the spine-like structure only. Therefore, almost all the body is going to bear the spine. You can see this image here. This is called antedon, sea lily. On the surface of this organism, so many antennas are present. You can remember like this. Therefore, its name antedon, this one. Next, this is sea cucumber. It's like a cucumber only, correct? Cucumaria, cucumber. This is brittle star. This image is given in our NCERT book also. It may come for identification, remember it. Okay, brittle star. Oh, that's it. Let us solve few questions regarding these three phyla, what we have discussed just now. Okay. What functions do the gills feather-like do in mollusca? Respiratory, circulatory, wrong. Excretory, respiratory, circulatory, wrong. Circulatory, excretory, wrong. Excretory and respiratory. Correct? So, if you have listened to the class carefully, you can answer it without my help also. Okay, next. Sensory tentacles are present in dash in mollusca. Where it is present? In the head, foot, or in visceral lump. Where? Mean mental cavity wrong, muscular foot wrong. It is present in the anterior head region. Correct? Visceral hump, that is also wrong. Next question. The second largest phylum of invertebrate animals is which one? Annelida, Aschelminthes, Mollusca, Platyhelminthes. It is Mollusca. If it is first largest phylum, it is Arthropoda. Next one. The radula is found in, radula is rasping organ, found in mollusca. Radula is found in mollusca, correct. Helps in feeding, correct. It helps in feeding habitat. It is not for respiration. It is absent in Echinodermata. I am going fast because all these things just now I have explained. How many of the following organisms belong to second largest phylum? That means they are talking about mollusca. Here few examples are given. We need to identify. What is there in that? Come, let's identify it. Apple snail, this is mollusca only, one. Pearl Easter, this is also mollusca only, correct. Anopheles, wrong. Culex, wrong. Aves, wrong. These are our enemies because they are the vectors of Arthropoda. Here we need to identify the molluscans only. Starfish, Echinodermata. Sea urchin, wrong. This is also Echinodermata. Cuttlefish, mollusca. Sea cucumber, Sea cucumber, wrong. Sea cucumber is Echinodermata. Squid, and devilfish. So how many over? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correct? So let me check it. Cuttlefish and squid again. Cuttlefish and squid. Are you there, man? Cuttlefish is there. Squid is also there. Correct? My guess is correct. So, 5 R comes under this category. Correct? Yes. So, total 5. Next question. Identify the wrongly matched one. Gregarious pest, locust. Correct. Living fossil, limulus, correct. Economically important insect, Apis, economically important. Bombyx, correct. Vectors, mosquito vector, Anopheles, Culex, Aedes. Lac insect is also given. No, wrong. How can you place this lac insect? It is an economically important insect. This is the incorrect match, but it is our answer even. Next question. The excretory organ of arthropod. Arthropod can be what? Coxal gland, antennal gland, Malpighian bodies, anything. Here, coxal gland is given, green gland is given. There is nothing but antennal gland. Malpighian tubules is given. Therefore, all of the above is our answer. Next question. Body is segmented in Arthropoda segmented, Annelida segmented, but not in Cnidaria. Correct? Cnidaria, it is a sea anemone. It is not segmented. Therefore, option D. Next question. Find the incorrect statement from the following. Let us find it. Comb plates are mediate locomotion in ctenophore. It is a correct statement. Malpighian tubules carry out excretion of waste materials in cockroach and earthworm. This is wrong. It can carry in cockroach, but not in earthworm. In earthworm, what is the structure present? It is a nephridia. It is nephridium or nephridia. Therefore, this is the incorrect statement and this is our answer even. Excretion in fasciola. Fasciola means Platyhelminthes, which helps with the help of flame cell. It is also right. Hermaphrodite in nature. Although hermaphrodite in nature, cross fertilization takes place in earthworm, because both worms comes in cross way. I mean opposite end. They are going to exchange their sperms. Exchange in the sense, one organism is going to place the matured sperm into the other body of organism, other earthworm body. Select the correct option with respect to characteristic features of given animals. Annelida, metamerically segmented and schizocoelomate animals. See, enterocoelom, schizocoelom, within coelomate animal itself we have bifurcated. So that will becomes in Ames level exam. So no need of remember about schizocoelom and all. But if the word is given as schizocoelom, remember they are coelomate animal only. Okay. So metamerical is Annelida or coelomate. So this is right. We need to identify the correct option. Okay. So option A is correct. Then Arthropoda, jointed appendages with closed circulatory system. This is incorrect. Arthropoda do not have closed circulatory system. Ctenophora shows bioluminescence, also called sea walnut. Correct. This is right only. Porifera, archaeocytes are called as collar cells, not archaeocytes. It is canocytes. Canocytes are called collar cells. So this is incorrect. So option statement A and statement C are correct. A, B, C are correct. A, C, D are correct. B and D are correct. Only D are correct. Select the correct options with respect to characteristic features of given animals. Yeah, this one is our answer. B and D are incorrect. See, I didn't say only properly. See, this is very important. Even in exam also, directly we are going to see which one is correct. But here, they are given at option as incorrect. So, these two are incorrect. B and D are incorrect. So, this is our answer. Okay. Next one. Radial symmetry is found in larva of Echinodermata, most of sponges, Mollusca. Radial symmetry, first of all, not seen in anybody. Larva, bilateral. Sponges, asymmetry. Mollusca, bilateral. So, where radial symmetry is there? Therefore, none of the above is our answer. This is our answer. Okay. Next one. The excretory system is dash in Echinodermata. Absent, man. This is absent. Now, let us match it. Echinus. I said, A should be sea urchin. A should be 3. Here, this one is wrong. This one is wrong because A3 is given in these two. Cucumaria, sea cucumber, B should be 4. Here, this is wrong. So, now let's compare this. B4, C5, C. This one, Antedon. Antedon is sea lily only, correct. D, Ophiora. Ophiora is called brittle star, correct. D1, brittle star. And E2, Asterias, starfish. So, option B is the right answer. Okay. That's it. Now, we are in Hemichordata. Let us learn about Hemichordata. Okay, now let's talk about the phylum Hemichordata. So here, hemi in the sense semi. Earlier scientists thought that it is also a subphylum of Chordata itself, because they thought that in an organism, if you find a solid rod-like structure called notochord, then all such organism should be placed in which group? That is, it is in the Chordata group. Okay. So they thought that a rod-like structure is present in these organisms, therefore it is also a member of Chordata only. But the rod-like structure was not in the complete body. It was restricted to a particular area. But later they came to know that it is not a solid rod. It was a hollow. It was a hollow rod-like structure. So this is nothing but a stroma cord. It is called by a name called stroma cord. I will tell you where exactly it is present. So later scientists realized that, oh, it is not a Chordata because it is not having the Chordata features itself. When we talk about Chordata, we will understand what are all the features present in Chordata group. Okay, they should have a gill slits, they should have a post-anal tail. So all those things should be present in a Chordata organism, or the organism that should present in Chordata. But all those criteria was absent in this Hemichordata. So therefore, what they did? You are not a member of Chordata or not even a subphylum of Chordata. You are a separate phylum called Hemichordata. So therefore, we need to study this phylum as a separate phylum only, Hemichordata phylum. Now, how this organism looks? Because we are studying all these organisms since porifera itself, we came to know that how this organism look. Correct? Like that, when you imagine or when you look at this Hemichordata, they are just like worm only. Okay, so they are worm-like organism, and once again, they are exclusively marine. That's what I said. When you just recall the phylum, there is a non-chordates. I'm talking about non-chordates. How many phylum are exclusively marine? One is Ctenophora. N number of time I have repeated because it is very important. And Echinodermata. Then this one, Hemichordata. In Chordata group, again we are going to see few organisms that are exclusively marine. But if it comes to non-Chordata group, these are the three phylum. You have to remember their names. Okay. So exclusively marine means, of course, they are going to live near the ocean. Okay, it is not found in depth of the ocean, almost near the intertidal region, just like our nereis. Okay, look at this organism. This is the real one. Its name is Balanoglassus, and this one, it has been covered by a mud. Okay, mud in the sense sand. So how exactly they are going to live near the sand? I will show you. Imagine these are the intertidal regions. The tides are coming, and here the sand, everything is present. You just assume. Okay. Now, these organisms, with the help of their head, actually, head is not a head. They have a conical shaped structure. This one is called proboscis. Proboscis, it acts like a head, but they do not have eyes, nothing. Okay. Just like head, we need to understand. With the help of that, they are going to make a tunnel inside the sand. Okay. Imagine this is the tunnel they have created like this, like this. Now, this organism is going to be present inside this tunnel. Right? So, whenever the water flows here inside this tunnel, along with the water, small organism will also enter. Okay, so they are going to eat as it is. Along with the sand, along with the mud, they are going to eat the organism also. For example, phytoplanktons, zooplanktons, certain small protozoa. These are the food for these organisms. They are going to eat. But they are very smart. They are going to filter only the food part, and rest of the water will be just exit out of their body. Because their body will be having so many pores, we call it as a gill pores, through that the water will be comes out. Okay. So that's why these organisms are called what? Filter feeders. Filter feeders, because they are going to filter the things, then they are going to feed it. Okay. So exclusively marine in the sense, one thing that should print in our mind, that is, it shows external fertilization. Okay. Now, just like different phylum, like Arthropoda, head, thorax and abdomen, Mollusca, there is a foot, visceral mass, visceral hump as well as the head. Like that, if you have to divide this body of this Balanoglass or the Hemichordata into three parts, then obviously we are going to see these three regions. Okay. What are those? The first one, what you are seeing here, this is the first part called proboscis. And the second one is called collar, and the third part is called trunk. So, the body can divide it into three parts. Proboscis, collar and the trunk. Okay. So, these organisms says, I will show complete digestive system. Complete digestive system in the sense, it should have both mouth as well as the anus. Correct. Then where is the mouth here? Look at. If you consider this organism, internal structure, if you just remove this part, internally, here the mouth part will be present. So this mouth will be continuously extend up to here, There is the alimentary canal is present up to here. So if it is having complete digestive system, mouth to anus, then such body plan is what? 2 within 2. 2 within 2 body plan. Okay. And this organism says, of course, I am going to excrete nitrogenous waste. whereas Echinodermata didn't excrete at all. But I am going to show excretion. Okay, so where that excretory structure is present, then it says don't find anywhere here on the top. Here itself, you could find here, the excretory structure. So this excretory structure is called proboscis gland. Proboscis gland, this is for what? Excretion. Again, it is a neat question. It's a neat question. Okay. And scientists got confused this with the chordata, right? Because of having a stoma chord, I said. Where it is present? Stoma means mouth. So above the mouth, near the collar region, here they could able to find a rod-like, not rod-like, rod-like is a wrong word, a hollow structure they could able to find in this region. Okay, so this hollow structure is called stoma chord. Stoma chord. So that's why we have placed it under the separate phylum as Hemichordata. Okay, it's not a Notochord. Suppose, if I say it is not suppose, it is a non-chordate, then if it has to consider as a chordata, then which criteria it must possess? Listen to me. If it is an organism, if I say this organism belongs to chordata group, then it must show mouth that should be complete and should end with the anus, and after the anus, certain part should be left. So this is called post-anal part. Post-anal part. Such post-anal part is not present. Okay, if it is a human being, post-anal part is there. If it is a cow, imagine there is a cow. I don't know what I am going to draw, but just think it's a cow only. So whichever be it is, but here the anus will be there. This is the anus. And after anus only, the tail will be present, correct? The tail part will be present. So this is post-anal tail. That should be a characteristic feature of all chordates. All chordates, either it is a human or any other animals, if they do not have tail, but the part should be there, post-anal part should be present. But such thing is absent here. Such thing is absent. The anus is the terminal end of this organism. After the anus, there is no any other part. So therefore, we cannot consider it as a what? Chordata. Right? And here in the trunk region, okay, let me rub this part. In the trunk region itself, these area shows many pore-like structure. These pores are called gill pores. Gill pores. Through this itself, the excess of water will be comes out after consuming after taking the oxygen which is present in the water. So therefore, I can say the gill pores are responsible for respiration. Rest of the things do not need because it will not be asked in your exam. And here on either side, the folded region, what you are seeing, suppose, imagine this part. Let me take only the trunk region. This is the anus, correct? Here is the collar or something like this. So this is the folded part, right? This is the folded part, and here the sex organs are going to be present. Sexes are separate. Sex organs are present. If it is a male, male sex organ. If it is a female, female sex organ. Okay? And here inside present the gill pores. Understood, no? So this is what about Hemichordata. And of course, the basic features we can understand. It shows complete digestive system. It is a coelomate. Okay? And it's not a chordata. Therefore, it is having open circulatory system. Open circulatory system. Because only two phylum, remember, Annelida as well as the chordata, they shows closed circulatory system. Okay, and even in mollusca also, very few molluscans, they show this closed circulatory system, but apart from that, rest of all the phylum shows open circulatory system. That's it. Because first of all, circulatory system begins from Annelida group itself. As soon as it started showing circulatory system, they adopt closed circulatory system. Okay, now let's read the NCERT part. Hemichordata was earlier considered as a subphylum under the phylum Chordata. Okay, but now it is placed as a separate phylum under non-chordata. It is not a chordata, means it is a non-chordate. Hemichordates have rudimentary structure in the collar region called stomochord. Okay, it's not a permanent, it's a rudimentary structure. which is similar to notochord. It looks like a notochord, but it is not. If it is a notochord, it should be solid. It should be solid like this. But here, it is a halo. This is halo. Understood the difference? This phylum consists of a small group of worm-like marine animals. They are exclusively marine. See, here they said marine animals, but they are not giving the line exclusively marine. But it is understood. Okay. So, they show organ system level of organization, bilateral symmetry, triploblastic, coelomate animals. So, these are general. So, that's why I didn't mention. Hope you can understand. The body is cylindrical and composed of proboscis, a collar and a long trunk. Okay. Circulatory system is open type. Respiration takes place through gills. Excretory organ present, that is proboscis gland. Sexes are obviously separate, that is a dioecious. If it is exclusively marine, obviously which type of fertilization? External fertilization. The gametes are going to be released outside in the water body. There only they are going to fuse. Okay. So development is indirect. Understood? Only two examples we need to remember here. One is balanoglasses. The diagram, the image what I have shown, that is a balanoglasses image only. And another one is sacoglasses. Over. Hemichordata part is over. Now, the next phylum. A big phylum. Okay, actually big phylum is nothing but Arthropoda. But now here many things we need to learn under Chordata. That is a phylum Chordata only. Right? Now let me draw a diagram. I don't know which animal it is. A simple rough diagram I am going to draw. But you have to assume that it is a member of Chordata. Okay. So if it is a member of Chordata, what are all the main features that should consist? So to study that, I need to draw the diagram. Okay. Yes. Imagine this organism is a Chordata. I don't know which organism it is, but it is a Chordata group. Right? And if I have to mention their parts, let me consider this as a dorsal side and this should be the ventral side. This is the ventral. Then this organism says, you are showing the ventral part of mine, correct? Then in the ventral part, I am going to bear the alimentary canal. Alimentary canal begins from the mouth and that will be continuous and ends in the anus. So this is the anus. Okay, so this is alimentary canal. And after anus, certain part left as it is. So this part is called what? Post-anal part. So this post-anal part was absent in Hemichordata. Therefore, we didn't consider. And near the alimentary canal, that is in the ventral side itself, there are certain gill slits are present, which are present near the pharynx. If you know the parts of our alimentary canal, we have a pharynx here. Correct? So, near to this pharynx, all chordates must possess gill slits. Gill slits. Ma'am, then we are also chordates. Do we have gill slits? We were having gill slits. Though we are not having gill slits right now, that is in the after birth, but we were having gill slits when we were embryo. When we were in our mother's womb, no, by that time, we have all these features. We have all these features. Let me draw structure of a human embryo. If it's a human embryo, this is the gill slits. These are the gill slits it is present. And here, we do not have notochord right now. We do not have a solid rod-like structure in our back. But when we were embryo, we had a rod-like structure here. This is the notochord. This notochord itself replaced by vertebral column. Therefore, if you just touch your back, there is a backbone, backside, we could able to see the vertebral bones. Okay, that has been replaced by this notochord. Understood? So, once in your lifetime, either in the embryonic condition itself or some animals, they are going to show the larva stage. Even in the larva stage itself or throughout your life, man, either from your birth to death, throughout your life, you may have these features. But Chordata or these organisms, they put condition. If you have to enter into my phylum, you have to possess all this character. You must have notochord. Then we human beings says, we do not have notochord, but we had in embryonic condition. Okay, just get into our phylum group because you had notochord, right? Fine. Gill slits do you have? No, we don't have, but we had in our embryonic stage. Okay, then get in. At least you had in embryonic condition. But all this phylum, what we have studied, that is from porifera to hemichordata, they didn't have anything even in the embryonic conditions, even in the larva conditions, or even in the adult stage also, they didn't mention anything. Therefore, you guys don't enter into my group. Just stay away from here. That means you are all non-chordates. Understood the difference? Now, where this notochord present? It is in the dorsal surface. If you consider this as a dorsal surface, here the rod-like structure is going to be seen. A solid rod-like structure. This is notochord. All those organisms which bear this notochord, then they are all what? Chordata. And above this notochord, there is a halo, long, single nerve cord is present. Nerve cord is present. We heard this term nerve cord even in non-chordates. That is in Platyhelminthes, but in Platyhelminthes it is there, but NCERT has not mentioned. But okay, they have taken it from Annelida group itself. But we see that nerve cord was present in the ventral side, correct? If it is an earthworm, if you consider this is our earthworm, just recall, they have a double solid. Why solid? Because there are so many and ganglion are moving and they have this ganglionated. These are ganglionated, which are present in the ventral side. So, there is a huge difference between that, between the chordata as well as the non-chordate. These are non-chordate. They are double, ganglionated, okay, ventral, solid, nerve cord. Whereas in chordata, nerve cord is single, dorsal, non-ganglionated. They are not solid, right? This is halo nerve cord. So there is a difference. Correct? And here the gill slits are there, posterior tail is there. So if an organism possesses all these structure, then easily we can say they all belongs to which group? Phylum Chordata. Okay? So hope you can understand. And even the heart is present. The heart in the case of non-chordate. For example, if I take earthworm example itself, imagine this earthworm. Here in the earthworm, the heart is present in the dorsal side. Whereas in chordata group, we are all chordata. Heart is present ventral side. Correct. So these are certain basic difference from which we can differentiate chordata as well as the non-chordata. NCERT itself mentioning a diagram, a table and even a diagram also, they are showing everything. So hope you have understood this one. Next. Look at here. Let's read the NCERT text part. Animals belonging to the phylum Chordata are fundamentally characteristic by the presence of notochord, it is very important, and dorsal halo nerve cord, that is also important, and paired pharyngeal gill slits. See, gill slits. Okay, then this is a general line. So, since all these organisms, advanced organisms, they are possessing bilateral symmetry, coelomate character, obviously we are also possessing that, correct? Of course, we are also bilateral symmetrical, and we are triploblastic coelomate animals with organ system level of organization. They possess post-anal tail and closed circulatory system. See, we got a unique feature here. Apart from Annelida, rest of the organism do not have except this one, chordata, okay, because it is having a closed circulatory system. Here the diagram what I have drawn, the same diagram is given, image is given in our NCERT. If the diagram based question comes, if they just mention this as part X or this as part Y, you should know which part it is. You should know the labeling. Okay. See, here is the table. They are showing the difference between chordata and non-chordata. So, yes, chordata, notochord is present. Here, notochord is absent. We know the difference, this one. Central nervous system is dorsal, halo, single in chordata. Just now we have studied. Central nervous system is ventral, solid and double. Okay. And pharynx perforated by gill slits, whereas gill slits was absent here. Heart is ventral, heart is dorsal if present. Because in all of these non-chordates, we didn't see heart. Correct? Even in cockroach, Arthropoda, heart was there, but heart was 13 chambered. It was on the dorsal side, not in the ventral side. So therefore, if heart present, it is present on the dorsal side. They are telling the post-anal tail or a part is present. The post-anal tail is itself is absent. So these are the 5 basic differences. If you know this, that is more than enough. Now, within chordata, we have to study 3 subphylum. Okay, what are those? Within chordata group, we are telling. One is Urochordata. Second one is Cephalochordata. The third one is Vertebrata. Listen to me carefully. See, in the beginning, while reading every phylum, we feel, oh, this is very easy. If you remember that much, oh, that is enough. Our mind started feeling like that. But when we summarize all together, listen to me carefully. When we summarize all together, that is from porifera to chordata, everything is now starting getting confused. Definitely our mind is going to get confused. So for that, what you have to do? After watching the video, you have to read NCERT. So that's why in every paragraph, I have putting NCERT part also. In most of the things, I have put NCERT part. But there are certain phylum where I didn't put NCERT text because everything I have covered. Here also everything I have covered, but at least you should know ma'am is covering everything of NCERT and she is telling certain things which is not given in NCERT also. So I'm just teaching it like a story, okay? So that you can easily remember, you can easily recall at the time of exam. Suppose if these stories will come to your mind, if it get printed into your mind. So that's why after watching video, please go through NCERT once again. If you get any doubt, please put in the comment section. I will answer. Okay. And while solving MCQ also, if you find any doubt, just put in the comment box. I will try to answer as soon as it possible. Okay. Just try to make a notes. Just try to make a notes. I will make a quick revision notes and I will provide you so that it will help you at a quick glance also. Okay. Now listen here. Chordata we have understood. Chordata we have understood. Within chordata, the chordata is telling, okay, I am a very superior. I am very standard phylum, that is chordata, because I have a notochord. Now, there are so many people, you do not have notochord throughout your life. And even if you have, only in a little part it is there. Okay, you just come in one phylum. And now another subphylum. You have notochord, but throughout your life is present, but you don't show any advanced feature. Okay, man, you also be in a separate subphylum. And one more subphylum is there. Notochord was there in embryonic condition, but later it was replaced by more advanced structure called vertebral column. Okay, you be in separate phylum. That is in a separate subphylum. So like that, the chordata made the organism which comes under its own group into 3 subphylum. Okay, that is Euro, Cephalo and Vertebrata. Out of these three, these two, Urochordata and Cephalochordata, what you are saying, they are considered as protochordates. Protochordata. Why? Proto means primitive. Proto means primitive. Remember one thing, it's a common sense. As evolution or origin of life started or begins from in the water itself, no. Therefore, all the new features or unique feature which is exhibited by the organism will be started or survived in the water itself in the beginning. Later, they started showing diversification, that is through evolution. Then they start accumulating different habitat. And here also, the notochord is a new feature, correct, in these organisms. So, that's why the organism which possess notochord, them also we are going to find where? In water bodies only. So, that means these Urochordata and Cephalochordata, they are also exclusively marine. So, their life also begin in the water body itself. Okay. Now, let's study one by one. First, Urochordata. Vertebrata, it is totally different. Vertebrata says, you both have notochord. You both guys, you have notochord. Okay. And even I too have a notochord. Or else this chordata didn't allow me to say, to stay here in this group. Okay. I am also having notochord, but not in the present, in the embryonic condition. But that notochord replaced by vertebral column. Vertebral column. So that's why I am called by a special name called what? Vertebrata. So rest of the things out of vertebrata, all are what then? Invertebrates. Okay. So let me write here. It takes only 2 minutes time. You will understand. If I made animals or kingdom of Animalia into 2 categories as non-chordate as well as the chordata based on presence and absence of the notochord, then obviously I could see up to hemichordata they are all, and after that the rest of the organisms were chordata. Correct. So here if I just mention the names porifera, Cnidaria, Ctenophora, then Platyhelminthes, Aschelminthes, Annelida, Arthropoda, Mollusca, Echinodermata, and Hemichordata. Hemichordata, correct? And here, the chordata itself is having 3 subphylum. What are those? One is Urochordata, second one is Cephalochordata, the third one is Vertebrata. Now I will tell you. If the question comes in your exam, does Urochordata belongs to the group of non-chordata? Then you can say no, it is a chordata. Cephalochordata belongs to the group of non-chordata. You say no man, it is also chordata. Of course, Vertebrata is a chordata. Now, one more important thing. Suppose if the question comes, do Urochordata and Cephalochordata belongs to the group of invertebrata? Then you have to say yes, because that is from porifera to porifera, Coelenterata, Ctenophora. I'm not writing all these names. Platyhelminthes, Aschelminthes, everything up to Cephalochordata. All these are considered as what? Invertebrata. Listen to me, my dear students. These are all invertebrata except vertebrata. That's why there is a line in NCERT. What is that? All chordate means they are telling Urochordate and Cephalochordate. All chordates cannot be vertebrate. Okay? But all vertebrates, so all organisms which comes under the group of vertebrate can be chordata. They can be chordata because they have a notochord. But all chordata cannot be a vertebrata. Why? They do not have vertebral column at all. Okay? So this is very important line. Many students get confused in this line, but listen to me carefully. Just mark down in your NCERT also. All invertebrates cannot be chordates, but all vertebrates can be chordates. All invertebrates cannot be vertebrates, not chordates. All invertebrates cannot be vertebrate, but all vertebrate can be a chordate. Over? Okay? Yes. Now, let us go to the first subphylum of chordata, that is Urochordata. Look at here. This is Urochordata. It is attached to the substratum. So these organisms is, let me draw a structure here separately. Imagine this is the soil or something which is present in depth of the ocean. At the deep ocean, these organisms are going to be present. Okay. And now imagine here your beautiful organism is present. So this one is present. So as if they are attested to the substratum. Therefore, these organisms are called what? You guys are sessile. Sessile means no movement at all. Okay. And these organisms, Urochordata, they are also called tunicata. Again, it is a statement-based question. Why tunicata? Because these organisms says, I have a long gown-like structure. Look at here. I wear a long gown like this. Like these I am going to wear. So this structure is called tunic. So therefore, these organisms are called tunicata. Now these organisms says, I am the group of chordata. I am very proud that I am a group of chordata. Then chordata start asking, you don't have notochord only. How can you consider that you are a chordata? You are an adult, right? So this is adult organism. When it keeps checking the adult organism, it didn't found notochord only. Then how come it accept this into the group of chordata? Then these organism says, its name is Acidia. Okay, here only it is there, no? Its name is Acidia. Then Acidia felt very bad. You are insulting me like anything. I do have a notochord, but not in adult stage, in my larva stage. When you just look at the larva, this is the larva. In the tail of the larva, there is a solid rod-like structure. That is nothing but notochord is there. You only told no. In any stage of your life, either in embryonic stage, larva stage or adult stage, in anywhere, if you have a notochord in any part of your body, then it should be a group of chordata. Look at here. I have this notochord. Then chordata accept. Yes, okay, fine. I do accept. So that's why I will give you a title as Urochordata. That means Uro means tail. Chordata means they have a notochord. This is the tail portion. So in the tail region, you have this notochord, right? That's why your name is Urochordata. Okay. But instead of having all this beneficial structure, these organisms still felt very bad, very sad, because they do not have closed circulatory system, because closed circulatory system is a characteristic feature of all chordates. But these organisms saying, I do not show the closed circulatory system. I will show open circulatory system. You have to remember, it is very important. It shows open circulatory system. That's why everybody is underestimating it, no? That's why these organisms feel very sad. They are feeling very, very sad. It is crying because I have a closed circulatory system. So why I wrote this term sad? Because to remember the example. Sad, S means Salpa. Salpa is a member of Urochordata. A means Acidia, the organism what you are seeing here, this image. Then D stands for Doliolum. Okay, sad, remember through sad the examples. Okay, Urochordata, that's it, over. Now, the next subphylum is Cephalochordata. Very simple, see, it's just looking like a rod. Okay, so it says, I am very happy man. Throughout my life, I have a notochord. That is from head to tail. See, if you consider this is the tail part, if you consider this is the head part, I will show the presence of this notochord throughout my body, throughout my life also. Okay, from head to tail it is there, no? That's why my name is Cephalochordata. So that's why I'm a very beautiful organism, very precious one. Everybody will take me to the lab for the study purpose. Okay, so I'm using the term lab. Actually, it is not taking to the lab. Simply I'm telling as a trick to remember the example. So here L stands for lancet. So this organism is lancelet. Okay, L means lancelet. So lancelet is also called by Amphiopsis. Amphiopsis. Suppose in your exam, instead of giving lancelet, if they just mentioned as Amphiopsis, then you should know it is a Cephalochordata. And B means Branchiostoma. That's why I said lab. Okay, over, that's it. And after that, the next is Vertebrata. Vertebrata means we people also comes under here group, in this group. All your fishes comes under the Vertebrata. All your amphibians comes under here. All our reptiles, mammals, birds, everybody comes under the group of Vertebrata. Okay. So now here let's study few points regarding Vertebrata, because I won't write anything here. All these things are general terms only. The members of subphylum Vertebrata possess notochord. Okay. During embryonic period, that's why I said if you take a human embryo, let us stock this Vertebrata by taking human embryo itself. In the embryonic conditions, we have this solid rod. There is a notochord we possess. Okay, but this notochord is replaced by cartilaginous or bony vertebral column. That's why, what is our name? Vertebrata. Okay, so this vertebral column is present in the adult. Thus, look at here, this is very important line. Very important line. That's why all vertebrates are chordates. Just now I said in the previous slide, all vertebrates are chordates, but all chordates are not vertebrates. Very, very important line this is. This is a statement-based question. Okay. Besides the basic chordate features, what are basic chordate features? That is nothing but body, plan is nothing but tube within tube. We are once again the segmented organism, and we are going to show what? Excretion. Sorry, what are those? The basic body plan. Coelomate, bilateral symmetry, triploblastic. These are the basic features. But along with that, there are certain special features. What are those? Vertebrates have ventral muscular heart. We have a heart in the ventral. Okay, with 2 or 3 or 4 chambers. Okay, in fishes, 2-chambered heart. In other organisms like reptiles, 3-chambered heart. In bird and mammals, 4-chambered heart. Okay, but it is present in ventral side. And the excretion and osmoregulation is done by kidneys. Here it is. Kidneys for excretion and osmoregulation. And paired appendages, which may be fins or limbs. So if it is a fish, the fish will show locomotion with the help of fins. If it is a other group of vertebrates like birds, mammals, amphibians, they have a limbs for their movement. Okay. So now within vertebrate, we are going to see once again the classification. What are those? Let's see. This table is very important. Very, very important. From this table itself, plenty of questions can be framed. I will tell you how. Okay. Now look at here. Vertebrate. Vertebrata can be made into two divisions. See, I am using the term division. If in the place of division, if X is given, then what you are going to write? You have to write here the division. Okay, division is separate, phylum is separate, class is separate, superclass is separate. So we should know all this term. Then only we can answer it properly. So based on the presence and absence of jaw, we can classify this organism of vertebrata into two groups. One is agnata. Agnata means a lack of jaw. So the best example are the class. It is having only one class. So those organisms which comes under this class are cyclostomata. All these class organisms are called what? Cyclostomata. Cyclo means round. Cyclo means round or spherical. Stoma means mouth. Stoma means mouth. So here these organisms says we do not have jaw at all. If you have a jaw, your eating capacity will be high, your biting capacity will be high. When you start having more and more food, your energy level will be increased. So according to evolutionary pattern, evolutionary theory, the organism which have more energy, they can change in a faster rate. Of course, we are going to show the changes in the evolution period, right? So how it is possible? Because we have more energy. So when you don't have much energy, then evolution process also become slow. Okay, so here these organisms, they cannot take much food like us. Because we have a jaw, we can able to take the food inside, holozoic nutrition. But these organisms, their mouth is something like this, like a round mouth. Inside, the teeth are present. The teeth are present inside. Here, this is the eye. Okay, it looks so strange, but it is an organism. So such group are called what? Agnata. Gnata means jaw. Gnata means jaw. Agnata. A means absent of jaw. That's why the name Agnata. Then another group. If you have a jaw, if you bear jaw, then you guys belongs to which group? That is Gnatostomata. Gnata means jaw. That is in the stoma means mouth. In the mouth, if you have a jaw, then you become a Gnatostomes. Okay. Now within Gnatostomes, we have two superclass. We have two superclass. What are those? One superclass is Pisces. Another superclass is Tetrapoda. Okay. So on which basis we have classified into Pisces and Tetrapoda? This is based on the locomotor structure. What are those locomotor structure? We asked you guys, if you have fins for your locomotion, then you guys belongs to which group? Pisces. If you don't have fins, but instead you have a limbs, then you belongs to which group? Tetrapoda. Tetra means four. Four limbs do you have? Then come this group. You don't have limbs, you have only fins for your movement, then come in this group. So all true fishes, what you are seeing in the water, all belongs to Pisces category. Okay. So within Pisces, we have two classes. See, here these two are superclass. Pisces is the superclass. Tetrapoda is the superclass. Within Pisces, we have two class. Class Chondrichthyes, class Osteichthyes. Within Tetrapoda, we have four classes. Class Amphibia, class Reptilia, class Aves, class Mammalia. Okay. See, look at the term, what I am using. I am using this class. Here I am using superclass. But here, there is no superclass at all. Again, it could be a NEET question. Statement-based questions. They may give the statement like this. Agnata have one superclass called Cyclostomata. Then immediately when a student look at the question, he just thought that, oh, this is right. Because in Agnata, we have only Cyclostomata. Just he will write, yes, this statement is true. But look at the term what they are using. They are using superclass. That is wrong. Instead of superclass, if they have mentioned as a class, then it is right. Okay, there is no superclass. Remember. And here I said while explaining, these are the true fishes. Why true fishes? Because in earlier phylum also we studied starfish. Do you consider starfish as a true fish? Just based on its shape, we have given as a starfish. And we said jellyfish. It was in Cnidaria. It is not a fish. We have seen devilfish. It was in Mollusca. It was not a fish. So, the common name we have given just based on its character or features or certain body structure. But all these things are not a true fish. The true fish means it should be a Pisces. Either it should be there in Chondrichthyes or in Osteichthyes. Chondrichthyes, their body inside the skeleton, which is so present inside their body, that is made up of cartilage. Cartilaginous endoskeleton. Therefore, they are called Chondrichthyes. And Osteichthyes, their body skeleton is made up of bones. bony. Therefore, is called Osteichthyes. Osteocyte, osteo, it refers to bone. That's why the name Osteichthyes. But usually, what we think, no, the cartilage is very weak because our pinna, this is made up of cartilage only. Our tip of the nose made up of cartilage. So whenever we just touch all this part, we feel that of course it is a very soft part. Okay, but our bone is very hard. So like that, we think that even the fish which is made up of cartilage as endoskeleton, they are very weak. Bony skeleton might be very strong, but it is reverse of it. Bony skeleton, there is the fish which are having bony skeleton, they are very, very weak. We are going to eat them. But the fish which are having cartilaginous endoskeleton, they are going to eat us because they are very cruel, they are predators. For example, shark, the best example. Do you think they are so innocent? No. Okay. Now, after that, when it comes to tetrapoda, amphibians, they have 4 limbs. From amphibians, Reptilia came. From Reptilia, Aves came. From Aves, mammals came. So, let us study one by one, easily, without taking much time. Let us finish this chapter. Okay. Now, let's talk about Cyclostomata. Very simple, easy class. Okay. Look at here. How it is, I can't say it is so beautiful. How horrible it is looking. So, what you are seeing inside, these are nothing but the teeth. Teeth. So, it is circular, no? That's why we are going to say it is a circular mouth, Cyclostomata. Its name is lamprey. Its name is lamprey. It says, I have a circular mouth. I don't have jaw. How can I eat food? That's why I'm going to attest onto the surface of any organism. So, that's why it is going to found a marine fish. Can you see here? A person is holding a fish. On that fish, a black thread-like structure is hanging here. Can you see this? These are Cyclostomata. These are lamprey. The same diagram, what you are seeing here, the same image that you can see as they are attaching to the surface of the fish. Okay. If this pen is a Cyclostomata or a lamprey, if my hand is a fish, they are going to attest like this. With the help of their circular mouth, they are going to suck the food from these organisms. That's why they are called what? They are the ectoparasite. You know the difference between ecto and endoparasite. Okay. These are ectoparasite or some fishes. All these lines are NEET lines. Statement-based question can be framed. Okay. Without jaw, of course, we all know that. Okay. And the next point. If you look at this organism, they have small pores. These are nothing but the gill slits. They are going to take water through their mouth. Through their mouth, the water will be go inside. And after taking the oxygen, dissolved oxygen, which is so present, after absorbing the dissolved oxygen, the rest of the water will be comes out through this gill slits. Okay. So, how many pairs they have? Look at here. 6 to 15 pairs of gill slits are there for respiration. Their body is elongated. That we can see here by looking at this image only. Elongated, very long body. Okay. Then, they're devoid of scales and paired fins. Devoid means what? Do not have. They do not have scales and paired fins. If you consider this as a true fish, they must have scale. But here they do not have scale at all. This is the real fish. If you look at this real fish, they have a scales on their body. And they have a fins. See, this fin, what you are saying, this fin is called pectoral. This pectoral fin is a paired fin. It's a paired fin. And this one, what you are seeing, no, the 2 fins are there, this side and that side. And pectoral fin is also, if it is a fish, this is one side pectoral fin, we could able to see, and back side also another pectoral fin is there. Everybody has seen the fish, right? And this is the pelvic fin. Pelvic fin. So this is also paired. Whereas this one, this is a dorsal, this is anal, this one is called caudal. So these fins are unpaired. These are unpaired. But if you consider a fish as a true fish, then it must possess the paired fins as well as the scales. But they do not have this character. Then there is no logic that as calling it as a fish only. Okay. Now, it shows closed type of circulation because it is a member of chordata. Of course, it must show. Cranium and vertebral column is cartilaginous. Look at here. Cranium is there. And there is a vertebral column also present. Though it is not a, of course it is a vertebrata only, no? So vertebral column is there, but it is not made up of bone. It is a cartilaginous. Of course it is marine. Look at here, this is a unique characteristic feature. But migrate for spawning to fresh water. It means what? Die after spawning, larva after metamorphosis return to the ocean. I will tell you the meaning of this line. Imagine this is the ocean. This is the ocean. Ocean water should be blue, but it's okay. And imagine this is the river. This is the river. And let's consider this is the lamprey. This is the lamprey. So these lamprey, they are dioecious. Sexes are separate. Okay. So this is male. Let's imagine this is the male. And let me take another one as a female. So this is the female. Now they decide. Now this is our time to undergo mating. This is a breeding season. So let us not spend this time here in the ocean water. Let us migrate towards the river. So that's why they just migrate towards the fresh water. So during this journey, first the male partner will come here. Male partner come first. Later the female enters into the fresh water. So both are going to release the egg as well as the sperms. Okay. Imagine the sperm will be released by this male partner and egg will be released from the female partner. So both are going to fertilize and they form many zygote. Many zygote. So this zygote will develop into so many stages and finally they develop into adult. Okay. But soon after mating, soon after releasing the egg as well as their contents, that is nothing but gamete only, they will get die. That means after spawning is nothing but the external fertilization, what they are showing. After that process, they are going to get die. Literally, they are going to die. In Nereis case also, this thing was happening, but Nereis body was getting burst out. Correct? But not in all Nereis. I said not in all Nereis. But here, in all lamprey, all Cyclostomata, they are going to die after spawning. So, just look at their fate. They are traveling here from ocean to river just for dying only. Okay? But okay, anyhow, the larva has developed. That means the zygote is developed into larva. This larva undergo many changes in its body form as well as the shape. And now it become an adult. Let me call it as an adult, like this. Which color? Okay. Let us call this as an adult. Okay, this is adult lamprey. It will spend here for around 2 to 3 years. And later when it start growing, then it start realizing that no, it is not my habitat. I have to move towards ocean. Then it will go towards the ocean. There it starts surviving. Again, the same process. Again, for the mating purpose, for breeding purpose. Again, it will also come towards the river. Again, it will spend time for breeding. Then it will get time. So, like that, it will show its life cycle. Okay. So, that is what the sentence given here. Though they are marine, but migrate for spawning to the fresh water and die after spawning, larva after metamorphosis. That means it will undergo certain changes and return to the ocean. When it become grown up, adult, then it become reach to ocean. Okay, the best example is Petromyzon, that is nothing but lamprey. What the image that you have seen, the same lamprey only. Another one is Myxine. It is also called hagfish. Okay, it is not once again a true fish because it won't comes under Pisces group, right? So this is about lamprey. Hope I am very clear. Now, before entering into the superclass of Pisces as well as the vertebrata, amphibians, tetrapoda superclass, let us solve few MCQ here. Which of the following is incorrect? Which of the following is incorrect statement for Hemichordata? They are bilaterally symmetrical, triploblastic and coelomate, correct? Circulation is open type. Hemichordata, circulation is open type. Sexes are separate, fertilization is external because it is a exclusively marine, and development is indirect, correct? So everything is correct. Which one is incorrect? None of it. So none of these is the answer. Okay. Next question. The body of Balanoglasses is divisible into, Balanoglasses means what? Worm-like structure. Recall. That's why I said, while listening the class about every phylum, it seems to be very simple. But when it comes to the performance, while solving question, then our mind start getting confused. Correct? So very simple if you just revise 2 or 3 times. So Balanoglass is like a worm. Its body is divided into proboscis, proboscis, collar and trunk. Okay. So proboscis, collar and trunk. This is the answer. Here collar, trunk and tunic is given. Tunic is present in tunicata. Here proboscis tunic, once again, tunic is wrong word. Stomachord is given, it's a wrong word. Next question. An important characteristics that hemichordates share with chordates is, hemichordate and chordates, which character they are going to share? Absence of notochord. Hemichordata, chordata, they do not share this notochord. Or else, why we are going to place it under a separate phylum? Okay. Ventral tubular nerve cord, no, they have a dorsal nerve cord. Pharynx with, yes, this is the important feature. In hemichordata also, they have a gill slits. That's why the water was coming out through gill slits. It is a filter feeder. And even in chordata also, gill slits was there in the embryonic condition, or even in adult stage also, that is in fishes and all. So this is the right. Here pharynx without gill slit is given. Wrong. Next question. Which of the following is not found in phylum chordate? Not found. Dorsal hollow nerve cord, it is found. Lateral paired gill slits during development found. And notochord at some stages of development. Yes. Example, human being. We have notochord at some stage. That is in embryonic stage we have. Correct? If you take just now, urochordata, what we have studied. In larva stage it was have. It doesn't mean that it should have throughout their life. There is no such restriction held on these chordata. Okay, so everything is right. And external skeleton. So this is not a character found. We have internal skeleton. Either a fish, bird, amphibia, anything you can take. Internal skeleton is present, not external skeleton. Okay, so this is our answer even. Which one not found? This one not found. Next one. Consider the following statement. Okay. Lancelet are jawless primitive fish-like vertebrates. Wrong. Wrong. Lancelet you have seen, no? They belongs to cephalochordata like this. They have a vertebral column through notochord throughout their body. But it was an invertebrate. It was not a vertebrate. Correct? When it comes to vertebrate, it is only begin from the pisces. So therefore, this sentence itself is wrong. Next. In lancelet, notochord, tubular nerve cord, and pharyngeal gill slits are present throughout their life. Yes, we do agree with this. Because being a member of chordate, all this characteristic feature must be there. It is there even. But it is not a vertebrate. It is an invertebrate. Therefore, first is true, wrong. First is false, but second one is true. This is our answer. Here both 1 and 2 are false given. Therefore, it is wrong. That's it. Now let's enter into the Chondrichthyes class. Okay, we are now entering into the superclass called Pisces. We are in the superclass Pisces. In that, we have to study about Chondrichthyes. Let's study about this. So, in this superclass Pisces, we are going to see two classes. One is Chondrichthyes. Here, why it is called Chondrichthyes? Because the endoskeleton of these organisms, nothing but Pisces means fishes only. All organisms that you are going to see in the superclass Pisces are nothing but they are fishes. These are true fishes, in fact. So that's what I gave you example like starfish, jellyfish, all those things. Though they have a name tag called fish, but they are not a true fish. Okay? If it should be considered as a true fish means they should have certain basic qualities. What are those qualities that we are going to talk about these Pisces? Okay. So in this fishes, that is in the Pisces class, superclass Pisces, class Chondrichthyes, their endoskeleton made up of cartilage, as well as another class called Osteichthyes, where the endoskeleton of these fishes made up of what? Bone. Okay, let's study about all those things. First one, class Chondrichthyes. First, I will give examples so that you can imagine and you can compare looking at this image. This is nothing but shark. Okay, everybody, we are know about this animal, correct? So, if you just look at this shark, obviously the body is streamlined. There are so many organisms which comes under this Chondrichthyes. That means their body, endoskeleton made up of cartilage, nothing but Chondrichthyes, but sometimes their shape may varies. But majority are streamlined body. Streamlined in the sense, somewhat like a boat shaped. Okay. So that is what it is given. It is purely marine. Here, these organisms cannot be expected in freshwater because majority are nothing but predaceous, very dangerous. They are going to kill their prey, or they are going to attack the prey organism. So that's why they are always found in the marine environment and they are streamlined. Okay. The cartilaginous endoskeleton, I said just now. And mouth is ventral. Look at here. Look at here. If the mouth of the fishes are present like this, imagine this is the fish mouth. Then we call it as a terminal mouth. This is terminal. But here it is not like that. So fish is something like this. Its mouth is present almost on backside. Here it is. Okay. So such mouth is called what? Ventral mouth. Look at here. This is the mouth. So mouth is located ventrally. The gill slits without operculum. Look at here. Can you see the openings? Can you see here? These are nothing but the gill slits. So mainly it helps in respiration. They will take water in that oxygen which is so present that will be utilized, that dissolved oxygen, and rest of the water will be exit through this gill slits. But this gill slit is not covered by a covering. Usually in a normal fish, what we are going to eat or what we are going to see in a normal water, that is in a fresh water, in such cases, in such fishes, there is a covering like this. This is called operculum, but such covering is absent. Let me rub it because it's a chondrichthyes, no? So this is once again an important characteristic feature. Gill slits without operculum. Then notochord is present throughout the life, though it is a vertebrata, but notochord is also present throughout their lifetime. Okay. Next, the same shark only, chondrichthyes only. Look at its teeth. Can you see here? So the teeth are nothing but made up of a cartilaginous only, but it is a placoid in nature. Placoid in the sense, you might have seen while painting a wall, the people are going to use the sandpaper. So that sandpaper will be having a very rough texture. Okay, if you just touch the sandpaper, you can feel how rough it is, right? So like that, their entire body consists very hard placoid. It is a sandpaper texture like that. It is somehow like this. It looks, so this is what the scales of these fishes. If I say it is a fish, obviously its body should be covered by scales only, right? So the scales will be very rough texture. So such a texture we call it as a placoid scale. So it is a modified placoid scale that is nothing but a teeth. Okay, it is made up of cartilage only, and these teeth are very, very sharp. They are present backward. They are facing backward, not straight like that. Backward they are present, something like this. Okay. So teeth is modified placoid scale. Skin is having placoid scale. That's what I said. And majority are predaceous. I will give few more examples. You can understand why it is called predaceous in the example part. And there is no air bladder at all. See, if the air bladder is present, it's a bag-like structure. If it is present in its body, then even though it cannot swim for a while, it could able to manage. It could able to manage. Suppose if there is no air bladder, then what happens? Automatically, because of its body weight, it is going to sink at the bottom. Let's take our example. If you just enter inside the water, you have to swim constantly. If you feel that I can't swim, I'm getting so much frustrated or I'm getting saturated, then what happens? Directly you are going to be sink at the bottom. Correct? Because we do not have air bladder. Like that, these organisms also do not have air bladder. So that's why if they want to swim or if they want to come up, they have to swim constantly or else they will sink at the bottom. That is what it is given. Swim constantly to avoid sinking. Look at here. These are general things. General things in the sense they are body function related. For example, heart. Heart spelling. H should not come. Heart is two chamber. Okay. So one is auricle, another one is ventricle. Then these animals are called poikilothermic. So example spelling is wrong. Poikilothermic. Poikilothermic. Poikilothermic means they are called cold-blooded animals. See, our blood is homeothermic. We are homeothermic. We are warm-blooded animals. It means if surrounding environment temperature, if it's fall down, say around 20 degree, then also our body temperature remain 37 degree only. If you go to Arctic region, then also your body temperature remain 37 degree only. If you go to Rajasthan or if you go to very high temperature area, then also your body temperature will retain 37 degree only. So, in the outside environment, the temperature may get fluctuate, but your blood is going to maintain the normal temperature. Your body is going to maintain the normal temperature. So such animals are called what? Homeothermic. But these animals are not like that. They are unable to manage their body temperature. So that's what happens. If the surrounding temperature is 10 degree, their body temperature also become 10 degree. If surrounding is 20 degree, their body temperature 20 degree. Surrounding 30, their body also 30. Surrounding 40, their body also 40. Surrounding 50, they become omelette. That means in a very high temperature, they cannot survive. So that's why these organisms are what? They prefer to be present in the aquatic environment because it's quite, temperature will be low, no? So they could able to manage in the temperature. So that's why they are called what? Cold-blooded animals. Then, obviously, as we move into advanced animal, all animals are dioecious. That means sexes are separate. Male and female are separate. Here, in males, the pelvic fins are present. They bear the claspers. So pelvic fins in the sense, imagine this is a fish. It should look predaceous, no? That's why I'm writing sharp teeth. Okay. So let's imagine this is a shark. So here it will be having a fin like this. This is a pelvic fin. So here somewhere pectoral fin is present. Somewhere here the pelvic fin is present. Okay. So this pelvic fin, they are going to bear a two penis-like structure. These are called claspers. So with the help of this, it is going to open the female gonophore. Imagine this is the female shark. So it will be having an opening, that is gonophore. So it will open the gonophore with the help of this clasper, and the sperms which are so present in its body, they are going to deposit in the female body. Then obviously what happened? In the female body, both male and female gametes are going to fuse. The zygote will be formed. So here, let's assume this is the zygote, which are so formed by the fusion of this male and female. It is going to develop inside only. Okay. So such fertilization is called what? Internal fertilization. They are not going to release their gamete outside the body. That is in the water medium. That's why it is not external fertilization. It shows internal fertilization, and many of them are viviparous. That means they won't lay egg. The zygote will develop into individual, the young one, they will give birth to young one. Okay. So that's it. Very simple. All are simple terms, easily we can understand. So example part we need to remember. So one is torpedo. Torpedo is also called electric ray fish. Why? Because it is having a electric, it is going to release electricity just to attack the prey or for the defense. So it depends on the species. Within the electric ray fish, there are so many species are there, though it is a Chondrichthyes. Some may release electric volt around 8 volts, some may release 100 volts, some may release the electric current around 200 volts. So like that, from 8 to 200 volts of electricity can be released by these organisms. That's why I said these are predaceous, very dangerous. Okay. And another example is trigon. It is also called stingray. Why stingray? Because it will be having a very sharp sting-like structure. There is a needle-like structure. So that consists poison. That sting consists poison in it. Suppose if it is an organism, imagine this is the sting. Inside this sting, a poisonous substance is present. So if any prey organism comes, it will just not bite. It will just insert the sting, so that because of the poison, it will become numb. It will go into engulf it. Okay, so like that it is going to attack their prey. Then Scoliodon, it is also called dogfish. Why the name dogfish? It looks like normal fish only, not like a dog, but because of a sensory organ. A sensory organ which is very well developed for taking the smell. It can easily sense the smell like a dog, because we know how dogs are going to sense the smell, correct? So such a strong sensation for smell is present in this organism. That's why it is called dogfish. And another one is Pristis, because in its body, imagine once again, let me show like this. This is a Pristis. In this fish, it is going to bear a saw-like structure. Like this. This is the saw, right? So like such structure is present. That's why it is called sawfish. Then another one is Carcharodon, it is nothing but a great white shark. Okay, so these are the example comes under Chondrichthyes. Now let's move on to another class within the superclass Thyses, that is Osteichthyes. That's what I said. Osteichthyes, though they are made up of bone, we are going to eat it. But Chondrichthyes, though they are made up of cartilage, the cartilage are very sharp, it is going to eat us. Correct? So this Osteichthyes, name itself is telling ostia. Body is made up of what? Bony endoskeleton. And obviously, we could able to see in the marine as well as in the freshwater. Many fishes which are present in the freshwater, they are edible, that we are going to eat. Correct? So this is a normal body. You can see it is a streamlined only. Correct? It's a boat shape. Okay? So it will be having pelvic fins. Look at here. These are the pelvic fins. And here, this is the pectoral fin. Pectoral fin. And can you see this structure? Can you see this structure? It is somewhat covering this area. So this is nothing but the operculum. So when you just open the operculum, there you are going to see what? The gill slits. Whereas the gill slits are not covered by operculum in Chondrichthyes. Whereas here it is covering. And these organisms, they have a air bladder. Okay. So that's why even though for a while they won't swim, then also they could able to balance their body within the water. Because air bladder is there, it could able to make their body to float, that is buoyancy, right? And rest of the thing almost all same, just like Chondrichthyes only. Let's study. The mouth is terminal. Look at here, the mouth is present near this only, terminal. It is not ventral. 4 pairs of gills. Once again, it is a very important. 4 pairs of gills are there, but they are covered by what? Operculum. Then the skin is cycloid or ctenoid. See, if I say, you might have seen the normal fish, correct? So normally the skins will be covered like such scales. These are called cycloid. Cycloid means something like this. Something like this. It is called cycloid. Ctenoid means, ctenoid is also something like this only. They are not so sharp as we have seen in the case of Chondrichthyes. In the case of Chondrichthyes, they are very sharp. They are plecoid. So these are ctenoid or cycloid. So like this they are present. Okay. Air bladder is present to regulate the buoyancy, just now I said. And heart is 2-chambered, same to same, one auricle, another one is ventricle. Poikilothermic, again they cannot manage their body temperature, therefore they will change their body temperature according to the surrounding environment. Sexes are separate, male and female are separate. Fertilization is usually external. Remember, if in your exam, if the question comes to differentiate between the Osteichthyes and Chondrichthyes, you should know in the fertilization, in Chondrichthyes, it was internal, whereas it is external. See, don't get confused. Usually, till now, that is in non-chordates, what we have learned, the organisms which are having marine habitat, like Ctenophora, Echinodermata, Hemichordata, almost the fertilization is external. Correct? So, if you use the same tricks to this Chondrichthyes, definitely you are going to make mistake. Because here, it is a chordata. Correct? So, in this group, though it is a marine, Chondrichthyes, though it is a marine, but it is showing what? Internal fertilization. So, we should be careful while reading, while analyzing the question also. Then, mostly oviparous, that one is viviparous. It could able to give birth to the young ones, but it will lay egg. So, that's why thousands of eggs will be laid by these fishes. Out of that, very few are going to survive because many predators are going to eat it. So, that's why they won't take care of those eggs that much. So, those who have the faith, they will survive. Those who do not, they will die. So, they don't have emotions at all because they do not have well-developed brain. They do not have brain only. Okay. That means nervous system is there, central nervous system, but it's not like us. And direct development, no larva, nothing. And here few examples are there. Marine or exocetus, it is called flying fish because it will be having the fins which are so there, no? That fins will be having like a feathers. It will be very long fin. For example, imagine this one only, the pectoral fin. What you are saying, these pectoral fins are very, very long, just like a wings of a bird. So, it could able to fly for a distance within the water environment. So, that's why it is called what? Flying fish. Okay. So, the question may comes, which of the following is flying fish? Or it can be asked in the form of match the following. Be careful. Then, hippocampus. This image is given in our NCERT. I forgot to put that image here, but if you open your NCERT textbook, you can see it, man. That's why I said, open your textbook and sit in the class. It will definitely helpful at the time of exam and even while underlining any important thing. Okay. So hippocampus, it looks exactly like horse. So that's why it is called what? Seahorse. Then obviously freshwater fishes. Again, the question may comes from this part. Labio, it is commonly called rohu. Katla, then clarius, that is magur. Okay. In aquarium, we are going to see betta. Betta is called fighting fish because if two such fishes, if you introduced into that aquarium, they are going to fight. Because for the territory, they think that, oh, it is my place, it is my territory. Another betta comes, another fighting fish comes, it is my territory. How much dare you to attack here? I mean, aquarium. So they start fighting. That's why it is called fighting fish. Okay. Another one is Pterophyllum. It is called angelfish, the colorful fish that usually we are going to see in aquarium. Because of its beauty, it is called angelfish. So Pisces over. Next one, Amphibia. So here, Amphibia, it comes in which superclass? Superclass called Tetrapoda. So within Tetrapoda, we are going to see 4 classes. One is Amphibia, Reptilia, Aves and mammals. So all these organisms, they are formed according to the evolutionary pattern only. It means Amphibia are evolved from the Pisces. From Amphibia, reptiles are evolved. From reptiles, aves evolved and mammals evolved. That you are going to study in evolution chapter, how these things happen. Okay. But it has been classified, it has been placed according to their evolutionary pattern. Okay. Now let's study Amphibia means what? Amphi means 2. Amphi means 2, that is dual. Bios means life. So till now, what the chordata group that we have studied, either it is a cyclostoma or the Pisces. So all of these organisms, they are going to survive in the water itself. But now, as the evolution is taking place, Chondrichthyes formed first, after that bony fishes came. Now these organisms are telling, we require water, but only for what? Sexual reproduction, that is for fertilization. But rest of the thing, we can survive on the land. Okay, so that means they are depending on both the habitat. They are depending in water, water for fertilization, and they could able to survive even in the land. So that's why they are called what? Amphibians. Okay, amphibians of animal kingdom. So can you see here? This is an example of a frog. It's an amphibian. This is salamander. It is having a big tail. Right? So if you look at this organism, if you just touch the skin of the frog, I know nobody has ever tried to touch the skin of the frog. Even if you have tried to touch, you can feel it is very soft. Okay? It is very moist and it is very soft. Right? And here you can able to see the eyes. Okay? Beautiful eyes it is having, and they even have an eyelid. But Pisces do not have eyelid. They just having eyes. Their eyes were covering by a nictitating membrane, a kind of transparent layer. But these organisms, they have an eyelid, right? So the aquatic or it can be terrestrial. The body is divided into head and trunk. See, this is the head part and rest of the portion is nothing but the trunk region. But if tail is present, it is only in some organism like in salamander. Then skin is having moist without scale, no scales at all. Eyes have eyelids and tympanum is here. There is no separate external ear like us. So there is a small opening present here itself that will be considered as tympanum. That means ear only. Okay. And these organisms, they have limbs. Correct? That's why the name Tetrapoda. Tetra means 4. Poda means limbs. So 4 limbs are present in these organisms. Easily you can able to see here. This is one limb. This is one pair. This is another pair. This is another pair. So total 4 limbs are there in these organisms. Hence the name Tetrapoda. And here there is a common opening called cloaca. It means what? I will tell you. Imagine here is a frog. Okay, let's assume it's our frog. Here this frog says, I have a common opening here. So this common opening is known as cloaca. Cloaca. This is a common opening. Why it is called common opening? Because through this opening itself, through this cloaca itself, undigested food, that is nothing but the waste material are going to be excreted. Okay, itself it acts as an anus. For example, imagine here is this is mouth, right? And mouth that leads to alimentary canal, and this as anus that opens here only. All undigested food comes here and that will be released out through cloaca. So here it is an alimentary canal. Alimentary canal openings also present here. Then here in this organism itself, the sperm or the egg which are so going to be produced, that reproductive opening is also opens here only. Okay, if it has to release certain sperms or egg, it has to release through this cloaca itself. Okay, it's a reproductive tract. So reproductive tract, alimentary canal, and even the nitrogenous waste which is so going to release in the form of urine, that is nothing but excretory product, that also present here only. Say for example here. So this will also open here in this opening. That means all the three tract, alimentary canal, reproductive tract and urinary tract, they are going to open here in the common opening called cloaca. Okay, it's important. It may be asked in your exam. Right? And the next thing is respiration. It is through gills, lungs or moist skin. Because we know that already in the beginning itself, while differentiating internal and external fertilization, I said, how the frogs are going to release their gamete into the water. Correct? So male frog is going to release the male gamete, female frog is going to release the female gamete. Both gametes are fused within the water. That means if it is a water body, of course the zygote is formed here only. Zygote. So imagine there are so many zygotes are there. These zygote, immediately they do not look like a, what is that? Frog, adult frog. They will show a shape like a fish. I have brought an image here, life cycle. Yes, look at here. These are the zygote. Okay. If you observe these images, these are nothing but the metamorphosis. Metamorphosis in the sense, directly it is not looking like an adult frog. This is an adult frog. In the adult frog, we could able to see the limbs. Okay, the body has been well developed. It is not looking like a fish. Whereas in the initial stages, you could able to see there is no limbs at all. They will be having a tail. It's almost looking like a small fish only. Directly in the environment, you might have seen such cases, such organism. These are nothing but the tadpoles. These are called tadpoles. Gradually, limbs are going to form, and later forelimbs are going to form, and after that the tail is it is getting shortening, it is getting condensed, and in the adult stage there is no tail at all. Okay, so like such development, what you are saying by showing the larva, it is nothing but indirect development. So during this period they have to survive in water only. They cannot come out of the water. All these stages cannot happen outside the water. So that's why I said they are amphibians. Water as well as the land, both are required. So in such cases, how they have to respire? Of course, with the help of gills only. Correct? So gills are once again the respiratory structure. Now when the land themselves, that is in the terrestrial habitat, of course they have to depend on the lungs itself. That is for the respiration. So lungs are present, and you might have studied in your lower classes about aestivation and hibernation. So what happened? The frog, all these amphibians, they are going to make a burrows when the temperature is very high. Then they will just undergo in a shadow by making burrows. They have to respire there only. So they may feel suffocate. They cannot get sufficient oxygen. So that's why they are going to respire through their moist skin. There itself the blood vessel is present on the surface only. Here only the blood vessel will be there. So they are going to exchange the gases, oxygen as well as the carbon dioxide. So that's why we are going to say that they can respire through gills, lungs and moist skin. And the heart is 3-chamber. Okay. So as we keep moving in a higher level, of course, up to 4-chambered heart we are going to see. Then these are also poikilothermic. They cannot balance their body temperature. That's why I said they are go for hibernation and aestivation. And external fertilization, indirect development, just now I said. And examples you have to remember: Bufo, that is nothing but a toad; Rana, frog; Hyla, tree frog; Salamander, it is having tail; and limbless amphibia, that is Ichthyophis. Okay, so you may get a question from this part. So the next class within what? Tetrapoda is nothing but Reptilia. Look at Reptilia. Crocodile, snake, lizard, all are comes under Reptilia. Why they are called Reptilia? Repair. Okay, it is nothing but the reptum is nothing but a crawl. Repair, reptum. It means crawling. Okay, so these animals are going to crawl. You might have seen the movement of these organisms, right? So some organisms they have limbs here, and some organisms do not have limbs. For example, snake, no limbs. These crocodile, lizard, they have limbs. Correct? That's why they have kept under Tetrapoda. Look at the skin surface. If you observe carefully, these crocodile as well as even the lizard also, the surface of the skin, okay, it is not looking like crocodile, not even like a lizard. It's okay, I will show here only. Here the surface is having very sharp teeth-like structure, very hard structures. They are called scutes. It is skin only, but it is very hard and cornified. Okay, somewhat like a bone. You can assume it's like a bone. Whereas in the case of snake, it is not like that. Their skin shows epidermal scales. Okay, it is quite soft compared to this scute. Terrestrial, dry and cornified skin. The skin is very dry. Epidermal scale or scutes are present. In the case of snake, it is a scale. In the case of crocodile and other organisms, scutes are present. Tympanum, they do not have external ear like us. Just like frog, they have a small opening here. That is nothing but tympanum. Limbs, when present, if they are two pairs. If absent, no limbs at all. And heart is three-chambered, just like frog. Heart is three-chambered, two auricle, one ventricle. Whereas the crocodile is the only exception. This is a favorite line, not for me. It is for your examiner. Which among the following organism or which among the following reptilia have four-chambered heart? Then your answer should be crocodile. Okay. Again, they are poikilothermic. Snakes and lizards. See, this is once again important question. Snake and lizard can shed their scale as a skin cast. You might have observed this process. You might have heard this process. Skin casting means what? Imagine this is a box. Imagine this is a box. An organism is growing. Let's assume organism is growing. Let's take an example of a snake. So when it starts growing, as it starts growing, its length increasing, its body size increasing, then what happens? It will just push this box and it will come out of it. Correct? Because its length has been increased. Now gradually, we are going to keep this snake in another box. Again, it is going to be grow more bigger. Then again, it is going to push this box. Again, it will come out of that. Right? Again, one more box we are going to keep. That means here it's not a box. Box means I am referring to the external epidermal scale. That is outer layer. So as these organisms keep growing, okay, they are going to shed their skin. That is called casting, skin casting. So that will be released out. Whenever it shows this process called skin casting, this organism will brightly illuminate. Why? Because it's nothing but a dead layer. So once it comes out of that dead layer, it removes that dead layer, obviously the newly formed skin, which will be brightly illuminated. It's not a bioluminescence. It looks so bright, just like how a person is going to apply cream and how he's going to looks brightly in the advertised ad. We are going to see, like that it is going to be brightly looks. Okay, that is called skin cast. And here also the sexes are separate. Fertilization is internal. And oviparous, they are going to lay the egg. They are going to deposit the sperm in the female body. There only the zygote develop and they release the egg. And direct development. Okay. So examples here. Coelom, turtle, testudo, tortoise. Yes. Chameleon, tree lizard, calatos, garden lizard, crocodile, alligator, hemidactylus, that is wall lizard. This is important. Poisonous snakes, naja, there is cobra, Bungarus vipera. So, this is not a new one. All this belongs to the same group. Poisonous snakes means these are the example for poisonous snake. One is naja, Bungarus and vipera. That will be asked in your exam. Which among the following comes under the poisonous snake group? Okay, remember the example. Now the next thing is class Aves. Aves is nothing but the birds. Very simple, how beautiful bird it is. Of course, why we have kept under Tetrapoda? They are also having 4 limbs. But the 4 limb, they have 4 limbs. One is 4 limb, 2 are 4 limbs, and the remaining 2 are hind limbs. Hind limbs. In every cases, we are seeing the same. In the Amphibia, in the crocodile, that is in Reptilia, every cases, we have seen these 4 limbs only. But here in the birds, these 4 limbs that will be modified into what? Wings. Because of this only, they could able to fly. Correct? But all birds do not fly. There are certain exceptions. For example, ostrich. It is a flightless bird. Again, it's an important flightless bird, ostrich. But most of them are fly. They possess beak. Look at here. They have a beak. So these are very general things. No need of explanation. Even if you read NCERT also, you can understand. But there are certain lines. Definitely for that, you need a help of a lecturer. Okay. Look at here. I will tell you what are those lines. And 4 limbs are modified into wings. And hind limbs have a scales. If you look at the hind limbs, that is in their leg, they have a scales. And they are modified for walking, swimming and clasping. Clasping means if you just look at the pole or a wire, they are going to hold the wire with the help of their claws. Correct? So that is nothing but clasping. Or even the tree branches they are going to hold. See, look at this bird, it is holding a tree branch. So that process or that thing, what it is going to do it, no? That is nothing but a clasping. And obviously, walking, swimming, everything, they are using this hind limb only. The skin is dry except eye gland. At the base of the tail, it is present. What is the meaning of this? If you observe a bird carefully look at a bird, then you can realize why this oil gland is present. It is going to do a kind of action. With the help of its beak, it is going to just touch at its back, okay, that is below the tail. It is going to do action like a smearing throughout its body. What it is doing actually, let me draw a bird. Okay, let's imagine this is a bird. I don't know how it is looking. But at the base of the tail, it is having a gland. So this gland is called oil gland. So with the help of this beak, it is going to keep pressing this oil gland, so that from this oil gland, the oil is going to release. That oil will be taken by its beak and that is going to be spread to its body. Because it has to protect its body with the help of this oil gland only. As it keeps flying, no, the atmospheric moisture that may get absorbed by this feather, so that the bird body become heavy. If it's being heavy, then how come it is able to get fly in the sky? In the atmosphere. So that's why it has to make its body to be resistant to the moisture content. And even it has to protect its body from the extra dryness. That's why it is going to smear all over its body with the help of this gland called oil gland. Okay, there is a name for this oil gland called preen gland. No need to remember, just know it's an oil gland. Okay, so oil gland is present. This is the only gland. There is no any other gland. Pneumatic bones. Pneumatic bones means if you take our bone, that is a human bone. This is human bone. Here, the bone marrow, the bone will be filled. It is deposited by calcium and all. Whereas, if you take the bone of the birds, it is hollow like this. It is hollow. Why it is hollow? Because it has to make the bird to get fly because of light weight. Okay, so such bones are called pneumatic bones, which shows hollowness. The digestive tract of the bird has a crop and gizzard. It means, so this is the beak, right? And here is a storage structure called crop. This is crop. And later it shows one more structure. This is called gizzard. So rest of the things, alimentary canal, anus, everything is present. So why this crop and gizzard present? If you just give lot of grains to the bird, it keep eating. Even though it won't chew like us, but it keep eating with the help of its beak. It keep engulfing it. So where it is going to deposit? In this crop. Okay. So suppose for time being, it may get lot of food grains. But after that, it may not. Then slowly it will digest the food grains which are so present in this crop, in the gizzard part. So that's why it is having these extra structures, crop and gizzard. And heart is 4 chamber because it is advanced compared to reptiles, 2 auricles and 2 ventricles, and they are homeothermic. They are like us. They know how to balance their body temperature. They know how to maintain their body temperature to the external environment, right? And respiration is when lungs and air sacs connected to the lungs supplement to the respiration. What is the meaning of it? That's what I said. For few lines, you need lecturer's help. It means they do have lungs normally like other organisms. Imagine I am writing a very big bird. Oh, it's looking like a fish. Because I have to show the lungs. No, that's fine. So let's assume this is the lungs. This is one lung. Behind that, one more lung is there. One more lung is there. Okay, so these are the lungs. Now what happened? These birds are very smart. As it keep moving in the atmosphere, there the shortage of oxygen may occur. So that's why whenever it gets the sufficient oxygen, they are going to store into the supplement sac-like structure. There is a helping sac-like structure present. So these are called air sacs. So they will deposit all this air here, and whenever it requires, it will use it back. Right? So that's what it is saying air sacs connected to the lungs. They are connecting to the lungs. They supplement to the respiration. So when they get shortage, just like how we are going to carry oxygen cylinder, right? So like that, they are going to carry these. Naturally they have these air sacs. These are air sacs. And obviously sexes are separate. Fertilization is internal. Male bird is going to deposit the sperm in the female bird and they only develop and form a zygote. The zygote will deposit certain material called yolk, and it will become an egg. Okay, it secrete a shell and finally it become an egg. So in that embryo is present. So to hatch this embryo, it has to give a heat. Okay, so that's why these are called oviparous. They are going to lay the egg. So that egg will be developed outside the body. Understood? So they are called oviparous and direct development. When egg get hatched into a bird, it obviously looks like that of the parent. Many examples we can take. Here a few examples given in NCERT, but the scientific name as well as common name is important. Okay, especially the images, what it is given in NCERT, based on that example, the asking questions, chances of asking questions will be more. So that's why please go through those images. Okay. So columba, that is pigeon. Parrot is given Psittacula. Shrutio, that is ostrich. Pavo, peacock. Then penguin is given. Vulture is given. So many examples are given. You need to learn example. That's what I said. If I get a time, definitely I'm going to make a trick. Okay, the last one is class Mammalia. I have directly put NCERT part here because all are general things. The body parts, the internal organs which are so present in our cases, because we belong to mammals, the same information is given. Okay, what are those? Why we called as Mammalia? Because female animals, they have mammary glands to feed their young ones. So such animals, they are grouped into where? In Mammalia class. Okay, so they are found in wide variety of habitats. Where do you want? Everywhere we are going to see this. In polar ice caps, desert, mountain, forest, grassland, dark caves. Everywhere, obviously we are going to see these organisms. Some of them are adapted to fly even or live in water even. Okay, the most unique mammalian characteristic, see this is important. The most unique mammalian characteristic is milk producing gland, that is a mammary gland, important. That's why it is called Mammalia, by which the young ones are nourished. Okay, they have 2 pairs of limbs. That means 2 hands we have, 2 legs we have. You take any animals, they have 4 limbs as well as the hind limbs. Cow, dog, chimpanzee, everybody is Mammalia only. Adapted for walking, running, climbing, burrowing, swimming, flying, for many purposes. They use these organs. The skin of these mammals are unique, possessing hair, right? So obviously on the surface of the skin, the small hairs are there. If it is a case of chimpanzee, gorilla, the hairs are very big. They are broader, as well as the growth of hair will be more compared to human being, right? Then external ears or pinna are present. Okay, so we have external ear. Different types of teeth are present in the jaw. Different types of teeth means, let us take the example of human being only. We have incisors. There is a front two teeth. So 4 incisors we have. Then canines we have. Premolar. Then molar. Molar. Correct? So we have 4 different types of teeth. Incisors, canines, premolar and molar. Correct? Like that in other animals also these things are present. Heart is 4-chambered, obviously we know, and they are homeotherms. That means they can maintain the internal body temperature compared to outside. The respiration is by lungs. Sexes are obviously separate and fertilization is internal. They are viviparous. That means we won't lay egg. We'll give birth to the young ones. With a few exceptions. Again, it could be a NEET question. Okay. What are the example comes under such category where they give birth to, they do not give birth to young ones. That means they are oviparous. And obviously the development is direct. Here in the example part, we can learn what are those. Oviparous. That means what? They lay egg. Platypus. Ornithorhynchus. Very important for NEET point of view. And rest of all the animals are viviparous. Okay. Kangaroo we can see, flying fox, camel, monkey. I am not reading the scientific name because already I know you are getting shocked. Ma'am, this much we need to read. My dear students, remember we are preparing for NEET. So don't look at the timings of the video. Just look at the informations which I am going to provide in this video because it is very important for your NEET. Okay. And rat, dog, cat, elephant, horse, dolphin. See, it is aquatic. Dolphin, aquatic. Then blue whale, aquatic. Okay. Then tiger, lion, everything. Many organisms. Whatever the organism that you are going to see in your surrounding, majority belongs to this mammals only. Okay. So that's it. I have not put any questions regarding this part because if any question comes, direct question, statement-based questions are directly the questions will be picked from the example part from the NCERT line. That's it. Okay. So hope this video will be definitely helpful for you in your NEET exam. If you like the video, just hit the like button. Thanks for watching.